Hello, everyone. Welcome back to another episode or spine number of Chasing Labels. This is spine number 192, and I am your host, Andrew Cabral. If you are joining me here for the first time, welcome. If you're joining me here not for the first time and you are a returning chaser, as the saying goes, welcome back. This is the podcast, YouTube channel, the place where we talk about uh, physical media. We talk about movie collecting typically, and just movies in general. We're all gathered here because of our love for movies. It has to start there before we start collecting. And we will be going over the last 2 weeks or so of announcements in the world of boutique labels. It's not everything. It's tough to keep up with everything. They seem to drop new announcements every day, pretty much. It's just mostly things that I'm interested in adding to my collection, hopefully soon. I'm definitely terrible at keeping up with these things, or things that you may want to add to your collection, or things I just find interesting in general. Perhaps some big titles getting re-releases, all kinds of stuff. But on today's episode, I will be joined here by another guest. So over the last few episodes or spine numbers of such, we had a bit of a geographical specific run of guests, all from Australia. We had Paul Berryman, we had Suzanne Boleyn, and now we have my friend Tony Michas. Tony, welcome. Let me set you up here and
All good?
welcome back. I think this is your first official Chasing Labels episode, but you've been here
Yes.
on several of the other things we've got going on here.
Yeah. Done Unwatched Pile, done Chasing Mutations, and of course with you and Steven, obviously, I've done quite a few episodes. But yeah, this is my official first Chasing Labels spine number um debut, I guess.
Yes. Yeah, and we've known Tony pretty much since the almost damn near the start of Chasing Labels about 5 years ago. Tony was an early supporter of the channel, supporter of the podcast. At that time, we were only doing it in audio form. I don't even know if there was a YouTube component even in audio at that time. Maybe there was. I don't know. That's
Mm.
going back too far for my brain to even think. It was in the middle of COVID. We kind of started this in
Yeah.
2021, and that whole time period is getting fuzzier and fuzzier as time goes on, as we get further removed from that. But Tony, what other projects are you typically involved in that's, movie related and such?
Well, myself and my partner, Mr. John Matthews, we co-host the Imprint Cast podcast, and we discuss everything imprint films related, announcement episodes, special deep dives, and quite a number of other things related to imprint films. Like John's not only he's my main partner and my co-host in the show, but we also have as you mentioned earlier, Paul Berryman, Suzanne Boleyn, Ron, and you haven't met Ron Pedersen yet, or Jim Mulvihill. I can like they're our regulars, but I always call them Imprint Cast family because to
Mm.
me they'll always be family, and nothing more stronger than that. Their knowledge in film, and as you know, as you spoke with Paul and with Suzanne, you know how good they are when it comes, especially Suzanne, when it comes to her her contributions to physical media and visual essays from imprint films and other labels as well. So yeah, I'm very happy and very proud to call them my close friends, but most of all, my family.
Oh, very nice, very nice. Yeah, we were just talking beforehand. Paul was, I think, on record now for having one of the longest Chasing Labels episodes ever, in nearly 5 hours. But here on Chasing
Yes.
Labels, the goal right now for me personally is to keep it to 4 hours or less. We get a little long winded on here. I mean, you just mentioned with Suzanne last time. We started talking about all kinds of other things that were movie adjacent. Her
Yeah.
work in, doing special features, but just her work in a lot of other things as well. Also, we start talking about different themes and different movies. We had a whole conversation about all kinds of good stuff related to movies. We do have some comments here already. Speaking of Paul, he is here in
Hey,
the
Paul.
audience. He says, "Hi, Andrew. Hi, Tony. Hope you're both well. As well as I
It's a
can be for a Tuesday
yeah.
evening."
It is a very cold and windy Wednesday morning here in Sydney. So, as you can see, I usually don't wear a jacket, but yeah, today is actually pretty chilly. So,
Those of
it is
you
a cold day.
Yeah, for those of you who don't know, the way in which the world works geographically and I guess temperature wise is, depending on which hemisphere you're in, it all
Mm,
depends on which season you're in. So while we here in the kind of United States type area in the northern hemisphere, we're experiencing our summers, slowly but surely, things are getting warmer. While in Australia, it is their winter, so it's the reverse. It's
Yeah.
it's the reverse. Um, yeah, very very fascinating how that whole thing works. It's not quite as warm here as it should be by now. It is June 2nd for those of you keeping track on your calendars at home and in the future. So hopefully things do warm up a little bit. We had a couple of 90 degrees days a week or two ago, which were nice, but then it went right back down. It's the weather right now, depending on where you are in the world, can fluctuate uh, by the moment. By the
Yeah.
moment, it wreaks havoc with my health. My body doesn't adjust well to frequent temperature change and things like that. Does not
Yeah.
at all. Um, Paul also says that I got in one battle after another steelbook this week. Yes, so which comes with the special features the standard release earlier in the year didn't have. That's interesting because that sold out really quickly online when it was announced. So, and so for one battle after another, the most recent Best Picture winner did get a 4K and Blu-ray release right around when the movie was still getting all that awards buzz. No
Yeah.
special features on it whatsoever. And then they were like,
None.
"Oh, wait up! In a couple of months, we'll release the actual good one, the good one."
Yeah, I got my copy yesterday, as Paul knows,
Nice.
but yeah, it well, that's under Paul Thomas Anderson's request apparently.
Oh,
So with the standard film, it's just a movie, no extras whatsoever. But with this new release, I haven't even opened my one yet. It is yeah, there's an hour's worth of extras, I believe, and behind the scenes footage, which is great. But
I
you
I
know,
saw some clips actually online today of some of the special feature stuff where it was Leonardo DiCaprio and shooting some scenes and whatnot. And apparently, there's a nice long making of behind the scenes special feature on there, which is always great to see, especially in a Paul Thomas Anderson film. For those of you
yeah,
who don't know, Paul Thomas Anderson, I think originally went to film school for like a week or two and then dropped out and then basically learned how to make movies from watching special features on DVDs and listening to
yeah.
commentaries. That's kind of how he learned how to make movies.
That's
Um,
probably the best. That's probably honestly the best film school ever. I
uh,
think. Like
Learning
I know,
directly
I
from
know,
the people.
yeah, I believe Richard Linklater was probably one of those directors who just didn't even go to film school at all. He just did it, and
Mm,
now look at him. He's done some great, phenomenal work.
to
And
be honest, if anybody like wants to know like why, how to learn, I guess, about movies and about like movie knowledge, movie history, movie making, special features on DVDs were kind of the place where I learned everything.
same
It,
here.
it really is. They were just available,
Yeah,
which is unfortunate now. How where a lot of movies that get released don't have them, especially the mainstream stuff. But we have some other comments here from Josie. Says hello, Angel and
Josie,
Tony.
haven't heard from her in a while. How's she going? Hope you're well, Josie.
Yeah, hello, Josie. She saw the movie Backrooms recently, which is now sweeping the box office.
Yeah,
Um, a little that if the movie Obsession is one type of surrealism movie, I feel like Backrooms is like its companion piece, but in a completely different surreal realm. Like one is
absolutely.
Ari Aster and one is like David Lynch. It's
Yeah.
similar yet completely different. That's my
Indeed. Mind you, I haven't seen Obsession or Backrooms as yet because
mm,
here in Sydney, and I'm and no doubt everywhere else around the world, watching a horror movie, especially with a rowdy crowd, really ruins the enjoyment. I try my best to watch horror every I try my best to watch a lot of new films theatrically, but the audience screws it all up. It ruins it. They just don't respect the audience, and they don't respect the experience of the cinema going experience. So
yeah, and you're probably right when you're saying like that's kind of the case in many places in the world. I can definitely
yeah,
say that that's here. I think movie theater etiquette, if that was ever such a thing, started going away. I think even before COVID happened,
yeah,
and then it's kind of like the post-COVID world. People got so used to doing whatever they wanted while watching movies at home that they just decided to do that at the movie theater, and
yeah.
it's just become. I've heard stories from so many people about so many horrific things happening. But another regular here on Chasing Labels is JB44. Greetings, Chasers. He's
Greetings, JD.
you're keeping that word alive.
Good.
So we've got some things to go over here, obviously on Chasing Labels. I have a whole list of things that we're going to go over. We're going to be going over the Deaf Crocodile listed off. basically their slate for the next 6 months or so. No real details on there.
Mm,
Just a whole list for everybody subscribing to their subscription service. We have new Arrow releases. We have a Eureka release I want to talk about. The Vinegar Syndrome partner label stuff. It's their partner label month. 29 announcements. Some of them actually were re-releases, or they were just reissuing them with new artwork for a couple of variant slipcovers. We'll talk about all of that. But things that have been going on here on Chasing Labels recently. We've did our recent episode of Movies Down Memory Lane, where we talked
mm.
about the documentary Hoop Dreams from goodness 32 years ago. We've done a
Great
recent.
doco.
It is a great doc. It is a great doc. Like I mentioned during that show, it's on every single best of doc list I've ever seen, ever. Like it's always there.
Yeah,
Um, and then recently on the Unwatched pile, Steven and I talked about not only did a spoiler review and non-spoiler review, pretty much of Obsession, more of a discussion. Well, we talked about a couple of films. I watched Pale Rider for the first time, the Clint Eastwood film. Ironically, I didn't realize that like a week or so later, basically it was announced that Clint Eastwood is retiring from directing at
yeah,
96 years old, according to one of his sons. Um, uh, which is just fortuitous for me that I happen to talk about him right there at the end, right there
yeah. That's good.
beforehand, which makes sense. 96 years old is not exactly young to be directing a film, but hey, his last film was The Juror Number Two.
Juror number two. Yeah,
Good way to go out if you're going out as a director. Good film, solid film. I wish Warner Bros. Had given it a bit of a more wider theatrical release. They
yeah.
kind of
I
just
agree. It
dumped it
came.
out there.
It came straight to DVD, not even Blu-ray here in Australia. It was a
Really?
DVD
Wow.
only release, and it is a shame. And that was also the same deal with Cry Macho that he did
Hmm.
beforehand.
Interesting.
DVD only, no Blu-ray or 4K release. Luckily, I got the 4K release of Cry Macho from the US. So, come on, it's Clint Eastwood. What do you expect?
That's
You need to give it more respect than a regular DVD
not
release.
only that, just like he typically does pretty well at the box office.
Yeah,
If a studio was concerned about box office receipts and box office returns, I don't think you'd have to worry too much about Clint
no,
Eastwood because his movies typically are not large budgeted for the most part, at least not recently. We're not, it's not like one of his larger films that he was making like the 2000s or something like that. Um, I just thought that whole thing was odd, but yeah, a legend. And his career, I believe, is over when it comes to directing and whatnot.
yeah,
So pick up your Juror Number Two DVDs or Blu-rays, and or your other uh, Clint Eastwood DVDs and Blu-rays. His stuff is slowly getting re-released on 4K right now, so you may
yeah.
want to wait a little bit because I'm waiting for Million Dollar Baby to get a 4K release. I'm
That
surprised that
deserves
hasn't
it.
happened.
That deserves a definite upgrade. And
Best Picture winner, critically
22 is
acclaimed,
22 years old. Yeah, I can't
22
believe
years
it's
old.
been
Like they
22
missed the
years.
20-year window for that.
Yeah,
Um, Mystic River's another one which came out right
masterpiece.
before then. I've been waiting for that because that movie typically has an older Blu-ray release from Warner Brothers with like a inferior codec. That Blu-ray release has to be 16 years old, 15 years
Yeah,
old at this point.
something along those lines.
And
Yeah,
I know Warner Brothers is slowly re-releasing a lot of their back catalog stuff. Recently we got All the President's Men and Ben-Hur, and even
yeah,
three Clint Eastwood films last year with Pale Rider, Outlaw Josie Wales, and Dirty Harry.
yeah.
So it's happening slowly but surely. But yet again, as soon as you buy the Blu-ray, the 4K gets announced almost the next day. But for
True.
other things happening here on Chasing Labels, we'll have another episode of the Unwatched Pile this coming weekend. I actually have to pick a movie to watch on my Unwatched Pile. That's probably what I'm going to do after this episode of Chasing Labels. So, without further ado, let's get into the announcements for this week. There were a couple that were announced yesterday. I know Shout Factory had an announcement yesterday. A couple more Kino releases got announced today, but um, we won't really be getting into all of that because I had to cut off the notes at some point because if you don't, you're just going to keep adding and adding as the week
No,
goes along. That's the
fair
one thing
enough.
about doing it on a Tuesday versus a Monday. Things start getting announced right away. So let me add us here. Here is the
Okay,
list. I already have Umbrella up. I don't know if you want to start there or if I
let's
wanted to
start.
start at Vinegars.
Let's start Vinegar Syndrome. Let's start.
Yeah,
Let's start the big one.
that's where I wanted to go. Let's see. There we are. So this is the partner labels month. So I think they just recently had their it wasn't their halfway to Black Friday sale. It was like their preview to halfway to Black Friday
Mm,
sale.
yeah.
And then after that sale, they kind of take off all the other Vinegar Syndrome titles properly, like their sub labels and whatnot. And it's just all partner labels for the month of June, I think leading up to the actual halfway to Black Friday sale, which is one of their bigger sales of the year. But they have a lot of sales going on here as well. But they also have quite a few announcements. Like I said, 29 announcements from their various OCN and partner labels. And basically, Tony, the way I do it, I kind of list them off and then go into some of the ones that I got to see, or even some of the ones that are interesting to myself and perhaps interesting to you as well. So let me list
Mm,
them off and we'll dive in.
okay.
All right. So first up here is Icarus Films is releasing A Game for Six Lovers. Akani Arcani is releasing A New Love in Tokyo. One Two Special is releasing A Poet. Kim Stim is releasing Crimson Gold. Film Movement is releasing The Dark Valley. Saturn's Core is releasing Dead Hunt. As Film Desk is releasing Diane, Dark Sky is releasing Drive Back. Several Futures is releasing Erotic Nature, the films of Pierre Creighton. Factory 25 is releasing The Gits. Film Movement is releasing Happy End. Shutter's releasing Lucky. Bleeding Skull Ninja Zombie. That's a great title. ETR Media is Ninja Quest 64. That's an interesting. It's not really a documentary. I think it's a collection of YouTube videos, I think. Anywho, I'll talk about that a
That's
little bit.
interesting.
Then
Yeah.
Canadian International Pictures is releasing the other French New Wave Volume 2. I will be getting into that, but for those of you who are fans of that label, know that one of their earliest titles was the French New Wave Volume 1 several years ago. Um, Redacted, being released by Magnolia Pictures, is a Brian De Palma film from 2007. One of his later films, because I think after that he only did like two other movies, and yeah, and I think he's working on one right now actually.
Yeah, he
But
is.
yeah, Doc Star's releasing The Serpent Skin. Film Movement is releasing uh, Some Nights I Feel Like Walking. Umbrella Entertainment is releasing Suburban Mayhem. Music Box Selects is releasing Suspended Time. That's an Olivier Assayas film, who did Personal Shopper and The Clouds of Sils Maria and Summer Hours are three of Olivier Assayas films. Film Movement is releasing Thebe, Yellow Veil Pictures, three by Wojciech, Wojciech J. Has. Watermelon Pictures is releasing to a Land Unknown. IFC Films is releasing Tornado. That's a film from last year. IFC Films once again is releasing Undine. That's a movie from 2020. Uh, Wild Eye Releasing is releasing Violator. American Genre Film Archive, or ACFA, is releasing Voices of Desire plus Fly Now, Pay Later. That's a double feature. Film Movement is Wild the Life and Times of John C. Holmes, who I believe was an adult actor who passed away during the AIDS crisis in the 80s.
Yes.
And then Canadian International Pictures is re-releasing Cannibal Girls with a new slipcover. It's the same release that they came out with last year. It's I think Ivan Reitman's first film is
Mm.
Cannibal Girls. I think I'm correct in that.
I think
And
you
then
are.
am I? Am I?
I think you are. Let's have
Let
a
me
quick
look.
look.
Yes, that
Uh,
is the Ivan Reitman film.
yeah.
Sorry, Eugene Levy. Very young Eugene Levy in the
Yes.
70s, long hair, almost unrecognizable.
No, true.
Factory 25 is re-releasing the Mike Deanna film collection. Yes, again, yet again, just a new cover, same release. ETR Media is Nevermind the Raven Effect. That's a documentary about the wrestler Raven, and that's also it's a re-release with the new slipcover art. Then Utopia is not only re-releasing the movie Pavements, they're re-releasing it, upgrading it to 4K. So it's going from Blu-ray to 4K. And yeah, that is all 29 of them with some variant releases. Now, are there any of these titles that stuck out to you, Tony?
Well, De Palma, obviously, for Redacted, and
Yeah.
I'm a huge De Palma fan. Like, I don't know if you know this, but Paul, Suzanne, myself, John, and Ron, we did an episode dedicated to the imprint release of Carrie. That was, of course, directed by Brian De Palma. But and our special guest was Sam Irvin, who was a filmmaker today, and but he was also Brian De Palma's personal assistant from
Oh,
1978 to 1981. And he gave us some. If you watch the episode or listen to it, whatever you like to do, and it was such a great conversation. Nearly, it's an epic 2.5 hour long episode, but one of the most informative, especially with Sam as our guest. Sam was a gem to talk to. We all loved him.
Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome. Yeah, Brian De Palma is truly one of the. I mean, no, I would just say a legendary director who,
Oh
like we
yeah.
said, is still around today and is working on a new film. Just he's one of that generation of contemporaries with Martin Scorsese, George Lucas, Steven Spielberg, Francis Ford Coppola, William Friedkin. I mean, the list
Yeah.
goes on and on. But he was right there in the mix, making those movies from the '60s all the way up through, basically now. And like you just mentioned, Carrie being, I think, his one of his most well-known films, Scarface, of course.
Yeah.
um, Couple of other films from him that I think are really just phenomenal. Blowout, which
Yep.
is with John Travolta, which is excellent. Of course, he did Dress to Kill as well. He of course did The Untouchables, which is
Hmm.
excellent. Um, gee, so many. Carlito's Way is
Yeah, that's
Brian
a
De
good one.
Palma. Snake Eyes with Nicolas Cage, one of the best like opening like first 20 minutes you'll ever see. So
I
kinetic.
agree. I agree. Definitely.
Uh, but this is one of his later films. It's from 2007. 20, 19 or so years ago. And this is it's not a mockumentary, but it's a fake documentary
Yeah.
about soldiers in the Iraq War. For those of you need a history lesson of recent times because time is moving fast. The
Mm,
Iraq War typically, I believe, went from 2003 to 2011. That was the first phase of it. So this was about 4 years into the Iraq War in the Middle East. The United States, coalition of forces from all over the world, et cetera, et cetera. It's a whole history lesson to be had here. But this is a kind of like boots on the ground, first person perspective, found footage type of movie
yeah.
of soldiers in Iraq and what they are thinking, what they're doing, how they're feeling. All the warts and all essentially in this movie. And Brian De Palma, for those of you who don't know, is a very political filmmaker, especially early on in his career.
Oh, definitely.
There's the movie Hi Mom, which he did with Robert De Niro in the late '60s, which is just got a release from Radiance, and it is you know, so political in its perspective this movie reminded me a lot of that because he's just like no holds barred, just kind of going at the Iraq conflict
Yeah.
and the soldiers being placed in there under certain pretenses and all kinds of stuff and things just escalating out of control, all kinds of stuff. I really like the movie from its boldness perspective. It's a
Yeah.
bit of a rough, because it's not really a narrative per se, because it's
No.
in this fake documentary style. So it's tough to truly engage with it. But I think the themes and the political precision by De Palma is still relevant to today when it comes to critiquing politics and military corruption and all kinds of stuff.
Yeah.
I rather liked it from watching from the first time, yesterday.
It's a good film. Like I know I believe it was I know it was Brian De Palma. Well, I believe it was Brian De Palma's first time using DV cameras. Back in the 2000 eras. Lars von Trier, David Lynch, they've all experienced with DV cameras, and this one, well, because it was meant to be a found footage movie, it worked perfectly. And because we all know Brian De Palma's usual movies, that his meticulous detail into slow crane movements and you know beautiful shots. This one's rough, and
Yeah,
it works. It
it
works.
if you didn't know this was a Brian De Palma movie, you would have never guessed because it
No.
has none of his style in it at all. None of his editing. Brian De Palma took a lot from Alfred Hitchcock. It's got none of
Mm.
his usual Hitchcock isms in there. I'm thinking of Body Double as well, which just got a
Oh yeah.
beautiful 4K recently. Um, like I'm thinking of that film in its style and how it's very Hitchcockian, things like that, and even like the Untouchables with its sense of like a '30s gangster movie and whatnot,
Mm,
and Scarface as well. This has none of that in it. It's
none.
so the opposite of Brian De Palma that it's very bold from him as a filmmaker.
Oh, definitely.
But for special features here, there's a new audio commentary with critic Adrian Martin, who has been here on Chasing Labels a time or two. It says redacted and e- the exhumation of truth, a new video essay by film historian Alexandra Heller Nicholas. That's if she's on this release, it's at least worth a
She's
watch.
great. She's great.
Archival interview with Brian De Palma himself, archival behind the scenes featurette, 1 hour of archival interviews with Iraqi refugees, booklet featuring new writing by Professor David Fresco and photojournalist and Army veterans Nathan Webster. Yeah, this movie is very interesting in terms of capturing a time capsule of a time of the mid 2000s of a conflict that had a lot of um discussion around it, like a lot of fervor, a lot of controversial around it, and it's a very historically interesting subject looking back in hindsight. And this movie's definitely within that world, like
Yeah.
within that time. Because I was in 2007, I was just starting college at that time, so I had lived through the start of the conflict, being at a very young teenage age, and people, of course, were talking about it constantly. The post 9/11 world, right afterwards, after those few years afterwards, was an interesting time to be a young person because you were just
Yeah.
inundated with the 24-hour news cycle and world politics and world news. It was incredible. But moving on from Redacted, um, is there any other titles here that kind of piqued your interest?
Well, the obvious one for me, because I love documentaries, is WAD, The
Ah,
Life and
yes.
Times of John C. Holmes. I've seen that one quite a few times actually, and that was fascinating. There was this movie that was released, I believe, in 2003, which stars Val Kilmer as John C. Holmes. I
Oh
believe the
my
film
goodness, that movie isn't it called Wonderland?
Wonderland.
Yeah.
Wonderland, yes. That's a pretty heavy film, but yeah, this one is very fascinating. Like I know they were like in Australia, obviously the DVD was censored for content, obviously, but I was lucky enough to see the full uncensored version, and it was interesting to say the least. And the legend, you know what the legend of John C. Holmes is, the man with the 15-inch member, whatever you want to call
Mm.
it. I don't want to go too graphic here,
It's
but
very it's interesting that you mentioned that because I didn't Alfred Molina play him in Boogie Nights. I have to look
mm,
that up, but
no,
I
I
feel
don't
like
think he did. I don't think he did. I think
I
that was Mark. I believe that was Mark Wahlberg who played Dirk Diggler in Boogie Nights,
yes.
but Alfred Molina played some kind of drug user, drug dealer or whatever, and he had that funny, funny, flamboyant Asian guy just throwing firecrackers all
Oh
over the
yeah.
place. One of the most memorable scenes in Boogie Nights, mind you. But yeah, I don't think he played John C. Holmes, no. But I know the character of Dirk Diggler from Boogie Nights is inspired by John C. Holmes.
Okay, that's
So
the connection.
yeah,
Yeah, yeah, so just reading this here, before Dirk Diggler, we just mentioned him, there was John C. Holmes, the legendary adult actor who turned Johnny Wad into a franchise and himself into a myth.
yeah,
Wad, the life and times of John C. Holmes, plunges into the heady 1970s and 1980s LA porn scene, the nonstop sex, the coke-fueled nights, the seedy characters, and the fatal orbit of club kingpin Eddie Nash and culminated in the Wonderland murders. That's okay. Yeah,
yeah,
that's that connection to that narrative movie you're talking about. Narrated by Mike Sager, who is Rolling Stone. Investigation inspired the movie Boogie Nights. There we go. And Wonderland documentary pairs rare film clips and never before seen crime scene footage with candid testimony from the people who knew him best. So you get a really kind of inside look here. And this documentary is from 1998.
yeah.
Um,
It's quite a fascinating documentary. If you're interested in in the porn industry, or if you're interested in the fascination in fascinating lives of adult movie stars, this documentary is for you. It's really, really good.
Yeah, and that whole adult entertainment industry of the 1970s and 1980s is fascinating from just a historical perspective when it comes to the
Yeah,
movie industry because it had such a boom back then. And especially then it transitioning into home video markets, which you know was sprouted up at the time with VHS and Betamax and all this kind of stuff, led
yeah,
to a whole other industry that's still alive to this day. The adult entertainment industry is still a rather booming industry, and it's evolved so much over the years. Um,
Indeed.
yeah, it's fascinating. But this release here has The Devil and Mike Sager behind the scenes featurette, commentary with adult film historian Casey Scott. It says starring here some names you'll notice: Paul Thomas Anderson, Larry
Yep.
Flint, who we will talk about a little bit later because
Yep.
Arrow is releasing People versus Larry Flint.
I
Then
can't wait to talk about that one. But yeah, we'll
yeah,
go on.
we'll
We'll
get
go on from
we're
that
gonna
one.
get there. That'll probably be our finale. Since we're doing these now, I'll probably do Arrow like towards the
Yep.
end because that'll be our
No
grand
worries.
finale. Uh, but let's move on from there now. I guess since we've done a couple from Tony, we'll do one that I really liked as well. Let me see. What did I? Everything's such a blur because I just started binge watching things yesterday. The Crimson Gold. This is a movie by um, Jafar Panahi, who was all in the news last year because his recent film won the Palme d'Or, was nominated for
Yeah.
Best International Feature at the Oscars, and he is notoriously an Iranian filmmaker whom the Iranian government absolutely hates and just keeps
Yeah.
putting him in jail, banning him from making movies. His movies are slowly getting Blu-ray releases from kind of from Criterion. Basically, they've
Yeah.
released his movie No Bears from a few years ago. They are, I think they're going to be releasing the movie he did last year as well in their Criterion Premieres line that they're doing.
Is
And
it Criterion premieres? I think it's actually Criterion
it was
release.
just Criterion straight up. I think you
One
may
of
be
the two.
right.
One of the two. But I know that's a great film. It deserved the Palme d'Or. Highly controversial, but it is but from the Iranian perspective, very controversial. But yeah, that is a very good film. Highly recommend it.
Yeah, and and typically, and this movie is similarly in line with what we've seen from him recently. I'm trying to look up. Yeah, it was just an accident. That was the
Just
movie
an accident. Yeah.
from last year, and then No Bears was the one before it. Um, and but his movies are very critical of the Iranian government and pretty much Iranian society and how
Yeah.
it exists because of the way in which the Iranian government is so oppressive to freedom of expression and to free I would say freedom in general, but like
Yeah.
equality and things like that and all of that stuff. And in this movie, it is very like I said, politically and thematically similar to what we've seen from him before. But this takes a bit of a take on classism, on the difference within classism of the Iranian society. Let me just read what it says here because I'm not doing a good job of describing it at all.
It's
Uh,
okay. Go ahead.
yeah, let's see. Two master filmmakers, Abbas Kiarostami and Jafar Panahi, team up as a writer and director. So Abbas Kiarostami created some of the most masterpiece films you've seen in the last 30 years. A Taste of
Unbelievable.
Cherry is one of his films
My
that just
favorite. It's my personal favorite. That one.
blew me away. When
Yeah.
I watched that for the first time, what a movie! What a movie!
Oh yeah.
Criterion also put that out on Blu-ray. They had it on
They did.
DVD for the longest time too. But oh my goodness, I have a whole Abbas Kiarostami section in my collection, and I think there's a whole box set of his stuff I still need to get. The Coker trilogy, isn't that his?
I need to get that too. Yes, the
Yeah,
Coca trilogy. Yes.
but Abbas Kiarostami and Jafar Panahi, two great Iranian filmmakers, they team up in this movie as writer and director, respectively, on Crimson Gold, a subtle tragedy on class conflict in modern Iran. Hussein, a real life pizza delivery man who has schizophrenia, is a lumbering war veteran swollen by cortisone and reduced to delivering pizzas at night. Through his nightly rounds, he bears witness to the rewards and vanities of the city's wealthy. He is humiliated when a jewelry shop owner won't allow him in his store, and under pressure to get married, Hussein awkwardly aspires to higher ground. When an eccentric socialite gives him a taste of luxury, Hussein can no longer accept his lowly status. Kiarostami based his story on an actual newspaper account of a botched robbery attempt at a Tehrannian jewelry store by a desperate pizza delivery man. So you've got this. First of all, this is a non-actor, a real life
No.
pizza delivery man, who in this movie is essentially portraying a version of himself or a fictionalized version of himself, and he is doing his job of his regular job of going around delivering food, and but he's also observing kind of like the people he's delivering to. Like he's delivering pizza to like these luxury mansions that are having these big swanky parties and stuff like that. He's delivering to like these rich socialite people, and he's just observing the difference in social classes that are going on around him and how the society is structured. And it's obviously it's these directors, you know, criticizing the social classes of the world and how they're
Yeah.
structured and the differences in how the higher classes typically treat the lower classes terribly. You know, there's a you know they won't even let him in a jewelry store because they just view him as the lesser being. Like, oh, he doesn't look like he's somebody who can actually buy anything. There's a sequence in this movie where he actually has to dress up in like nicer clothes just for them to like let him inside the jewelry store. And even then, they can tell that he's not somebody who can afford this jewelry. And they basically say, hey, go to someplace else that you can afford the jewelry at. And so the movie's definitely lays all of its political cards out there on the table. Really well done. It's a more reserved film. It's not a flashy film at all,
Mm.
and it's really just very very good. It's from 2003, but I still think that classism and social class differences seem to be an evergreen theme throughout our society, especially now with the way in which the economics of the world are working, where it comes from the cost of living being so high,
Yeah.
and the wealth gap being so large, especially here in the United States. It's statistically at its highest ever in the history of the country. So these themes are constantly around us. Uh,
Yeah.
but yeah, it's a good movie, really good from a great director. There's a
I
new
do want to
video.
say this.
Yeah, yeah.
Definitely.
I was very I'm very glad to see more of his stuff getting released so we can actually see his work. Uh,
Indeed.
there's a new video interview with the writer, director, producer Jafar Panahi, booklet with new writing by historian Shida Dayani. So yeah, that is the movie Crimson Gold, which is interesting. Red Gold, or like that's an interesting title.
It
Um,
is. Crimson sounds better though than red gold,
yeah,
personally.
that does. Crimson sounds like a much nicer word than red.
Yeah.
A couple of other titles I have to see. Um, so I did want to mention the ETR Media Ninja Quest 64. I actually looked this up to see if it was a documentary, and I don't believe it is. But it's just it's about somebody. If you're into collecting video games, if you were around back in and grew up in the 90s, you know the Nintendo 64, you know the rounds of video games that they put out. And this person's on a quest to collect all of the games in a 14-day span, and he has a $20,000 budget at his disposal. Yeah, he says super collector Jay Bartlett is back on the hunt, but this time the challenge is extreme. He has just 14 days to track down all 296 Nintendo 64 games with no online purchases and only $20,000 at his disposal. That's a lot of traveling. Uh,
Oh
the
yeah.
mission: secure a full set, then auction it off with 100% of the proceeds benefiting Alzheimer's research. And I didn't get, like I said, I couldn't find this to watch because it's 330 minutes long, which leads me to believe that it's a multi-part like
Yeah.
type of thing. Um, uh, yeah, apparently the special features that it's Jay's Game Room Tour world premiere in 2024, the extended final chat. There's Nintendo 64 Quest Revisited there's interviews on here, there's promo tour day, looks like videos on here as well. So this was just an interesting documentary for me. We're into collecting around here. I'm into collecting movies. People collect video games. I collect books and comic books and stuff like that. So anytime I see like a documentary about somebody collecting something, I'm just interested on the journey. Like, how did
Oh
they go
yeah.
about it? You know?
It's part of the experience, as you said. I collect, as you can see behind me, I got my
Mm.
physical movie collection and TV show collection here. I also collect vinyl, but
Oh,
not vinyl. Unfortunately, the prices here in Australia is pretty damn high. So
I was
unfortunately,
gonna say, is it
I
expensive
had
in Australia? Because it's
yeah,
expensive here now because vinyl is now back into like the public consciousness.
yeah,
So
yeah.
it's like you can
I
buy
haven't.
new vinyl now, but it's gonna be like, at least here in the United States, we're talking like $40, $50 easy
Oh, I
per
know.
vinyl.
Oh no, 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 no. Here in Australia, in Australian dollars, I think the cheapest is for a brand new release is 90 Australian.
Yeah, I was gonna say it must be
That's the
much much higher.
cheapest.
Yeah,
but also like deluxe sets, you're looking at around 200, maybe even
yeah. I forgot
500
about the whole
sometimes.
like deluxe collector sets and stuff like
Yeah,
that, and they're all pressed on like nice new like
yeah, I can't
180 gram
like
vinyls.
I love vinyl, I adore it, but unfortunately, it's just too pricey for me. I still buy vinyl, but only certain titles I want to get. That's it.
I did a little bit of vinyl collecting, oh goodness, like 15 or 14 or so years ago, and I reached the point where I got all the albums of the bands that I liked, so I was
Yeah,
just like, "Oh, that's what I think I'll cut it off." Like
that's what I do. Like
I
I have every Led Zeppelin album
I was
on
just gonna
vinyl.
say, I still need some
I
Led
have
Zeppelin. I have I have Led Zeppelin 1, 3, and 4. And I
Mm,
had Led Zeppelin 1 because my aunt basically gave me her collection. She had an old Led Zeppelin 1 album, and then I think online I bought like Led Zeppelin 4 off of eBay. And then I think I bought Led Zeppelin 3 recently, and it was like original pressing from like the 70s. And I
yeah,
was like, "Okay, I'll buy this."
it's
uh
great.
I know, but over the years they've re-released Zeppelin in like super deluxe, like remasters and stuff like
Yeah.
that that were rather expensive.
Yeah, I
Um,
got that. Those ones I have every single one of
nice,
those deluxe sets, and that's it.
yeah. Like I want to get all the Doors albums and stuff like that. I'm a big Jim Morrison fan, so I have
Mm,
like Morrison Hotel, L.A. Woman. I bought like that it was like an anniversary edition because they was celebrating some type of anniversary. It may have been like 2013. It was LA
yeah,
Woman. They put out a documentary about the making of LA Woman out on Blu-ray too. But that was a fun time. But yeah, vinyl is expensive, but
it is.
you can still find older like, used vinyl that are much cheaper.
Yeah,
You just have to like
definitely.
dig. Yeah. But let's get back to speaking of collecting. Let's see what else is interesting here. So, um, actually, let's talk about Canadian International Pictures because I didn't get to see any of these movies, but I did want to make mention of this because if you do have the first volume and you're like myself, once you see that there's a volume one and then a volume two, you got to get volume two.
Yeah,
Uh, and these are the other French New Wave. Now, these are interesting movies because these are Canadian films from the 60s. Now, we know French movies in the 60s being a part of the French New Wave, but
yeah,
in Canada, if you're in the province of Quebec, chances are you speak French. And
mm,
then
true.
there's a whole history behind Canada being part of France at one point, and that's why in specifically Quebec they speak French Canadian. And this is a set of I think four movies. Yes, it's let me zoom in here as my eyes already fail me. Between Sweet and Salt Water, Where Are You? A Genevieve, and then Fabien sans son Jules, which is actually kind of how you had to look it up on Letterboxd. They didn't just have Fabian. But
Okay.
yeah, these are four French Canadian films from the 1960s, and I wanted to make mention of this. Like I said, I'm probably going to get this eventually because I have the first volume from way back when. I just want to make sure. Okay, there's 470 left in stock. I figure while I'm here, I might as well look and see how much time I have.
Why not?
I still have that same bad problem of waiting until there's like 20 copies left.
You and me
I
both. You and
I
me
just
both. We do
Yeah,
that.
I just bought Streetwise, which was one of the releases from Apparently. They had one copy left, one limited edition left. And I was like,
Wow.
now may be the time to get it. Because I missed
Indeed.
out on like I wanted to get the movie Ghostlight, which is a movie that came out recently, and one of the part of the labels put it out, and I think the limited edition sold out pretty quick, and I don't know if the standards are still out there, but anywho, you can't find it anyplace else with the slipcover. Just impossible to find, not even on eBay or anything. So that's how
True.
you know people are holding on to their copies. But the other French New Wave, like I said, four films, and for special features, they're all scanned and restored in 2K from the 35 millimeter interpositive. New uh, between Sweet and Salt Water audio commentary featuring author Professor Andre Lossel. New interview from former Cinématique Québécois director Robert Dorlin on Where Are You and the films of Gilles Groux, I believe. Genevieve Bugeaud, R equals Life. That's a 5 minute long tribute to Michel Brault, starring Bugeaud. Theatrical trailers for, I think, uh, It says between sweet and salt water, where are you? And the three features from the first volume. Okay, little
Yeah.
carryover there. And booklet
Interesting.
featuring essay by author Ralph Elawani and new interview with Goudal. Goudal by film programmer Mark Lamarthe. I am butchering these people's names, but
It's
uh,
hard, I know.
yeah, it's crazy. Is French is actually my strongest international language because I took it in school for so long, and it's still rough.
Yeah.
But the other stuff here that I want to make mention of, so this we're gonna be talking about Umbrella probably next anyway, so might as well mention this now.
Okay.
Suburban Mayhem was already released by Umbrella in Australia.
Yes.
I think Tony, you can confirm that.
I
Uh,
can.
and this is just kind of like the region A, like US release of it. This is a wild movie. I remember talking about it at the time. Um, yeah, it's manicured and manipulative. The teenage mother exists in a world defined by petty crimes, seduction, sex, fast cars, and suburban mayhem. With her beloved brother Danny in prison for murder and John, her father, concerned about Katrina neglecting the baby. It's time for the 19-year-old to do something. Can you really get away with murder? This is starring a very young Mia Wasikowska, who was an actress all on the rise in the 2010s. She was
Mm,
in, like, oh goodness, she was in Tim Burton's Alice in Wonderland.
yeah.
She was in Crimson Peak, the Guillermo del Toro film. She was in the Chan-wook Park film. I'm completely blanking on it.
Stoker.
Stoker, yes, the one that was so Hitchcockian. It was
Yeah.
brilliant. Um, and she was all on the rise, and I think she just kind of like stepped away from acting over the last several years or so.
No, true. Like, but she was also in a television series which I'm obsessed with. I've seen it many times, but you can't help but watch it. It's an HBO series called In Treatment, and
Oh yes.
she was in the first season playing a character named Sophie who was suicidal. But the writing in that show and her performance in that one in particular, unforgettable. She look at a young. I believe that may have been her international debut for In Treatment, but she was great.
I remember when that show was on HBO because I believe wasn't Gabriel Byrne, didn't
Gabriel
he
Byrne,
play
yes.
the therapist in that show? Um, but this release here has, I think, all the same special features from the Umbrella release. It's got an audio commentary with the director, producer, and screenwriter. Got an interview with the director again, not two of them, and the composer, the producer, the screenwriter. Once again, A through Z of Suburban Mayhem featurette. What is the film about? Cast and crew interviews, blooper reels, deleted scenes, the receptionist mockumentary, Suburban Mayhem soundtrack, composed by Mick Harvey. But yeah, I just wanted to make mention of that, just in case anybody was interested in that original Umbrella release. You don't have to import it if you don't want to.
No, it's
Um,
I believe it's still available from the
it is
Umbrella
it is still
from
available.
Umbrella.
A couple of other films here that are worth mentioning. Like I said, recently is this movie Tornado that came out last year. Kind of under the radar indie film. Um, like indie action film. It says when
Yeah.
her father's puppet samurai show is ambushed by a notorious gang, Tornado vows to seek vengeance and forge her own destiny by stealing the gang's ill-gotten gold. It's one of those very like low key indie films from 2025. It's got good action and some gore in it. Tim Roth is in the movie. That's kind of the only notable name in it. But this release has a 2 disc set that's got it's got a 4K and a Blu-ray. Audio commentary with writer director John McLean and director of photography Robbie Ryan. New video interview with John McLean. Making of Tornadoes Super 8mm film booklet with new writing by film critic Josh Slater Williams. I thought I would mention that because um, newer films getting 4K or just Blu-ray releases in general, especially
Yeah.
indie films that aren't like these big hits, it's kind of a rarity. We're still waiting on movies that
It
are
is.
big hits to get. I'll be saying this for Barbarian, one of the biggest
Yeah.
hits in horror from the last couple of years. Still to this day, no Blu-ray release. Still to this
Well,
day.
it's rumored it's coming, so he's hoping, but
Yeah, apparently the director's still working on it, and I'm just wondering, like, what's the hold up? Like, I don't
Well,
is it a rights issue or whatever?
it
Or
could be. I don't know, but that movie, Barbarian, definitely deserves a physical release because that was incredible.
yeah,
Especially,
and
well,
they're
of course, with the success of Weapons. Now that
yes.
Amy, no, and Amy Madigan won the Oscar for a horror film that won an Oscar, which is fantastic. It needs to get released physically. I know Zach Craig. I believe he's releasing the new Resident Evil movie soon,
Yes.
and then he's doing the prequel to Gladys, which I can't wait for because
Yeah, so,
Gladys
you know,
was
with the success of Weapons, I thought that would kinda spur it along a little bit,
yes, yes,
especially now that he's being, like, obviously given more opportunities to make movies. A Resident Evil movie is a franchise movie, whatever you think of the
yeah,
Resident Evil franchise. It's been around for, 30 years now with video games and such and movies, and then, Weapons being such a big hit, and then there's a horror is once again having a little bit of a bump up in rise right now. I just mentioned
yes,
Obsession and Backrooms are the two biggest movies at the box office right now. Domestically here in the U.S. and internationally. So like horror right now is getting once again a bump up in popularity. Uh,
yeah,
and what's interesting is when it comes to our world here of movie collecting, boutique specifically, horror really drives a lot of it.
it
There are a
does.
lot of collectors out there that I follow on social media, whether it be TikTok or Instagram or even on YouTube, that a lot of their collection you'll see in the background a lot of horror stuff. A lot of the boutique labels put out really good horror releases and whatnot.
Yeah,
Heck, we're talking about Vinegar Syndrome right now. That was kind of how they started, really.
that's true.
And Arrow, which we will be talking about later. Arrow just that was kind of their bread and butter. But a movie that is apparently already out of the limited edition release is this movie called Undine, that's being put out by IFC Films. This was a indie film from 2020, and I had heard about it at the time, and I added it to my Letterboxd watch list, and I just never got around to watching it until now. It's directed by Christian Petzold, who did the movie. Didn't he do the movie Passages a few years ago with the same actor
Yeah, I
in
think it was Passages. Yes.
in Franz Rogowski, who was the lead in that film, and he's in this film as well. And I really like that movie Passages a lot. Uh, this is very interesting. Christian Petzold boldly reimagines the ancient myth of Undine in the suspenseful tale of romance and betrayal in modern day Berlin. Okay, that doesn't really tell us a lot. so, so this movie is an interesting romance, tragedy, thought provoking journey that is not going to be for everyone because it's very ambiguous and very it's more based off of themes and things like that as opposed to plot. So
Right.
you've got this woman Undine who is who portrays her? Paula Bear portrays her. And she's just getting out of a relationship, or the relationship she's in is kind of ending. The guy that she was seeing, I think, is seeing someone else now, but it's kind of a rough breakup. And she is an architect, and she is doing these architectural shows where she's having these like almost like a TED Talk discussion type of thing, like an expose,
Right.
whatever the case may be, where you go to a big old meeting room place and people sit and they listen to you talk about architecture. Um, and this guy portrayed by Franz Rogowski is I think he's like an industrial deep sea diver or industrial diver. Like he goes down and does like underwater maintenance on structures and things like that. And he happens to see her do a show one day, like a thing one day, and he just kind of becomes enamored by her. Like he just like is like one of those like love at first sight type of things.
Mm,
And
right.
he like basically goes to ask her out, and they have this nice meet cute moment, and they start seeing each other. And meanwhile she's still struggling with her previous relationship, being tied to that previous person, that previous situation, and she's struggling with breaking away from that or how she feels about that, but she's also having this really nice time with this new person in her life. So the movie's dealing with all of those things, and then the movie takes a little bit of a turn, and I don't want to say what happens or anything like that. And things change a little bit of the present situation. And the movie just makes you think about a lot of contemplative things. I really, really liked it a lot. I thought it was really well acted, really well done. Very ambiguous though. For those of you who don't like ambiguous movies and want more like hardcore romantic plots or romantic comedy plots or something like that, this movie reminded me. You mentioned Richard Linklater earlier.
Yeah,
Initially, it reminded me a lot of like Before Sunrise, which automatically was a green flag for me because that movie is one of my favorites of all time.
it's a
So it
fantastic
reminded
movie.
me a lot of that because it's all about theme and people walking and talking and connecting on that level. And then something happens, but I won't say what happens. But this
I'm
release here,
intrigued with this one. I'm
yeah,
definitely. I haven't seen this one, but I'm really intrigued with it, with especially from what you suggest, from what you
yeah,
mentioned
I
just
it was a
now.
good pitch by me. I hope.
It
I
was.
hope for people. So there's an audio commentary with Marco Abel from the University of Nebraska, author of the Counter Cinema of the Berlin School, and Jamie Fisher from the University of California, Davis and Irvine, author of Christian Petzold's, co-editors with Aylin Badsine, Badamse, of
That I'm sorry, I
Christian,
guess.
yeah, Christian Emsel interviews from 2023. So a audio commentary by a bunch of experts, essentially. Um, Booklet with new writing by Olivia Landry and Ali Margot. And that is it for the movie Undine, being put out by IFC Films, and it looks like it's selling pretty quickly. I know IFC only puts out like 500 copies. Yeah,
That was
500 units
that was on the limited edition one. Yeah,
of the limited edition, and then probably 500 of their standard. So this sold pretty quickly.
yeah,
Um,
it looks like it.
so let's see, what else did I think that's kind of it that I watched. I had already seen two movies from the three by White Chick Jay Haas, so I'm pretty sure I talked about those before. I did want to see Some Nights I Feel Like Walking because it just looked interesting to me.
That does
Um,
look interesting.
yeah, like the vibes of it just from the trailer and from the stills I was seeing. Um, in the seedy underbelly of Manila, teenage runaway Zion links up with a group of queer street hustlers who lead him on a heated journey of self-discovery in the tempting and dangerous nocturnal city. I'm hooked. I'm hooked from that right
Mm,
away. That's all I need to see. And this is a newer film from 2024. Only a commentary by the director, which at least it's something. And
it's something. Yeah,
yeah, and Film Movement's been putting out some really good movies in general. So when I see Film Movement putting something out, I'm automatically intrigued by the movie itself. Uh, Lucky I'd seen a couple of years ago. Happy End is interesting. Yet again, another Film Movement release. The reason why I'm interested in this is actually streaming on the Criterion Channel,
okay.
which is fascinating to me. That automatically sets up a green flag that this may be something to watch. So, best friends, Yuta and Co. are about to graduate high school in a near future Tokyo where the threat of a catastrophic earthquake pervades daily life. One night, they pull a consequential prank on their principal, which leads to a surveillance system being installed in the school. Between the oppressive security system and a darkening national political situation, Ko feels increasingly frustrated with the world while Yuta seems completely unaware. Finding an empathetic ear and a passionate student activist, Ko's political consciousness blossoms. Assuming that Yuta would never understand his newfound interest, Ko begins to avoid his friend. For the first time in their lifelong friendship, the two are forced to confront differences and they never had expressed before. Sounds like two young people go starting to go down different lanes of life. You know what I mean?
Mm,
Starting to
yeah,
go down different path, getting interested in different things, and having to come to grips with the fact that they may be drifting away from each other for various reasons. Sounds like a coming of age movie, heaped in political themes as well as future apocryphal stuff too. I'm interested by it. I'm interested by it.
sounds
Uh,
intriguing. It sounds pretty interesting.
Probably,
Definitely.
yeah, sounds pretty intriguing to me. If I had more than one day, I probably would have watched it.
Yeah.
But yeah, like I said, these actually all dropped yesterday afternoon, so that's why I didn't have much time to go through much of this. But that is pretty much it, I would say, right now for a good overall look at what we've seen here from Vinegar Syndrome and their partner label Month stuff. 29 titles, some of them re-releases, but all in all, some pretty good hidden gems from what we've been able to gather here. Now, from here, where would you like to go, Tony? We could go over to Umbrella if that's cool with you.
I might
Since
as well. Yeah. Let's go,
yeah,
umbrella.
let's go over there. So over to Umbrella, where we had four releases. Um, we had Ninja Wars, Drive-In Delirium, A New Beginning, A New Beginning, New Extremity Collection Volume 3, and then we had Exit 8, which seemed like it just came out in theaters, actually, like recently.
Yeah,
Uh, but let's actually start with Exit 8, just because it feels like this movie actually fits in with um, what's going on right now in terms of like what people are into regarding like horror as well as like mind bending surreal movies.
yeah.
Um, I don't know if you get to see this movie, Tony?
It literally came out, I believe, a few days ago in
Oh,
theatrically,
gee,
and it's already. I think on the same day this got announced, it came out theatrically, so
wow,
I did not get a chance to see it.
wow.
Like in Australia, we're late when it
Yeah, I was
comes
gonna
to
say.
theatrical releases.
I think it came out in the US theatrically maybe a couple of months ago. Like
Mm,
me, I want to say February or March. I feel like it
yeah,
was
I
around
could be
there.
wrong with the date, mind you, but
Yeah, I could be wrong
I
too. I'm just guessing. uh, But this movie is interesting. Let's see. A man becomes increasingly desperate when he finds himself trapped in an endless, sterile subway passageway with no way out. He finds a set of rules. Do not overlook anything out of the ordinary. If you discover an anomaly, turn back immediately. If you don't, carry on. Then leave from exit 8. When even a single mistake will send him back to the beginning, will he ever escape this purgatory? So it's one of those movies where this person is stuck in an area and has to figure out a way
mm,
out, and there are specific ways in which that can happen. He's stuck in a subway system, so the movie starts off where he's in the subway, he leaves the subway car, and he wants to go back to the surface, and he's stuck there. And there's this list of rules where you got to go down these hallways starting at 0 and then going all the way up to 8. So, and then, but when you go down each hallway, look around and make sure everything is the same as it was in previously. If there's a door in the wrong place, if there's a person that's there that's not supposed to be there, if a sign is different, if a light is off when it should be on, you got to look at all of these details,
yeah,
and if they're all the same, you can then move on to the next one. But if they're not the same, and you didn't notice that, you start back from 0. And obviously the whole movie is like heaped in metaphors of like, why are you stuck in this place? It's all
yeah.
about kind of like personal regrets in life and personal thing issues you're dealing with, and all type of surreal things start taking over in this movie. It's never just a puzzle to get out. It's never just an obstacle course. It's not like that movie on Netflix, that show on Netflix that was all the international rage, where you've got to like complete the games and move on to the
Squid
next.
Game.
Yeah, Squid Game. It's not like
Yeah,
that. Um,
no.
it's more like Squid Game with a surreal twist. and
That's
so
a good way to say it.
so you just kind of go through this, and it gets creepier and creepier because like you start like empathizing with him, or you start like thinking, oh, did he miss that, or did and he oh or sometimes he'll miss something and you'll notice it and he won't notice it. So you get yourself engaged with the movie. Kind of reminds me of Black Mirror, actually, very similar to a Black Mirror
Yeah,
episode.
maybe a little. Yeah,
um but yeah, it's they decided to give this a physical media release, like I said, right away, as not soon after the theatrical release.
yeah.
Uh, so we have only available from the Umbrella Web Store, the Exit 8 Collector's Edition. You get the 48-page book, the rigid case featuring 4 different anomalies, 8 art cards, the reversible poster, the limited edition numbered release. Not much in the way of just regular features. It's just behind the scenes of Exit 8, the Cannes Film Festival footage, and Busan Film Festival footage. I remember this premiered at the Cannes Film Festival last year.
All
That's when
right.
I first heard about this movie. But that's Exit 8, and that's getting a collector's edition. Now, for those of you, yeah, I know, Tony, you collect the Umbrella releases pretty regularly, right?
I do collect a lot, not every single one of them, mind
Mhm.
you, but I do collect certain ones that I'm obsessed that I like. Yeah.
Yeah, so the collector's editions are I like to mention to these for those who don't know it. I've kind of mentioned every time. The collector's editions are typically like a thicker set,
Yes.
and the regular edition, which you can buy for cheaper price, are typically uh just the movie themselves. I think I think Paul showed me, because Paul had the collector's
Yeah,
edition
I've
of
got that.
Dogma,
Yeah, that's the standard edition of
and this is the
Dogma.
standard
Yes.
edition of Dogma. So I mentioned with him Here in the US from the online retailers like Odyssey or Diabolic DVD or Orbit DVD, they typically only get the standards in.
Mm,
While the collector's editions are indeed pretty much just exclusive from the Umbrella store from Australia. So you do
that's
have to
true.
pay like an extra $25 to have it shipped to you here in the US.
All right. Yeah,
Typically
because
a rate.
yeah, yeah, like with Dogma, for instance, there was like that standard release in our local retailer, which is JB Hi-Fi. They charged 55 Australian dollars for that one because it has the 4K and the Blu-ray.
Mm,
But the deluxe edition from the in the website, because you get all the extra goodies as well as a
yeah,
candle.
poster and all that stuff.
Yeah, as well as a candle. I believe that's 200 Australian dollars just to get the collector's edition. I
Wow.
thought, uh, I love the movie Dogma. It's probably my favorite Kevin Smith film, but I'll stick to the standard. I'm happy with
Well, I
that. As
say
long as
this
I
all the time. Right now, so my birthday is the 17th of June, so that's about 2 weeks or so from now. One thing I will be getting for my birthday is the collector's edition of John Waters's Cecil B. Demented from
beautiful.
there, because
That one I
that's
have.
the one I want. Because if I don't, like I said, I don't typically get the big collector's edition. Like I said, it's like it's pretty expensive even to get them here to the U.S.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah,
But
yeah.
for
Not the
that
name.
movie, considering it's my favorite John Waters movie,
Oh
I
really?
figured that's the collector's edition I still want. So I still
Yeah, I've got that over here somewhere. The deluxe collector's edition for Cecil B. DeMille because I'm a John Waters obsessive, and
yeah, I got my
I get.
copy. I tell you, people think I'm crazy. I always keep pink flamingos next to me for
Oh,
moral
I got
support.
actually got Pink Fingers right here, which I like. I had the honor of meeting John Waters quite a few years ago, and he was one of the most nicest gentlemen you can ever meet.
That's awesome.
But I can't wait. Speaking of John Waters, I can't wait for near the end of the month for two 4Ks from Criterion, Desperate Living and Hairspray. But
Yeah,
Desperate Living in 4K, that is gonna be something. I can't
it really,
wait
really
for
is.
it.
And hairspray is so yeah, hairspray is gonna be interesting as well.
Oh yeah.
Um, yeah, I've just been seeing him doing like interviews recently, just talking about his life and whatnot. Because it was his birthday recently and stuff, and he had his birthday cake. I don't know if anybody saw it online. It had a popper on it, and if those of you
Yeah.
have not seen his stand up when he's talking about like doing poppers and going on roller coasters and stuff, and it's a whole big inside joke. But
He's one of a kind.
truly one
I
of a kind.
adore him.
So I live in like Rhode Island, and he has a house in Provincetown, Massachusetts, just like 3 hours away from me. So he's always at the Provincetown Film Festival, like every summer, like every
Mhm.
June. I'm pretty sure he's been going there for decades. So people always like talk about him being there and whatnot. And I think that's where he
Yeah.
spends his summers actually, is
Oh
in the
yeah, it wouldn't
summer home.
surprise me.
But anywho, the big old collector's edition of Cecil B. Demented, my favorite John Waters movie, is still they still have it in stock on umbrella.com. So that's what I'll be getting soon. Because it'll cost like $80 US to have that shipped here. Which
Wow.
is a lot for one single release, even if it is a
Yeah.
movie that you do indeed love. But yet again, everybody's a different type of collector. Everybody values things
Indeed.
differently, you know.
Indeed.
But moving on from Exit 8, let's move over back to speaking of box sets, we'll go to the New Extremity Collection Volume 3. Now, I haven't seen all of the movies in this set. I've seen Irreversible, I've seen Raw. I think that's about it because there's 4 movies in this set. Um, there's there's Caged, Irreversible, Trouble Everywhere, and Raw. Now, Tony, have you seen all of these or some of them?
I'm with you. I've seen two of them. I've
Okay.
seen Irreversible and I've seen Raw. But I got to get back to John Waters on this one
Okay.
for a second. Um, in Sydney, John Waters came to the Sydney Opera House and did a film festival called John Waters Double Features from Hell. It was 8 movies, 4 double features, and I went to all of them. I had to, it's John Waters, and he was
Mm,
curating them. The first night was at the Sydney Opera House. The theme for that one was Shock, and Shock was a double feature of Irreversible and Lars von Trier's Antichrist.
that's a good double feature.
That's an extreme double feature
Yeah.
to say the least. And oh my lord, watching Irreversible and Antichrist in the Sydney Opera House, one of the most iconic places in Sydney, Australia. That was an experience, to
Yeah,
say
that's
the
yeah,
least.
The Sydney Opera House is like one of the most well-known structures in the world.
Yeah,
Just from visually, you'll be like, "Oh, that's the Sydney Opera House."
yeah,
You know, and when you think of an opera house, you think of prestige, you think of high art, you think of, you know, I don't know, like people well dressed. But John Waters is there showing like irreversible, and like you said, Antichrist.
Antichrist was a double feature. Then the next one was a theme called Terror, which was Paul Greengrass's United 93,
Mm.
and his movie Cecil B. Demented. That was actually
Oh,
screened at the Opera House. And then there was another theme called Goddess. Goddess featured two of the most outrageous films I've ever seen. Like Elizabeth Taylor in the movie called Boom. Saw
yeah,
that.
nice.
And then there was a great, brilliant, hilarious 1969 Argentinian film called Fuego with Isabel Sali, and that was something. And then the last, before we, I'll just
Mm.
say the last double feature theme. The last double feature theme was sex. And that was a very interesting one to say the least, because the first film was a documentary called Zoo, and if you don't know it, I won't go into full graphic detail
Mhm.
because it is quite shocking.
Right.
It is a documentary about this guy who fell in love with a horse and died while making love to it.
Okay.
That's probably
That's
as far as I'll go.
self-explanatory. Self-explanatory.
Self-explanatory. That was it. And then, of course, his other film was A Dirty Shame. So
Okay.
yeah, all those films, so crazy, screening at the Sydney Opera House. That was an experience. Oh, give me 1 sec. I just got to show you something here quickly
No,
before.
no problem. Well, I was just gonna say myself, I actually recently bought the movie Boom with Elizabeth Taylor
Oh,
and
nice.
Richard Burton, and I showed it off a few episodes ago here on Chasing Labels, but I just happened to have it next to me. And then recently, I just saw a video of Elizabeth Taylor yesterday doing an interview with Larry King I think it was back in
Mm,
the '80s. Her talking about her advocacy for the AIDS crisis and stuff like that.
yes, I saw
Um,
that too.
and I always knew that John Waters was a big fan of Elizabeth Taylor, and I've always been a big fan of Elizabeth Taylor as well.
He
This is
does
a
a co-
Joseph Losey film, actually. Joseph Losey,
I know. It's
who's
crazy.
done like great, like all like The
Oh
Servant
yeah.
is like an amazing movie, and
Brilliant.
but he
Brilliant.
also did Boom.
Yeah, and John Waters does a commentary on that release.
Honestly why I bought it, but I also want
Oh
to get like
yeah,
every Elizabeth Taylor movie too. So it was like a twofer. Like I get the John
indeed.
Waters commentary and an Elizabeth Taylor movie all
Mm.
in one.
And just to show you here, for instance, after the last double feature at the Sydney Opera House, you get a meet and greet with John Waters, and you get some stuff signed. But that's not all. You get a certificate signed that says that I've completed watching all 8 movies,
Nice.
and yeah, he signed it for me, and right there, that's the certificate of the
I would get that
of,
framed, Tony. I get that framed.
I think I want to get it framed. But
Nice.
yeah, that was it. But it
You
was a
should.
great experience.
Yeah, that's awesome. I remember when. Yeah. That's so awesome. That's so awesome. But speaking of like shock movies, we have this new Extremity box set, Volume 3. So we've got a lot of extreme for anybody who likes this stuff. Now, in the 2000s, I think I mentioned this before, there was a whole wave of these extreme movies, very violent, very gory, push the
Yeah,
envelope way beyond limits you could imagine. And a lot of them are pretty well known. We have like Martyrs is one
yeah.
that's a big one.
It's probably the
Um,
biggest one.
yeah, probably one of the biggest one. There's a few others that are just completely blanking, leaving my head. Um, but Irreversible definitely one. I would say Audition is perhaps part of that as
Oh
well.
yeah, Audition is definitely one of the most
Maybe like
extreme
Ichi the
Japanese
Killer
films.
is another
Oh,
one
it's
too.
brilliant. Yeah,
I know, and then you have like the Saw franchise spotted up during that time. You had the Hostel movies from Eli Roth. The French Extreme with High Tension. That was the one that was in my
that
head.
was
High
great.
Tension.
That was great.
So you had all of these kind of spout up during that 2000s time period, and these were like I said, these movies are not for everyone. Very
No,
graphic,
no, no,
very
definitely not.
violent, brutal films in many regard. What's interesting is that you still have some of those movies that do get made today. Like Raw is a movie from a couple of years ago by Julia. Is it Julia Ducournau
Julia Ducournau, yeah.
who did the movie Tenet, which was I thought was great
Titan,
actually.
Titan,
Yeah, Titan. That's what I say.
yeah,
Tenet.
brilliant.
Christopher Nolan.
Titan was brilliant.
Yeah, Titan. Which I'm still waiting for like a nice deluxe release of Titan. That's why I haven't added it to my collection yet. There is a like a standard Blu-ray edition of that.
Yeah, I've got that release. But for some reason, the Titan was never released physically here in Australia. Like
Ah,
I had to pre-order it from the US. That's how I got
ironically,
this.
it was the opposite here for Raw. For many years, actually, the release I'm gonna get it. The release I have of Raw is an Australian edition because they
Yeah,
didn't release it here on Blu-ray
from
for a long
from
time.
from Monster Pictures, I believe. So yeah, that one I do have.
I have this edition here.
Yes, from Monster Pictures. Yes, that's
And hold on, my wire got stuck. This was I had to import this from Australia actually.
yeah.
It may have been actually from it may have been from JB Hi-Fi actually. I don't
May have
remember
been,
it.
yeah, before they stopped shipping to the US,
I was
definitely
just
from
gonna
JB because
say JB Hi-Fi doesn't
yeah,
ship to the US
it is a real
anymore.
shame because they've got some great exclusives there.
They do. They do have some good sales on some stuff from time to time, especially the imprint and the umbrella stuff. But
Yeah.
anywho, this was the only edition of Raw that I could find for the longest time, and then I think Shout Factory ended up putting it out, but they put it out like years and years after
Mm.
the new had come and gone. Like Titan had already come out by that time.
Yeah,
Um,
Titan was ever released, and I believe Alpha, the new Dukanel film, that I think that's a UK so far that has a physical release for
I
that
think
one.
they're the only ones so far because that movie I guess didn't do as well as
Mm,
Raw or Titan in terms of just people talking about it. Um,
yeah.
but yeah, this is the only way I've gotten Raw, and I've I've recommended this to people. Not the best recommendation for people, but you know, whatever.
Not for the faint
It's
of
like if you
heart,
want to watch something.
definitely.
The thing is, what I really loved about this movie is, yes, it's gross, and it had some of those stories where like people would look getting sick in the movie theater or having to run out and throw up in the bathroom, and I'm just like, I got to see this, you know?
I watched it.
Yeah,
I was told the same thing. Like
yeah.
I was even given a vomit bag to
Oh,
watch the to
jeez.
watch it. And what did I do with the vomit bag? I just did not because it was basically so cheaply. They promoted it so cheaply here in Sydney. It was basically a gold gift bag. That's all
Yeah,
it
it's a
was.
souvenir, a
Yeah,
souvenir,
like
memorabilia.
no, and of course it was nothing as what they. I've seen worse. That's probably the best
Yeah,
way to describe it. I've
exactly.
seen
That's what it
worse.
was. And what is interesting to me is Julia Ducournau is such an artistically like gifted and deep and well done filmmaker, like well crafting
She's
filmmaker
a
that like
visionary, definitely.
she's not going for like 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 exploitative levels of grossness. Like there
No,
is a reason for this movie. Now, for those of you who do not know about this movie deals with cannibalism, if you will.
yeah.
It's not a big like twist here. I mean, just look at the cover.
The
Um,
cover itself and the yeah,
Kind of
and
gives it away. But
it does.
the cannibalism is treated as kind of a coming of age type of thing. Like this young girl is going through a sexual awakening, and
Yeah.
through the sexual awakening in herself also comes the rise of her innate cannibalism too. And the way in which the movie intertwines these two themes is hauntingly fascinating, in my opinion. Just
It
hauntingly
is. It
fascinating.
is.
Um,
Definitely. But with
it's
Duca
yeah,
now, well, I mean, with Duca now, her
yeah,
vision was extreme. Like for Titan, for instance, come on. Falling in love with a car and then having
yeah.
sex with it and then
This
getting impregnated by a car. That was
this meshing of
what kind of mind comes up with that stuff? It was original, something unique, and it worked. It really worked for some
this
reason.
idea of man versus machine or humanity versus
Yeah.
machine and the combination of the two ironically is Cronenberg would then go on to I think take that one step further in the movie he did
Crash.
after. Yeah, and this idea of truly meshing like machinery and humanity into
Oh, you
one.
mean crimes of the future? Yes, I think
Yeah,
I know the
Crimes of the
one.
Future.
Yeah.
That's what I'm thinking of. um I know that was dealing more with like obsessive of surgery and
Yeah.
body morphing and things like that, evolution, but still similar to what Dukanau was doing in Titan. I'm curious if Titan will end up in like a new extremity
He's
volume
hoping
4.
because it's in dire need of an Australian physical release because Titan's work but as bizarre as the story is, it's worth watching. It is incredible. I really
That movie
enjoyed it.
haunted me. That movie was actually like my favorite movie of that year for the longest
Mm.
time because I was
That
just
won the Palme
blown
d'Or.
away. because nobody's doing filmmaking, nobody's taking those types of chances in movies very often these days.
So
That's
true.
why that's why I'm really impressed with Obsession and Backrooms because of the boldness of filmmaking. Sometimes you can watch a movie and you can tell that the filmmakers will have to pull back at some point. There's not
Yeah.
a lot of boldness in in filmmaking, at least at the mainstream level now. Um, and when you get that boldness in there, it really kind of pushes it. But some other movies in here on this box set, you have Gaspar Noé's Irreversible, a notorious film. So Gaspar Noé's Irreversible is a movie that's been discussed, derided. Some people think it's the most brilliant artistic movie ever made. Some people think it's revolting garbage. It really runs the gamut,
It
depending on who you talk
was.
to.
It was.
uh,
Try watching it with a double feature with Lars von Trier's Antichrist. Then
in
you'll see
in a
something
crowd of
extreme.
strangers, yeah, a
Yeah, but
crowd of
the thing with Irreversible, I know it caused a lot of controversy when it was released here in Australia. It was banned for a short period of time, but then it got back because there was another film I believe that was released around the same period, or probably around the same year or a little year earlier. It was another French, probably probably a French extreme film called Baiser Moi, which I'm not going to reveal the
oh.
translation in English because there will probably yeah Bezamoir was released in Australia for 2 weeks and then it got banned permanently. I was lucky enough to see that film theatrically, and that was full on to say the
Is that
least.
hold on? If I'm thinking of the same movie, maybe I'm not. Hold on. No, I was thinking of a different movie. I was thinking of a Catherine Breillat film, which was just as like graphic.
Oh, you mean Romance or Anatomy of Hell?
Yes, I think I'm thinking of Anatomy of Hell. I think
Oh,
I'm thinking of
Anatomy.
that.
Oh, I'm
That
sorry,
movie is a
Anatomy of
rough
Hell. I
watch.
loathe.
Yeah,
I
Catherine.
loathed Anatomy of Hell.
Talk about Catherine Breillat is a filmmaker that doesn't just pushes the envelope beyond measure.
Yes.
Um, just absolute bold filmmaking on a disturbing level. Just disturbing
I
level.
get the boldness, but but for Anatomy of Hell, when that because that's I believe on the second Extremities disc box set, I believe, from that one. And I just found it probably the most unforgiving thing in the movie watching in a movie. I found it boring as hell. I did not I
Mm,
thought it was I just
yeah.
thought it was I just all right, it was a woman who just wants to hire a gay model, and he just wants to have sex with her and basically mind screw him. But it was
Mm.
just I just found it boring. But I'm just glad it was only 77 minutes long. It
It
wasn't
is, yeah, it is
and
actually short.
yeah.
It's short and to the point.
Yeah,
Obviously, the point being very in your face, like
it
not
was.
subtle in its way.
Not subtle, but I
That's
was
the
bored
one
with it.
thing
I'm
with these
sorry.
movies. They're not very subtle, in terms of like their shock value, in terms of what they're
Yeah.
going for. Um,
But of
yeah. So
course with
yeah, go on.
I was just gonna say, of course, with Irreversible, the most famous scene in the movie is the 10-minute long rape sequence. And
Yeah, that's the one that
that
everyone talks about.
caused a lot of stir. And I
Even to
get
this
it.
day, that's
To
discussed.
this day.
It's
Yeah.
discussed a lot. And that's honestly what that movie's remembered for the
Mm,
most. Even people who haven't seen that movie,
they know
that's
about it.
they know about it. And what's interesting is that it's also kind of like the core scene of that movie because the whole movie kind of revolves around that scene because the whole plot of that movie, first of all, that movie's being told in reverse, which is
Yeah.
already something that is going to play with people's minds.
Hmm.
And the whole movie is about these guys basically trying to find like the perpetrator of that scene.
That's
If
right.
I do recall, it's
Yeah.
been several years since I've seen the movie, and the movie starts off at the end and then works its way back and back and
To the
back and back
beginning.
to the beginning,
Yeah.
including that very graphic scene, which has been, like I said, talked about so much.
Oh, I
Um,
know.
it's yeah, it's been review. It's been so Irreversible's gotten a few releases over the years.
Yeah.
I know Indicator has put out a release of it,
They
and
got. I've got that release, and
I
that
think
includes the straight cut, which is
yeah,
basically the end of the movie is the beginning of the film. So you're
yeah.
basically watching it in its right order. But give me the theatrical any day.
Yeah, there was a so on the old DVD of Memento, the old special edition DVD of Memento, there was a cut where you could watch Memento in like chronological order,
Oh
as
wow.
opposed to the way which Memento was told going in reverse as well.
Yeah.
Um, it just it, I never watched that cut, and I actually never owned that DVD, but I don't even think that cut was put on the Blu-ray either.
I
Uh,
don't think so, no.
and I think Memento is going to be getting a 4K
Yeah,
eventually.
it is. It is getting a 4K. It was announced, but yeah, I don't know if it'll include that cut as an Easter egg. Who knows? But
Yeah, yeah, but anywho, so Irreversible delivers a. I'm just going to read this just so we can move
mhm.
on. Delivers a brutal exploration of time, trauma, and vengeance, unfolding in reverse chronological order with visceral intensity. Claire Denis' Trouble Every Day blends eroticism with primal hunger in a sensual yet unsettling descent into obsession and cannibalistic desire. I think I've seen Trouble Every Day. I feel like I have.
Okay.
Yet again, when you watch like 800 movies a year, like I do, you forget what
I
you see.
know. I know.
I feel like Trouble Every Day also got a release as well. Um, and I've been trying to watch more um, Claire Denis films over the years, who's slowly becoming one of my like contemporary favorites.
Yeah.
Let me see. So Trouble Every Day. I'm just checking my letterbox really quick for those of you listening at home. Of course, I spelled trouble wrong, so that's gonna get me nowhere.
Oh, you'll be
They love
fine.
um, a precise spelling on Letterboxd. So yeah, the 2001 film by Claire Denis, Trouble Every Day. I have seen it. Okay, but anywho, so that's just a mystery. So, oh yeah, because what's his name is in that? Vincent Gallo's in that movie.
Oh,
That's why. That's an interesting, kind of controversial figure in film. But in the movie Caged, director Jan goes let's say Jan goes on thrusts viewers into a nightmarish underworld where captivity and desperation strip humanity in its rawest instincts. Rounding out the set is Julia Ducournau's explosive debut, Raw, a coming-of-age nightmare that marks a bold new voice in genre cinema. Together, these four films form a daring showcase of cinema that challenges, provokes, and dares viewers to confront the unflinching realities of flesh and emotion. Viewer discretion is not just advised, it's inevitable. True. So this comes in a collector's edition, which has all the movies completely uncut and uncensored, 100-page book. It's got a custom artwork by Chris Melbon, also known as Melbs, and there's 8 art cards. There's 2 reversible posters. Trouble Every Day has a new sound design in Claire Denis' Trouble Every Day. I Could Eat You critics Emma Westwood and Stephen A. Russell discuss Trouble Every Day. Till Death Do Us
hmm.
Part, Nadine Whitney on devotion to the diseased in Trouble Every Day. And then for
Nadine Whitney,
Irreversible.
she's amazing.
Oh, okay. Uh, that does sound very interesting. Then there's an audio commentary by Gaspar Noé for Irreversible. There's a new audio commentary with author Stephen Thrower, new power trip Kat Ellinger on Irreversible and male violence. That's fascinating.
Yeah.
Irreversible cut. There's that straight cut you were talking about.
Oh, good.
Deleted scene. The Odyssey 2019, the Irreversible Odyssey 2019 documentary. Special effects 2003 interview with Rudolph Cabriere, Stress and Outrage music videos by Thomas Bangalter. Then Cage says it takes a lot of guts. Lee Zachariah on Captives, BIFFF, Q&A with director Jan Gozlan and actor Zoe Felix from 2011. And then Raw has 2 commentaries, one by the writer-director and film critic Emma Westwood. And there's an audio commentary with author Alexandra Heller Nicholas. It's interesting when Alexandra Heller Nicholas was on Chasing Labels. Oh goodness, a couple of years ago, she mentioned meeting Julia Ducournau and doing some type of panel with her, or
Mm.
some type of Q&A discussion, and meeting her and whatnot. So that was very fascinating. Alternate opening, there's Quick Bites with Julia Ducournau and Alexandra Heller Nicholas. Genre Matters 2016's Women Genre Filmmakers panel with Julia Ducournau and a bunch of other people. Australian premiere introduction with Monsterfest director Kayla Janice and filmmaker Julia Ducournau. Kayla Janice, who works a lot with Severin for a lot
Yeah.
of Lisa, I think she's just started her own label, I
Yeah,
think.
she did. She did.
Um, and they're gonna be released through Severin. Um, so let's see. Have you seen the Cannibal Girl publicity stunt? Raw a Voltregalt 2017 discussion with writer director Julia Ducournau and film critic Emma Westwood. I'd have to do a compare and contrast to what I've got on my old Blu-ray here.
I think it might
But
be the same, except with the commentary of Alexandra Helen Nicholas. I think it might
yeah,
be
I think that's
identical.
the only thing that, yeah, it's got everything else. Okay. So I don't have to upgrade or find a new release.
Okay.
Nice. Nice. That is the one thing when it comes to the boutique label world, when it comes to different countries, different labels putting out the same movie. The special features sometimes may be different. So if you're a
Yeah.
completist and you have OCD type of tendencies when it comes to your collecting habits, it's gonna get to you after a while.
I'm
I
I'm there. I'm
I
one of
find
them.
I'm with you. I find that with formats actually. If a 4K comes out from a movie, I kind of got to get it just because
Mm,
I know the movie's going to look so much better. Um
yeah.
so that happens with me. But let's move on to I don't know if there's much to say about this last one here because it's not a movie per se. It's a collection of trailers. No,
Ah,
there's two
yes.
left. I'll just mention this Drive-In Delirium, New Beginnings Collectors Edition. It's just a collection of, I believe, yeah, 300 theatrical trailers remastered in high
Yeah.
definition, plus archival interviews with trailer editors Steve Carver, Alan Arkush, and Joe Dante, and exclusive poster gallery to seal the deal. So, uh, y-
I'm obsessed with those. Like I've got every
oh,
single Drive in Delirium with because I love watching trailer compilations and this is great. Like I recently just got the AGFA limited edition release of the movie Orgy that Joe Dante did, and that was just great. Nearly 4.5 hours, over 4.5 hours of trailers and everything else. But yeah, trailer compilations, they're great for parties and movie nights, especially
mm,
like if you want to play something in the background, play Drive-In Delirium or whatever trailer compilation you want to do, and it's great. I
yeah,
love them.
it's always interesting to me because I guess sometimes like trailers are something that's interesting in and of themselves in terms of
Yeah,
their
yeah,
history of like marketing and how they market a movie or not market a movie. Sometimes you see trailers that don't represent the movie at all. You
no,
see, uh, I I remember this is going back a ways. I'm going to go off on a little tangent here, but remember the movie Drive with Ryan Gosling, the
yep,
Nicholas Winding Refn movie. So some woman sued, I don't know if she sued like the movie or sued the movie theater or sued something because the trailer made the movie look like a Fast and Furious movie. And of course, if you've seen the movie Drive, it's not a Fast and Furious movie.
no.
So she was so mad when she saw the movie and it wasn't the movie she thought it was. Um, and she sued somebody. I forgot what it was, but I'm like, that's what movie trailers can do, I
Some
guess. They can
some
make you
people,
they can make you think it's something else. Then what's always fascinating to me, and I know there's a reason behind all this, is when you see a movie trailer and there are scenes in the movie trailer that aren't in the final movie, and a lot
yeah,
of that is to do with the fact that um, the scenes that the movie trailer company gets are usually at a point during the production where the movie isn't finished. So they're kind of just getting scenes to compile together.
yeah,
That's why that sometimes often happens. You've seen that a lot. I mean, I know recently with the new Star Wars movie that came out, it always brings me back to the fact that a lot of the TV spots and the trailers for the movie Rogue One had scenes in it that were never in the movie, and also they
that's
weren't
true.
even included as deleted scenes on the Blu-ray or 4K release either. So it's just like lost scenes on the cutting room floor somewhere, and
Yeah,
that's Star Wars. You know what I mean? Like that's big Disney company doing that. But these are the trailers always fascinate me. But so this is just a complete. I think it's 304 trailers on here, which are a
yeah.
lot. Which are a lot of trailers.
Mm.
Speaking of Joe Dante, it just reminds me that I still need to get his movie Inner Space that Arrow put out recently, and I was just talking about the Burbs earlier actually because they did a Burbs TV show adaptation
Mm.
of the movie The Burbs from 1989, and I forgot that they actually did that because also they did a TV show adaptation of Cape Fear, which is coming out
That I
as
gotta tell you,
well.
I'm actually looking forward to. Like the Burbs, I saw one episode and I was done. I couldn't
Mm,
do it. But Cape Fear, I'm actually looking forward to, especially Javier Bardem as Max Cady. That's gonna be something because
Yeah,
In my opinion, he played the perfect psychopath in No Country for Old Men.
I was just
He
thinking that
was
exactly. He's already played
he
like this, like mindless, nihilistic,
yeah,
you know,
he
hunter
played the
killer
perfect
stalker
psychopath. Definitely.
in No Country. I mean,
Mm.
so we know he can do it. We know he
Oh
can do
yeah.
it. So let's move on to the last one here from Umbrella because we're spending so much time here on Umbrella. But it's Ninja Wars, which is uh an interesting movie because the title is actually more interesting than the actual movie, in my opinion. So Ninja Wars, standing against. Okay, so in a war-torn age of feudal Japan, a deadly prophecy says the man who marries Yukio will rule the world, and ruthless forces will kill to make it happen. Standing against them is Jotaro, a master ninja who must fight through an onslaught of assassins and supernatural enemies to stop a reign of terror before it begins. Bursting with swordplay, sorcery, and cult-style spectacles, Ninja Wars is a delirious fantasy action classic from Japan's golden age of ninja cinema. Um, yeah, so Hiroki Sanada is in the movie, who many people probably know who Hiroki Sanada is. He was in the recent miniseries, or I guess it's now getting a second season, Shogun.
Shogun.
He's been in many movies over the years. He was just in the two recent Mortal Kombat films, the second of which is not that good, but that's neither here nor there. But this is him like way back in like early 80s. He's almost like unrecognizably young. Like I'm always used to
Mm.
him being a much older actor and being
Yeah.
very distinctive looking, whereas in this he's so young I didn't even recognize him. But this movie's fine. Like the plot is kind of straightforward. It's a little interesting, kind of Japanese. There's some risqueness in the movie as well. I think it's a Toei production. I believe it's Toei. Um, it's fine. Like it's fine. Like some cool action sequences and whatnot, but it's not particularly great in any way. But
Fair
there is
enough.
a collector's edition of a 48-page book, 8 art cards, uh, rigid slipcase featuring custom illustrations by Pucherman. Limited edition numbered release. There's a new audio commentary with action cinema expert Mike Leader and Russell Walt. New Bloodstained Ninja Scrolls historian Jonathan Clements on Ninja Wars. There's a new documentary here called Chiba Law, a documentary on martial arts, Japan Action Club, and Sonny Chiba, featuring interviews with historians Mike Leader, George Clark, Matt Rutledge, actors Maria Tran, Takashi Hara, and stuntman Ruben Langdon. I did want to mention that Sonny Chiba is in the movie, but it's a
Mm.
small role. It's a
Oh,
small role.
that's a shame.
International trailer A and then international trailer B. Um, so that's Ninja Wars. I think this is the same director of another movie that they released that I can't remember. It's the one where it's like the samurais get transported into like modern day, or like Japan during World War II or something. Oh no,
Mm.
it's the opposite. I think the World War II Japanese soldiers get transported into feudal Japan, and they end up like fighting in the wars with them. It's an odd movie. It's an odd movie. I think it's done by the same director. Uh,
Okay.
yeah. I almost want to look it up, but I can't remember the name of it off the top of my head. But I think it's also put
Excellent.
out by Umbrella as well. Uh, so let's move on from Umbrella. Move on to any place in particular you want to go to. We could go to uh,
Um, I think Indicator's only like a couple of movies or something. I don't
yeah.
know. If you
There is 3 movies. Yes.
okay, let's go Indicator.
Yeah. So we have Buffet Freud. Buffet Freud, and Buffet Freud is getting a 4K release in the US and the UK, Blu-ray release in the US and UK. Uh, Merci La Vie is getting the same treatment. It's getting 4K in the US and the UK, Blu-ray in the US and the UK. And then you have French Dressing, which is just getting a Blu-ray release in the US. Um, interesting triple feature here, one would say. A
Yeah, I guess.
bit surrealism here. So I always click on the US release just for my own purposes.
Why
This movie
not?
stars Gerard Depardieu, Bernard Blier, and Jean Carmet. A bit of an odd French film, if you will. It's farcical, it's satirical, it's surreal, it's odd. So let me go. So this is a movie from 1979. So we have a young Gerard Depardieu. This was long before he was in Although long before he was in The Man in the Iron Mask,
Yeah. Way
long before
before.
then. Um, Also, I think this is before he was in. He was in an adaptation of Cyrano de Bergerac.
Yes, that's right. He was,
Yeah,
and I believe that was 1990. I
yeah,
believe.
yeah, yeah. I remember they showed us that a lot in school when I was younger. I don't know why. Maybe because they wanted to show us like here's an adaptation of Cyrano de Bergerac. They should have just showed us Roxanne with Steve Martin. Um,
Agreed.
that would have been like more accessible to kids
Yeah.
as opposed to like this period piece drama. But anywho, 1979, here we are. Too farcical to be a thriller, yet too surreal to be a farce. Bertrand Blier's wonderfully absurd Buffet Freud follows Alphonse Tram, Gerard Depardieu, an unemployed man who befriends anyone who will listen to him, before often murdering them by mistake. Yeah, there's a series of like bumbling murders in this movie. After
Oh.
Tram's wife is murdered, he befriends his new neighbor, Inspector Monvendieu, and his wife's killer, and as they hop from misadventure to misadventure, often in bizarrely liminal spaces, leaving behind a trail of accidental victims. Buffet Freud was a financial flop in 1979, but has since gathered a die-hard cult reputation as per time out a charitably Buñuelian depiction of a far from discreet uh, crimes of the bourgeoisie. That's interesting. This is kind of like a lighter, sillier version of a Buñuel film.
Mm.
That's now it's starting to click in my head in terms of that level of farce and satire. Whereas Buñuel took it a little more seriously and was a little more biting in terms of his social commentary, stuff like that. This is very much lighter in that regard. Um, I did get, yeah, like I said, I did get to see it, and it was very odd, like oddly collection of like bumbling moments. There's a 4K HDR restoration from the original negative. It's in Dolby Vision, HDR, original mono audio. Bertrand Blier on Buffet Freud from 2019. The writer director takes on in-depth look at the back of his cult film, Les Rondeurs du Dimanche. Buffet Freud. It's an extract from the French television program featuring Blair and cast members. It's Gerard Depardieu, Bernard Blair,
Hmm.
and Jean Carmet, discussing the film at the time of its release alongside other guests, image gallery, script gallery, English subtitles because it's in French,
Yeah.
limited edition booklet, and it's the world premiere on 4K. Limited to 6,000 copies, etc., etc. Region free, obviously. If you get the 4K, it's region free. Like I said, there's a US version, there's a UK version. So depending on which region you're in,
Yeah.
uh, get whichever one you want. Um, Now we have Merci La Vie, which is even more surreal. So this stars Charlotte Gainsbourg. Look at the connection we're making here. We talked about Lars von Trier's Antichrist
Yep.
earlier. Charlotte Gainsbourg is a frequent collaborator of Lars von Trier. She was in
Yeah.
Antichrist. She was in Nymphomaniac. Oh, that's a movie. Um,
That's one of my favorites. I love it.
no,
And Melancholia.
Yeah, Melancholy, I think may have been my first Lars von Trier film because I think I
Oh
started getting
wow.
into him just at the time that movie came out. That movie, that movie's incredibly depressing. But
Well,
uh,
yeah.
which Lars von Trier
The
movie
title
isn't?
says it all.
Yeah, yeah. Should have given it away. Um, but Lars von Trier, oh man, I don't think there's a Lars von Trier movie that isn't depressing. I'm thinking Breaking the Waves,
Oh,
Dance
that's
with the Dark.
depressing. That's depressing.
Yeah. Even his earlier stuff, which I know Criterion put out. What was it?
Oh, the Europa,
Yeah, yeah, like Europa,
the trilogy,
was it
the
Element of
elements of
Crime?
crime,
Yeah, which people put.
Europa, and Epidemic.
Yeah, yeah. There's a whole Criterion box set of his
Yeah.
early stuff. It's he and Michael Haneke make like the most depressing movies.
Oh,
I
they
don't know if it's a
do.
European thing or whatever, but
Most likely. Most likely.
those movies are just a grind to get through. Um, just emotionally wrought afterward, and um, but it's just interesting, this connection back to Lars von Trier with Charlotte Gainsbourg. And this is a younger Charlotte Gainsbourg. This was her, I believe, circa 1991. So before she was in, teaming up with Lars von Trier and such.
Yeah.
Uh, so Charlotte Gainsbourg, they credit her here with Nymphomaniac. Completely right. There were like longer director's cuts of Nymphomaniac. Did you ever see those cuts?
I have that they have not been released in Australia,
Oh, okay.
but I did import it. I had to because I'm a Lars fan, and
Hmm.
I saw that 5.5 hour version of Nymphomaniac in one hit, and I loved it.
I've got to go look because I've got a section in my collection. I got to see what Blu-rays I have because I know they released them separately here. Like you could get Nymphomaniac, the theatrical cuts, and then I think
Yep.
later the director's cuts were released separately. There was never a release where you could get like all of them in one.
Oh, actually,
Uh,
it was like
was it?
they're the ones I have. I have
Yeah, I
the
can check what I have
US.
after the show, obviously.
Yeah, no worries.
Because I've got to see because I've had old. What's interesting is Dancer in the Dark. I don't. I'm trying to think if Dancer in the Dark got a Blu-ray release.
It got a Blu-ray release from the UK from Curzon,
That's what it is.
but that was not included in the big Lars von Trier box set. But which Nymphomaniac is included, the director's cut only, not the
Yeah.
theatrical.
Was that released by Curzon?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, because I forgot that because Curzon had just done because I think wasn't it Curzon and who someone did a Michael Hanukkah set. It was
Yeah,
Curzon
Curzon and Umbrella.
and
Umbrella
Umbrella.
did.
That's yeah, and there was some missing from one or the other.
It was
Uh,
Umbrella, I believe, but then they delayed it because Umbrella delayed it because they added his newer film on there as well.
right.
But I don't think it includes his remake of Funny Games. But
That was what was missing.
I think Curzon does have that version as well. So
Yeah, because I've mentioned recently, a couple of episodes ago, a shot-for-shot remake. There are shot-for-shot remakes done by the same director, and one
mhm.
that pops into my head is Funny Games all the
Funny
time.
Games, yeah.
The one from the '90s and the one from the early 2000s, same director, shot-for-shot remake, pretty much. Um, as recently I was talking on a partner labels, it was Night Watch, which was the movie that was done in I was a Danish film that was done by the original director, and then the Hollywood did a remake, and the director who did the original also did it. The remake had like a bunch of like Hollywood people in it. It had like Ewan McGregor and
Yeah.
Nick Nolte and people like that. Um, and it was done in like 1997. But ironically, is that Ewan McGregor at the time was kind of a nobody at the time. Uh,
True.
uh, this was maybe right after Train Spotting, maybe right around that time.
Yeah.
But anywho, I'm just thinking of directors who get the shot to make their own remakes of their own film. You don't get to see a lot of that happening.
No, that's true. You don't.
Um, just it's just very rare because usually when they're putting it into like Hollywood wants to adapt an English language version, they get their own people to do it, and oftentimes it doesn't usually end up being as good as the original. But
Mm.
let's get back to what we were saying. We're talking about here. So Charlotte Gainsbourg, excuse me, takes a surreal road trip in Merci la Vie, an outrageous absurdist satire from the acclaimed auteur Bertrand Blier. So we had a Bertrand Blier who did the movie Femme Fatales. When naive Camille, Charlotte Gainsbourg, meets carefree and promiscuous Joelle, the pair undertake a journey of self-discovery across time and space, encountering the German wartime occupation, the AIDS crisis, and Camille's own conception along the way. With cameos from French screen legends Gerard Depardieu and Jean-Louis Trintignant, and an eclectic soundtrack that ranges from David Byrne, I think that's I think that's supposed to be David Byrne, but it's a misprint.
Yeah, I think
Uh,
it was little misprint. That's
yeah,
okay.
to Beethoven, Merci la Vie is a provocative classic from one of France's most controversial filmmakers. So this is the 4K release that's got a restoration from the original camera negative, presented in Dolby Vision HDR, original stereo sound. Bertrand Blier on Merci la Vie from 2020. The writer and director takes an in-depth look back at his award-winning film. Location report from 1990. Extract from the French television program 1213, featuring footage of a night shoot and an interview with Blier. Image galleries, script gallery, and then English subtitles. It
Mhm.
is in French. Limited edition booklet as well. And yeah, it's region free. It's
Mm.
world premiere on 4K. That's the movie Merci la Vie. Um, and then we have French dressing. So we're moving uh, back to, I think this is, it's a movie from 1964. So moving back in time, actually,
Yeah,
to 1964, part romantic comedy, part slapstick, and exactly the most British film to ever have French in its title. Um, Cinemaverick Ken Russell's feature debut. That's why this is important. It's Ken
yeah,
Russell's feature debut. Sets about mocking the masculine ego and exposing the sex sells mantra as it follows the fortune of a deck chair attendant turned publicity officer Jim Stevens. In an attempt to revive the fortune of rundown gourmet on sea, Stevens sets up a film festival inviting continental starlet Francoise Fayol to be its main attraction. Soon he finds that rivalries with neighboring seaside towns develop and realizes that his time might be better spent getting acquainted with local journalist Judy. Co starring the much beloved Roy Kinnear and featuring dialogue by the legendary Johnny Spate. Uh, let's see, French Dressing features some of the most gorgeous British seaside cinematography ever committed to screen as it takes a reflexive swipe at the film business. Yet again, that's where the satire comes in, is it's kind of poking fun at like the film industry.
yeah,
Let's see, 4K restoration, original mono audio, making a movie from 1963, an extract from the Herne Bay newsreel featuring rare color footage of Ken Russell at work, as well as a glimpse of actors Marissa Mell, James Booth, and Roy Kinnear. The BEHP interview with Kenneth Higgins, archival audio recording made as part of the British Entertainment History Project featuring the cinematographer in conversation with Alan Lawson and Sidney Cole, original theatrical trailer, image gallery, and then there's English subtitles as well as a booklet. The world premiere on Blu-ray of this movie. It's Region A, so
yeah.
if you've got the means, you'll be able to watch the movie. So that is French
True.
Dressing. So if you're a Ken Russell fan and you want to get
It's
all
an
the Ken Russell
essential.
films,
I haven't seen this one. I'm a huge Ken Russell fan, but I haven't seen that one.
yeah,
So
it
it
is.
would be,
Let me put it this way: it's not a Ken Russell film in the traditional sense. Like it's not The Devils, which is that when that 4K hits of The Devils, oh, you're gonna feel the earth shake when that happens.
oh, I can't wait. I
Oh,
cannot wait.
that's got to be like the shock of the century or the shock of the year. The fact that that movie's not only got a restoration, but they showed it at Cannes already. They're going to be showing it in the fall, I think, in theatrical exhibition, and then of
Yeah,
course eventually getting a 4K release. Hopefully, cross your
that's what
fingers
I'm
that it.
saying. I can't wait. It's one of
Yeah,
it's probably my favorite Russell film, The Devils, and I can go on forever for that one, but I
it's
won't
certainly his
discuss.
most well-known film, but I think
Yeah,
pretty much for the fact that it's been around. Like people think like, oh, you can never see the movie, like it's hidden away. There have been DVDs of it and stuff like that.
yeah,
There have been
yeah,
Blu-rays, but some of them have been. It's never been like fully uncut and fully like released in a super like official deluxe version. You know what I'm saying?
mm,
With a full restoration and like it's almost like it's been done under the cover of darkness. Like it's
no,
out there.
that's
You
right.
just gotta find it. You know.
Yeah, indeed. And now it's coming soon theatrically, and hoping physical. It'll be something.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It'll definitely be like the most highly anticipated release of. Uh, I I would say next year. That seems to be that would be
Early next year. I'm hoping. I don't know. I'm hoping Criterion release it, but it may even be a Warner Brothers Clockwork release. Who
that.
knows?
Yeah. So I don't know what their. So we have Warner Brothers Clockwork is this new kind of sub label
Yeah,
or sub production company within Warner Brothers. It's fascinating that they're choosing to do this now, and when they're in the middle of being sold to another company. So who knows any of that? But I don't know what their physical media branch of that is. I don't know if it's through them directly, if it's through their own sub label, if they're licensing things out. There are still licensing deals with Warner Brothers going on. We're going to be talking
yeah.
about Arrow soon. Um, some of those titles are like The People vs. Larry Flint is a Warner Brothers title, so we know that
We'll
deal
get
the
we'll
deal is
get
still
to that
going.
very soon.
We will. So let's move actually on from Indicator because we are done with their three releases. Um, let's see. I think we'll quickly take a gander over at Deaf Crocodile because we won't be
Okay.
really be talking about anything but the fact that these are coming soon. Is basically what we have to say. So, in typical boutique fashion, some of the boutique companies, Vinegar Syndrome does it, Deaf Crocodile does it. I forget who else does it. My mind is getting weary as the time goes on. There's a subscription service to get their titles, so you don't have to worry about ordering every month or whatever the case may be. Uh, Deaf Crocodile has a 6 month interval of that. Um, where it's one set price, and they send you all of their releases for January through June, and then July through December. They're in their July through December sign up portion now, basically, in between the times, and it will be 12 releases. So typically two per month. I think is typically what Deaf Crocodile does on a regular
Mm.
basis, is about two releases per month or somewhere in that range. So that's accurate. And some of these, and they've listed off all of the titles. We just don't have any details about, like, um you know uh, the special features in them. That's what I should
Right.
say, the special features in them. We don't have, even some of these box sets, we don't have the titles of the movies in the box sets yet. But I'll just there's 12 releases, 18 films, our biggest lineup ever. July through
Again,
December of 2026. There's the price in the US dollarship if you want to sign up for these things. I have commitment issues, so I never sign up for these subscriptions. I know our buddy Dustin does, because I remember when Dustin was on here, um, we were just talking about the DEFA, like, fairy tale movies. Those had just
yeah.
been announced. And I was like, when you see them, tell me what you think, because they're interesting. They're interesting.
Yeah, unfortunately, Deaf Crocodile don't ship to Australia, but luckily there are a couple of retailers, online retailers here in Australia. I know, I think Paul and Suzanne mentioned them in your last episodes.
Yes.
Outrun DVD, they started getting Deaf Crocodile, which is great, but I'm gonna be honest, I don't think I've only got like a couple of Deaf Crocodiles because they're so hard to find. But now that you can get them from Outrun DVD, I'll
Yeah, I was
definitely
just
be
gonna.
getting
I
some.
believe Suzanne mentioned it before, because I brought out, because I just gotten my They had a sale on their website, like the first big sale ever. So I picked up
Mm,
like five of their titles, and I was just showing them off here, and she mentioned, that she had got she we were just talking about some of the titles, and that
yeah.
how some of the retailers in Australia were starting to get them because the shipping to there was so much, and they don't send them directly apparently, which I didn't know
Mm,
either.
yeah, they
Uh,
do.
and yeah, international shipping, especially now, is a funny thing. It's a
Oh
funny thing,
yes, it
um,
is.
because not that it was ever like truly affordable. It's just more expensive now than ever
Yeah,
before.
it is definitely more expensive now for sure.
But let's get into what these titles are for the next several months. So let me zoom in as my eyes fail me. So we have the Jan S. Kolar Czech Silence, uh, the Ar- the Arrive from Darkness from 1921, and Saint Vencelis from 1929. So those are two Czech silent films. I don't know of very many other companies putting out Czech silent films from the 20s. Um,
Mm,
we have the Cat City collection, Cat City from 1988, and its sequel, Cat City 2 from 2007. Now, previously, they had released Cat City several years ago by itself.
yeah.
So this is kind of a re-release of that movie plus the sequel to go along with it.
Okay.
We have Demigod, The Legend Begins, Hayo Kappa, or Hayop Ka, Scarlet Sails, Roy from Space, Frankenstein Legend of Terror, Soda Pop Joe, The Man Who Thought Life, and then we have Murders Among Us, anti fascist films of DEFA Studios, 1946 to 1963. Now, these, yet again, more DEFA stuff. For those of you who don't know what DEFA is, it's East Germany's um, movie productions, basically. And we're getting a lot of releases, not only of those movies from Deaf Crocodile, but also from Eureka too. Eureka's putting on a couple of box sets of those as
Yeah.
well. And these are fascinating because they're just like in the post World War II era. I say this every time. They're just the world was just massively changed. You know what I mean? Globally at that point,
Yeah.
especially in Europe, especially in Germany. Germany being split into two countries, and they would be two countries basically until 1991. So it's just fascinating about which you know what type of movies were being made at that time. I mean, what were they saying? A lot of them were like, especially after World War II, were these anti-fascist movies. Um, and it's very, very interesting to me about which types of movies were done at that time. But next we have Treasures of the Soviet Animation Volume 4. Now I know Volume 1 and 2, at least the limited edition, the deluxe editions, I think are long sold out, long out of print. But I think
Mhm.
3 and now 4 are still available. Obviously, 4 is not available yet, but 3
Yeah.
is available in the deluxe edition. And then there's Passage from 1997. Um, and yeah, so that's all of the movies that are be coming out from them within the next 6 months or so. Makes it easier for me covering them just so that I know once these movies start popping up and the details start coming out, I'll be at least relatively familiar with
Yeah.
what's going on over there. But yeah, that's everything from Jeff Crocodile for the rest of the year. And then now moving on from there, let's go to Eureka, because there's only really one title I want to talk about. Uh,
Okay.
and that's Reap the Whirlwind, 4 films with Angela Mao. And the reason why I'm only be talking about this release is the other two are just standard releases of things I've already talked about here on Chasing Labels. The Phantomas, I think the limited edition I think just came out in like February, or just came out within the last couple of months. The same thing with the second release here, just came out in limited edition over the last couple of months. So I've already
Mm.
talked about those, but this new box set here is something that I have not. Leap the Whirlwind, 4 films with Angela Mao, one of the greatest action stars ever produced by Hong Kong's film industry. Angela Mao enjoyed a meteoric rise to fame in the 1970s, following her leading roles in Hapkido, Lady Whirlwind, and When Taekwondo Strikes. So I know Hapkido and Lady Whirlwind, I've both gotten Blu-ray releases before, I think by Eureka
I
as
think
well.
so. I think so.
Yeah, I feel like they were even in a double feature. I think they were maybe even in a double feature together. Let's see. As well as her appearance alongside Bruce Lee in the breakout kung fu hit Enter the Dragon, collected here are 4 standout films produced during the first decade of her career: The Angry Rivers, Stoner, The Tournament, and The Himalayan. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to watch any of these movies, so I don't have really anything to say about them, other than the fact that there has been, over the last 5 years, there's been a turnout of movies from that, and martial arts movies from the 70s and 80s, of like which I've never seen before. And they're
Yeah.
truly extraordinary, whether it be the Shaw Brothers, whether it be Golden Harvest, whether it be from labels like Arrow, Eureka, 88 Films, Shout Factory here has put out an ungodly amount of Shaw Brothers box sets.
Yeah, and
There's been
Imprint
so
Imprint
much.
have also put out Shaw
Oh
Brothers as well.
yes,
So
Imprint's been putting out what was it, their Shaw Scope horror sets.
they've done The Shaw Shock horror
Shawshock, that's what it
sets. Yeah.
was. I knew it was some type of alliteration, like some type of catchy phrase. It
Yeah,
was something like that. Shaw, Shawshock. What a great. Whoever thought that up over there? Pretty genius.
it
And,
is.
they've been putting out other box sets, I think, as well, of Shaw Brothers stuff.
They have. They've done they've released the Courtesan double feature, which is the
Yeah,
erotic movies, yeah. And
and then here they've even Shout Factory started to put out Golden Harvest box sets. I think they put out at least one or maybe two of those.
mm,
Uh, but for some reason, Golden Harvest, I don't think gets the same type of love as Shaw Brothers does, which is
no, that's
ironic
true.
because Golden Harvest actually had better talent at the time than Shaw Brothers. Like Golden Harvest had like Bruce Lee
Yeah.
and all of like the big top people that we remember from the martial arts industry of that time. I think maybe just Shaw Brothers just has like the cooler titles and movies. I don't know. They have things like, I don't know, I'm blanking on titles, but they have cooler titles for, titles for their movies, I guess.
Yeah, they
But
do.
either
They
way,
do.
like I think, yeah, because even Shaw Brothers or Golden Harvest had like Jackie Chan as well. I mean,
I think they did. Yeah, I think
yeah,
that Arrow box set coming out. They're Golden Harvest titles
I
from
think they are. Yeah, they're
oh
Golden
no, they're
Harvest titles.
Hollywood titles, aren't they? Yeah, they're Hollywoods. Oh,
Yeah, but of
so
course,
many.
yeah. But either way, there's plenty to go around for everyone. And for those of you keeping up with the releases, good on you because there's been so many of them.
Oh,
Um,
tell
I'm
me
s-
about it.
I'm still one Arrow box set behind and on the Shawscope stuff. Um, that may be something I have to get soon because I've got the first 3 volumes. I haven't got any. I say this every time. I haven't got any of the Shaw Brothers stuff from Shout Factory because those box sets are always so expensive and they never go down in price.
Mm,
At least not to like a price where I'm like, oh, that's too cheap to pass up. You know what I mean? I'm always looking for those types
yeah.
of discounts and whatnot. But uh, the Angela Mouse. Let me go through the special features here, and then we'll move on to something else. Coincidentally, I do have to. There's a Severin box that I do want to talk about. Danza
Okay.
Macabre, Volume 5, which we'll be talking about soon. So, Reap the Whirlwind, 4 films with Angela Mao. The all written and directed by an unsung team and Huang Feng, the Angela Mao vehicles collected here illustrate the trajectory of her career from her earliest roles to superstardom. Eureka Classics is proud to present all 4 films for the first time on Blu-ray in the UK. New 2K restorations of all 4 films. Stoner presented in both its original Hong Kong theatrical version and alternate English dubbed export version. Original Mandarin mono audio, optional English audio tracks, optional English subtitles newly translated for this release, new audio commentary on the theatrical cut of Stoner by critic James Oliver, new audio commentary on the expert cut of Stoner by action cinema expert on Venema, and filmmaker Dom Ting. New audio commentary on The Angry River, The Tournament, and The Himalayan by East Asian cinema expert Frank Zhang. Huang Tuff, new interview with martial arts scholar Wayne Wong on writer, director, producer, and actor and frequent Angela Mao collaborator Huang Feng. Alternate scenes from the Malaysian release of Stoner, alternate English credits, original theatrical trailers, limited edition O card slipcase, limited edition booklet as well, limited to 2,000 copies, coming out in August 24th. So that is Eureka. Now let me go quickly over to, not quickly, but we'll go over to Severin now. It seems
Okay.
to be a place to go. I was thinking of just Severin recently. Talk about a company that I'm behind on getting some releases from.
So am I.
So, welcome to the show where we are behind on everything. Um, but Uh, one thing I am behind on is these Danza Macabre box sets. I've talked about all of them, and we are on volume 5 right now. And these are pretty great. This is the Spanish Gothic collection,
Yeah.
and I got to watch like 2 of these movies. I got to watch. Let's see which ones did I watch? Um, I got so yeah. I didn't scroll down far enough. My bad. So let's see. So I'm completely blanking. Who was them?
Strange Voyage,
Yeah, thank
Exorcism's
you. Yeah, thank
Daughter,
you. I was
The
just
Dracula
no.
Saga, and The Turn of the Screw.
Thank you, Tony. I'm completely. There's too many words here. You're right. So I watched Strange Voyage and I watched The Turn of the Screw. Those are the 2 I did watch. They were both rather good. But let me just read this little blip here, and then we'll get into the titles. So
Okay.
for volume 5 of this essential series of Euro Gothic tastiness, um, Seven Films returns to the cemeteries, catacombs, and cobwebbed castles of Spanish cinema for an all-new exploration of Gothic horror excellence. In the North American disc premiere of 1964's Strange Voyage, director Fernando Fernan Gomez crafts a macabre true crime shocker featuring a poignant performance by none other than Jess Franco. Back again. The disturbing 1971 drama Exorcism's Daughter is presented in its complete US version, now featuring the infamous orgy sequence. Gotta have that.
Oh,
As
of
well as the
course.
original Spanish version, Las oh boy, Melancolicas, both on disc for the first time ever. And then we have the Dracula Saga, is 1973's grisly reinvention of vampiric damnation from the legendary Leon Klimovsky, uncut in North America for the first time. And the 1985 acclaimed The Turn of the Screw controversial director Eloy de la Iglesia adapts Henry James's classic novella with a startling psychosexual twist. Each film in this collection has been scanned from the original camera negatives or archival 35mm prints with 10 plus combined hours of new audio commentaries, video essays, interviews, featurettes, and more. That is the one thing with Severin. They do go all out for these
They
box sets.
do. They
Um,
certainly do.
yeah, we're talking 5 discs, multi films, special features on each disc for each release, all uncut, newly scanned, all the good stuff here. Um, and the first disc here is for The Strange Voyage. Um, It's it's a let's see. I'm just going to read this one because I did get to see this. So, in 1964, renowned novelist, playwright, and actor Fernando Fernan Gomez directed his most controversial film, a truly remarkable gothic horror black comedy based on a shockingly true crime. Condemned by the government censors upon its release and featuring a surprisingly poignant performance by none other than Jess Franco, in an old dark house on the outskirts of a rural village, a matriarch cruelly bullies her two childlike adult siblings, but when dread leads to murder, will repression and dissent and deceit bring about the most depraved acts of all. Okay, so now it's all coming back to me. So this movie is all about kind of like repression and oppression. You have these two siblings who are kind of these oddball siblings.
Mhm.
They are looked over by their much older sister, who is kind of an old crow of a human being. She's very oppressive. She's very cranky all the time. She kind of restricts all of them. She's a disciplinarian. She's a firm hand. And these two siblings who are like adults, mind you, like they're like older adults, mind you. They're not like children, but they act like children because they've been so repressed that they almost have this the live in the state of arrested development until they reach the point where they kind of don't they can't take her abuse anymore and decide
Yeah.
to do something about it, and then not only do something about it, but then it's like the repercussions after that of hiding what they've done, and but it's also about the other people within this village or the small town, this village, and you get to see like their lives as well. You get to see that basically like there's like these strange goings ons in this small like idyllic village. Like not everybody is who they say they are. It's almost like it reminds me a lot of Twin Peaks. It reminds me a lot
It
of Twin
it
Peaks. Yeah,
sounds like it.
yeah, it's like Twin Peaks, Blue Velvet, where there's this white picket fence community, like, oh, the suburbs, everything is nice and the grass is green and the everything is nice, but behind the scenes, things aren't quite what they seem. Things are
Right.
messed up. There's corruption going on behind the facade of it all. That's what a lot is happening in this movie. That's why I really, really liked it. I picked up on those connections right away. Right away. So that is Strange Voyage, and like I said, I didn't get to see the other films, but there is an audio commentary with Dr. Adrian Smith, co-author of Norman J. Warren, Gentleman of Terror, a rare Avis duo. It says Angel Sala, head of programming at the Sitges Film Festival on Fernando Gomez and Jess Franco. The multifaceted mind of Fernando Fernan Gomez, filmmaker Helena Delanos on the work and legacy of her grandfather. Facing the Sun, The Strange Voyages, Promise of Broken Dreams, video essay by Andy Marshall Roberts, host of the Nasty Pasty podcast. That's a good title.
Nice.
Exorcism, disc 2 and 3 is The Exorcism's Daughter. I think because it's two different cuts of that movie, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah, two complete versions on disc for the first time ever. So that has an audio commentary with Matt Rogerson, author of the Vatican versus horror movies, and Fulci's Inferno, Faith in the Films of a Horror and Giallo Auteur, a film that stands apart in appreciation by Angel Sala, head of programming at the Sitges Film Festival. Mad Woman in the Attic, Exorcism's Daughter, and the female gothic video essay by Kat Ellinger, author of Daughters of Darkness. So that's worth paying attention to. And then Dracula the Saga, or the Dracula Saga, which is disc, which has just one disc. Audio commentary with Rod Barnett and Troy Quinn, film historians as co-hosts of the Nashi Cast. Klimovsky's Vampires and Appreciation by Angel Sala, head of the programming at the Sitges Film Festival. The Spanish Hammer, The Rise and Fall of Pro Films, interview with Pro Films Production and Sala's executive Luis Ferrando. Inheritance as Horror, Blood, Tradition, and Gothic in Dracula Saga. Video essay by Kat Ellinger, author of Daughters of Darkness. And then the last film here I did get to see. Now, this is Eloy de la Iglesia, not Alex de la Iglesia. I get them two very confused because they
I
are
get it.
similar names.
I get it.
So I talked with Suzanne last time about Alex de la Iglesia, who did movies like Partita Durango
Yeah.
and Day of the Beast and Acción Mutante. which has been released by Severin and also released by Arrow as well. But this is Eloy de la Iglesia, who did movies like um, he did. What was that movie? There was a. I'm gonna look him up actually because there was a cannibal movie that he did. And I
Well,
can't remember
there's
the name.
one. It's just to say right there called Cannibal Man.
Oh,
The
thank you.
gla- the
I didn't even
glass
pay attention.
ceiling. No one heard the scream. Najaveros and El Pico.
Thank you so much because I didn't even pay attention to what. Oh, so yeah, he's obviously those movies are a little bit different than the
Mhm.
Alex de la Iglesia films. Um, but this film here is fascinating to me because it is an adaptation of a very famous literary story. The Turn of the Screw not only is a very famous story, but it's been adapted so many times. It's been adapted
Yeah.
into plays and movies and TV miniseries and all kinds of stuff. One of my favorite adaptations is The Innocents,
Oh
which is
yes.
directed by Jack Clayton from 1961. I think that screenplay was actually worked on by Truman Capote.
Yes, I believe.
And
Yes, it was.
yeah, and um, that movie stars Deborah Carr, and it's excellent. Like, there's a
It's one of the.
criterion of
It's
that.
Yes,
Not
I have
mine.
that too. It's
Mm,
one of the most visual. Freddie Francis cinematography. Come on,
yeah,
brilliant,
yeah.
brilliant.
Visually stunning movie, and it's
Yeah.
so haunting because the story is just inherently creepy, and you can do so
Mm.
much with the atmosphere of it. And I feel like a certain adaptations do a lot with it. You also introduce like creepy kids into movies, and kids can be very
Yeah.
creepy in horror movies. I'm thinking of The Bad Seed all the time. Don't ask me
Oh
why.
yeah. You can't go wrong. You can't go wrong with a bad seed.
Yeah, I mean, and then what's interesting is Children of the Corn is one that people bring up all the time, and it's never a movie that I've ever really like thought was particularly great. Um, I don't know why. I've seen it a few times, and I know there's been
Yeah.
several sequels, but I never believed that those kids were like sinister. They were just annoying.
No. I thought they were comic personally,
That's what it is.
but well, yeah, Children of the Corn. All right, I'm a Stephen King fan. I've watched
Same here.
nearly every adaptation, but yeah, it's definitely not one of the. That's definitely not one of the best ones, but it has its moments. That's all I'll give it. It has its moments.
Yeah, I mean, one of my long-term quests in reading, I think I've said it on the podcast a few times, is to read every Stephen King novel at least. There are quite a few of them, and I've slowly
Oh
been
yeah,
collecting them and reading them over time. I haven't read Children of the Corn yet, but reading his books and then being mindful of the adaptations of them, um, and the readaptations of them. Just heck, we're getting a new adaptation of Carrie soon.
yeah.
That would be like our fourth adaptation
Yeah,
off
but
the top of my head.
That's by Mike Flanagan, so I'm
Yes.
going to give it a pass. So Mike Flanagan, anything he's done with Stephen King, I've been happy with.
Very good. Yeah, for those of you keep like, I still think Doctor Sleep is really good. Like, I don't know,
Agreed.
like
Agreed.
even after reading the Doctor Sleep novel and and seeing the movie again, it's still really really good. Like, it's still
Mm,
really great stuff. Stephen King is not the easiest adaptation either. His work, some of his work at least. I mean, I did read it, and then of course being mindful of the it adaptations we have had, and I'm like, it is kind of unadaptable. So
yeah,
anytime
it
someone takes a
is.
stab at it, I'm like, good for you, good for you for taking a
Yeah,
stab at
agreed.
it.
Like it is my favorite King book.
Mm,
And yeah, there are some sequences in the book that is literally if you film it, you'll basically go to prison. So it's not
yeah,
gonna. It's not for the faint of heart. But for you can't watch it as a full on as a faithful adaptation of it. It will basically be impossible to do. But
yeah, and because there's so much nuance and even book adaptations in general. There's never going to be, not never because it happens, but like if you're
yeah,
going into an adaptation of a story and you're expecting a one-to-one adaptation, I wouldn't do that just because
no,
the mediums are so different that sometimes things don't translate well. You know what I mean? You can do it, but sometimes you're like, if I do it, it's not going to look good.
yeah, that's right.
It's not going to present itself well. And we see that all the time with all kinds of stuff. But we see it with comic books. There's a lot of stuff in comic books that if you put it on screen, it's not going to go well. It's just because it's going to be too goofy. It's not going to.
Mm,
The medium is not for it. And that happens with books too. But I don't know how. Oh, Turn Up the Screw. So Turn of the Screw is something that's been adapted so many times, and in this one, it's another adaptation of it, but it takes a bit of a twist. So typically in Turn of the Screw, the story is thus: there is a new, like, a governess gets hired by this pretty wealthy family to basically take care of these two somewhat eccentric children. Uh,
Mm.
and it's typically a governess, it's typically a woman that does it. But in this adaptation, it's a male governess, so a
Oh, okay.
governor. So it takes that. So we're already switching things up in that regard, and so that already changes the aspect and dynamics of this movie. So from Eloy de la Iglesia, writer director of such controversial classics as all the movies we mentioned before, comes the startling 1985 adaptation of Henry James's classic novella of Gothic horror. After dropping out of a seminary, a spiritual conflicting young man. So we already have a little, like, he's someone who's already, there's a religious background in here already. Is this spiritually conflicted young man is hired to teach a pair of wealthy orphans in their remote seaside mansion. But when he begins to believe that the estate is haunted by the ghost of the previous cruel caretaker, it will unlock an ordeal of lost innocence, forbidden desire, and immoral terror. That's a little overselling it, in my opinion. It's not
Okay.
like terrifying, but I get it. Now scanned in 4K from the original camera negative with over 3 hours of new special features. So, like you said, it's a different kind of take on the Turn of the Screw, but the
Right.
basic bones of the story are there. The setting is there. The
Okay.
children are there, and it just takes things in a little bit different twist, which you kind of want to see from an adaptation. You can't adapt something in the same way over and over again. I always bring this one up. There's so many Shakespeare adaptations out there, and there's certain ways you can do Shakespeare that are, you can do the Kenneth Branagh, where it's, the Kenneth Branagh's Hamlet, which is kind of direct, or you can
Yeah.
do something different like a Baz Luhrmann's Romeo and Juliet, where you set it in modern time but you keep the same Shakespearean language, or you can do something with a completely different setting, where Taming of the Shrew with 10 Things I Hate About You. You can do all kinds of stuff with literature adaptations that are more accessible and frankly more interesting than just doing a
Yeah.
one-to-one adaptation of something. I For example, earlier today I was looking at an edit mashup of Throne of Blood, which is Macbeth from Akira Kurosawa, which
Yeah.
is like one of the best adaptations of Shakespeare ever, in my opinion.
Absolutely.
Um,
Absolutely.
so you can take it and put it in feudal Japan and make it samurai and make it awesome. You can
Hmm.
you can have Toshiro Mifune with as a samurai. Um,
Yeah.
you
Absolutely.
can make it interesting, but this one here, it kind of sticks to it a little bit, but does change a few um few aspects of it.
Right.
But for special features, we have an audio commentary with Matt Rogerson, author of Vatican versus Horror Movies and Fulci's Inferno: Faith in the Films of a Horror and Giallo Auteur. That's interesting to me. Just now that I'm bringing it up a second time, um, as I going back to John Waters again. So remember I talked about, because you brought this up in the comments last time. I talked about the Catholic League of Decency
The Catholic,
and how they would have their own
the
rating
Catholic
systems
Legion
for
of
movies.
Decency. Yeah.
They had their own, and C was condemned. And I just saw
Yes.
John Waters talked about how he loved getting his movies condemned by the Catholic Church,
Yes.
because he was like, "That's such a good word, condemned."
Oh,
And it's
I
like,
agree.
yeah.
Yeah, he does. Yeah,
So
good.
I'm just like, the Catholic churches love to condemn movies
They
back in
do.
the day. Heck, they probably still do. But I'm just saying, this is a movie that just this author here made a movie about, the Catholic Church versus, versus movies, which is, horror movies specifically love to play with religion. I mean,
Oh
the
yeah.
most iconic horror movies of all time, The Exorcist,
Hmm.
The Omen. They
Yeah.
love to play with religion. Even to this day, that's a pretty heavy thing, with like demons and angels and Satan and God
Yeah.
and angels, all this kind of stuff. But anywho, Repression and Tragedy, an appreciation by Angel Sala, head of programming at the Sitges Film Festival. 1 in 400 interview with actor Ezra Hernandez. A Role of My Dreams interview with actress Christine Goyens. Head Full of Phantoms video essay by Xavier Aldana Reyes, author of Spanish Gothic, National Identity, Collaboration, and Cultural Adaptation. I've never thought about the idea of Spanish Gothic films until right now, and my head is spinning because I never thought of it. I bet you Guillermo
Yeah.
del Toro loves this box set already.
Oh, no doubt. No doubt.
But that is Danza Macabra Volume 5, the Spanish Gothic Collection. I think that was all 5 discs. I don't think there was a soundtrack. 'Cause sometimes they put soundtrack
Yeah,
CDs
they
at the
usually
end.
do, but I don't
Uh,
think this time, no.
I think it's just all the movies and the special features. But yeah, another one to add to the box set collection from Severin. They are having a sale right now, 50% off of volumes 1 through 4.
Oh,
So you can buy
nice.
volume 1, 2, 3, or 4 for 50% off a piece, which is kind of nice. And that's going to June 8th of 2026. So that would be next Monday or this coming Monday. Um, yeah, just that's something I may actually pick up volume 1 because I've been wanting to get it ever since I talked about it. Um, and I know these are produced. I think I always thought the first box set was produced by Carla Janice and Kat Ellinger or just Kat Ellinger. It was one of the
Mm.
two. But
One of
either
the two,
way,
yeah.
I wanted to get them, one of the at least get one of the box sets,
Yeah.
uh, just so I can say I have one for future reasons. But anywho, let me check my notes now to check the other places we can go because we just talked about Severin, we talked about
Just give me one
Indicator.
sec, Andrew. Give me one sec. I'll be
Yeah,
back.
sure. I'm just looking over my notes. Let's see. So Umbrella we've talked about, and Deaf Crocodile we've talked about. Let's see. So we still have Arrow. We still have a couple of individual releases that I wanted to talk about as well. So I think let's see. Let me go to Kino just to get those because there's not many. What do I have on my list for Kino? I've
Yep.
got 1, 2, 3 titles. I have The Love Trap. I have Film Noir: The Dark Side of Cinema, Volume 27,
Oh,
and then High
wow.
Risk. So let me go over to um, the Kino Facebook page, and I will um, pull that up. So go over to Kino. Hmm. Nope, that was the wrong one. That was the key. So Kino Lorber actually has 2 Facebook pages. It's the Kino Lorber page and the Kino Lorber Studio Classics page. So that is Kino Lorber Studio Classics is the one you want to go to. So
Yeah.
like I said, they've had a couple of announcements over the last little while. So let me go scroll down to where I want to be. There's the Love Trap. So this is uh, William Wyler's film from 1929. Now, I was completely unaware that William Wyler's career goes all the way back to the silent era and then all
Same
the way up
here,
to.
actually. Because I know William Waller worked with a lot with Warner Brothers in the 30s, but this one I didn't expect.
No, 1929, which is right at the edge of the silent era,
Yeah.
which is fascinating to me. Because I was like, oh, why didn't he just make a talkie? 45 minutes into this movie, the characters start talking. Completely blew me away because for the
Wow.
first 45 minutes of the movie, it's a silent film. Like it's got the title cards, it's got the orchestral soundtrack. There's no one talking, and then like 45 minutes in, the actors start talking to each other. It switches from a silent movie to a talkie. I
Wow.
don't know
Okay.
why, but it completely threw me off.
Yeah,
Completely threw me off.
it's only 69 minutes long. So
Yeah, so like for half, not even half the movie, more than half the movie. It's
hmm,
yeah. So The Love Trap, 4K restoration by Universal Pictures, new audio commentary by professor and film scholar Jason A. Nay, and that is it. But in this comedy classic from director William Wyler, who directed a lot of movies, and not just Roman Holiday, but Ben Hur, as well
yeah.
as many, many others. Laura LaPlante stars as a bright-eyed dancer who is hired from her chorus line job, or fired from her chorus line job, cornered by a sly womanizer, and evicted from her apartment all in the single day. In the depths of her despair, she is rescued by the handsome Prince Charming, who turns out to be a wealthy young businessman. Love and marriage follow, but their newlywed bliss is threatened when Paul's uncle recognizes Evelyn from a wild party he had attended. Unable to explain her innocence, Evelyn sets an elaborate trap for the old aristocrat in hopes that she can expose his error in judgment and regain the confidence of her husband. There's a 4K restoration by the Universal Pictures from 35 millimeter nitrate print provided by the Weiler Estate and the UCLA Film and Television Archive. Um, that's kind of amazing that they still have the
Yeah.
nitrate print of this movie for the last century, if you will. Um,
Literally, yeah.
as a history lover, um, I'm always glad to see a movie from the 20s get a nice restoration, a nice
Yeah.
re-release. Kino's done this a few times. Flicker Alley seems to do this very often as well. I know Eureka puts out a lot of the Laurel and Hardy films from the 20s as
Yeah.
well. And it's just always nice to see these movies get their due. I mean, I have a bunch of Charlie Chaplin in my collection, a couple of Harold Lloyd films. I was just looking at my Buster Keaton. I have a few Buster Keaton films on Blu-ray as well. It's nice to see these movies, get the restoration and stay in the physical media realm and
Yeah.
just stay relevant in general. Um, and the fact that this is from a pretty well-known filmmaker is also great too. So that's definitely worth it for you know, movie historians out there or movie lovers like myself. Um, but moving on from there, let me scroll back up. There is a film noir box set. Now, this is their Dark Side of Cinema box set number 27. Now, I famously only have like their first two. and
There's
I,
so many of.
yeah,
Oh
and I'm
goodness.
like, and I have this discussion with Steven all the time. Once you get past a certain number of box sets, the movies are basically gonna, the quality of the movies are gonna go down.
Yeah.
There's only so many good film noirs to go around. Then you start getting into like the B film noirs and the lesser stuff and whatnot. It's just nice that these are actually getting Blu-ray releases and some type of
True.
restoration and preservation and all that kind of stuff. But some of these are not like amazing film noirs. A lot of those are kind of reserved for bigger, more deluxe releases,
Yeah.
in my opinion. But uh, this has three films: The Great Train Robbery from 1941. It has Unmasked from 1950, and then it has The Man Is On from 1956. Now, I tried to watch The Great Train Robbery from 1941 because this is a movie that title has been used a few times previously. I think like early, like we talk about silent films. I think there was a Great Train Robbery silent film, and even one from like early 20th century as well. Um, but it's not streaming anywhere or could be found anywhere. Unmasked, I did get to see, um, and Raymond Burr's in the movie, and he's kind of hamming it up the whole time as like this bad guy murderer who's trying to
Yeah.
frame this other guy for a murder that he commits because he's like having an affair with his wife, so he pins it on this guy, and it's Raymond Burr. He's kind of the reason to watch the movie Unmasked. I didn't get to see The Man in His Arms. I don't have much to say about that, but uh, if you've been collecting these right along, obviously you want to continue collecting them. And they kind of no frills set. They're usually affordable. There's usually not really that much in the way of special features for them. Sometimes
Right.
they come with a commentary for a movie or two, or all three of them. Sometimes they don't. It really all depends on the movie, I guess, and the
Yeah.
budget around the
True.
release. Uh, but I've always loved film noir. So that is Film Noir: The Dark Side of Cinema, Volume 27.
I can't
Uh,
believe they're up to 27. Good
Yeah,
lord.
I remember when I first started covering Kino, they had only done like 5, I think, at the time or
Yeah.
something, or 5 or
Yeah. It
6.
was five. Yeah.
I think what is interesting is they did volume 1, and then for years they didn't do any. I think maybe volume 1 never sold well, and then Kino had this big time revamp over the last 5 years or so. That's when they started putting out like so many releases per week. They still do, but they would
Yeah.
have announcements every day since we've been covering here on Chasing Labels, and yeah, they're up to 27 now. Jeez. But
Damn.
next is this movie called High Risk, and needless to say, I forgot. Oh, this movie stars James Brolin. I forgot. Let's see, James Brolin, Anthony Quinn, James Coburn. What a cast in
It's a
hindsight.
great cast. Yeah.
Ernest Borgnine is in the movie. Oh yeah, okay. They're not really commandos, they're fighting inflation. What a tagline. Okay, so this is coming back to me because I did post a little cheeky thing on when I watched it for Facebook. So James Brolin and his decides, okay, economic times are hard. Inflation's up, things cost too much. We don't have a lot of
Yeah.
money. So he decides to recruit his buddies to go down to Colombia to rob a Colombian drug lord guy. All right. Keep in mind, these guys
Okay.
aren't like soldiers or anything. They're not like being. these guys are not like commando dudes or anything. But no, he decides to enlist all of his buddies to go down there and do that because there's going to be like millions of dollars in it, and it's going to be easy. Okay, okay. so, like, so, needless to say, they pull off the heist. Shockingly so.
Mm,
They kind of just walk into this guy's mansion, and I think and I think it's James Coburn that they rob. They buy guns from Ernest Borgnine, who plays like this guy who's selling guns out of like the back of his truck in the middle of a field. I don't know. It's Ernest Borgnine in the 80s. I don't know what's going on.
yeah.
Ernest Borgnine had some weird roles in the 70s and 80s. Really weird roles. Um,
Especially, give me the Devil's Rain any day from
yeah,
Ernest Borgnine.
they're putting out Deadly Blessing, and Ernest Borgnine is like a leader of like a an
Oh,
Amish sect in like
yeah,
Amish country.
yeah.
In yeah, it's an odd role. It's an odd role, but
It
anywho,
is. It is an odd role, definitely.
but in this movie, he's in one scene. And he's like showing the guys off these guns, and they're practicing. And he's like, "No, you don't shoot it like that." He takes one. He's like shooting bottles in it. Um, anywho, they go down to Colombia. Uh, Colombia at that time. Keep in mind, it's like the 80s. It's not the best place to be. Um, and they rob this Colombian drug lord, and they're basically on the run from this guy the rest of the movie because once you rob a Colombian drug lord or an American, I think they bill him as like he was somebody who was born in America but then went down to Colombia and became a drug lord.
Right.
I don't know. Either way, you shouldn't be doing this. And they're trying to get away. They're on the run from him, and they get split up and all kind of adventures. Kind of assume it's a way more like kind of caper fun adventure movie than I thought it was gonna be. Like I thought it was gonna be like a serious, like a more serious, like oh we're about to die at any moment type of movie. And it does have those tones in it. Like they get captured and they'll be like tied up and tortured at times. I'm like, oh, this is serious. And other times it feels like I'm watching Romancing the Stone. You know what I
Oh
mean? Like it
wow.
feels like
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
And I'm like, and with lighter music, and they're running through the streets of Colombia and whatnot, trying to get away. Um, but what an oddly toned movie. Anyway,
Yeah.
that's this movie here called High Risk. High Risk with James Brolin, as well as a bunch of other people you'll recognize in like Anthony Quinn. Yeah, they come across Anthony Quinn at one point in the movie, and he's like the leader of like this Mexican, not Mexican, but this like rebel army that also takes them captured and wants the money too. Um, Bruce Davison is in the film as one of his friends. Cleavon Little is in the movie as one of his friends. Um, yeah, it's what an odd movie, but it's yeah, that's the movie. And I think some of these other. So I did see Escape to Zeron as well, which I didn't put it in my list, but I watched it. I put it on my watch list on Letterboxd. This is a movie
Hmm.
starring Yul Brenner from 1962, and Yul Brenner plays this rebel leader in this like fictional Arab country, uh, and he's being transported from one prison to another, and his followers basically break him out, and his followers is led by a very young, well, I guess young at the time, Sal Mineo. Sal Mineo, who of course was in Rebel Without a Cause.
Yeah.
He was in several movies actually up until his passing in the 1970s. He died in rather tragic circumstances. Sal
Right.
Mineo did.
So,
Yeah, and so he's in this movie as kind of like one of the followers of the cause of the Yul Brynner character. And it's yet again another movie where these characters are on the run the whole time because they're being pursued by the authorities because this is a
yeah.
criminal. Yul Brynner is like this freedom fighter criminal type of guy, and it's just them having this adventure like in the Arabian desert and stuff like that and trying to survive. Jack Warden is in the movie as well. Jack Warden, of course, was in the Problem Child films from my childhood, but he's also in 12 Angry Men. He was also in The Replacements. That was one of his last roles ever. If you see Jack Warden, you'll know who he is. Very
Yeah.
distinct actor, and he was working on like an oil company, and he ended up becoming a prisoner as well. So he's along for the ride and whatnot. Yet again, another kind of adventure film
Yeah.
from that time period. Um, let's see, and then what do we have for special features? This is brand new HD master from Paramount. Audio commentary, film historian Dwayne Epstein, and that's about it. Yeah, 1962. Italo Crime I talked about last time. with
Yeah.
Suzanne. They're just re-showing. They're just kind of telling us about that. The Maverick Queen I talked about with Barbara Stanwyck as well a couple of episodes ago, as well as Deadly Blessing I've talked about recently a couple of times. I think this is like the bajillion time they've mentioned that they're coming out with Deadly Blessing. Um,
Yeah.
I will say this. I'll say this once again. This is one of the most misleading posters I've ever seen. This
I
movie is not
agree.
this.
If you've seen the movie, you know
it's
it's not that.
it's
No
not this
way.
at all. It reminds me of I think I have it. It reminds me of the uh, the release from Indicator. It's the same the Australian film. Coincidentally, I have you here, where it's a very similar type of cover. Um,
Snapshot?
no, no, not Snapshot. Jamie Lee Curtis is in the movie. It's kind of a
Oh,
road.
Night Games?
Yeah, is it Deadly Games?
Road Games. Road
Road
Games.
Games. Road Games.
Road Games.
Yeah, the cover is so similar to this, where it's
Yeah, and it's not that.
sexually,
Yeah.
hinting, and that's not the movie at all. Like that doesn't
No.
happen in the movie.
No.
Yeah, Paul.
Yeah, I
Paul
got
says
Road
it.
Games here. No, it's Road Games, and it's definitely not that.
Yeah, Paul says it right here. Road Games. Yeah,
Yeah, Road Games. Yeah.
the cover of the Blu-ray, the poster is that, and it's not that at all. Um, yeah, it's really, yeah, what a false advertisement. False advertisement.
Indeed. Indeed.
Indeed. But let me see. So that was Kino, and after Kino, a couple of individual ones, and then we'll go to the grand finale in Arrow, and I think that'll pretty much be it. So I've
Okay.
got to go up a couple of these on Blu-ray.com. Hopefully, I can find them. The Hammer release is where we're going to start with Breaking the Circle.
Yeah.
Because Hammer is going all out this year, and I keep saying that every single time, and it's true. So let me
Yeah.
go over to. I'm gonna have to set my international location. Breaking the Circle. I also just heard that they have uncovered the uncut version of the Dracula film starring Christopher Lee.
Cannot wait.
Yeah,
Cannot
the
wait.
original. I think House of Dracula. And I think they're going to be
Well,
showing it in theaters. So
in America, it's called Horror of Dracula, but
yes,
but in UK, it's just Dracula. So
okay, yeah, because I know Horror of Dracula has been out on Blu-ray here for a while.
yeah, Warner
Um,
Archive released it. Yeah, and
yes, Warner Archive has it, and I know that now with Hammer putting out so much stuff, I was wondering if they would get the rights back to those Christopher Lee films.
mm,
I don't know who has it in the UK, the rights. I mean, but I know that they got Curse of Frankenstein. I bring that up every time, and they've got seemingly rights to a lot of other Hammer films.
yeah, I've got every single Hammer release from what Hammer released so far. Definitely. I don't know if Paul, because I know Paul. I actually got Paul onto Hammer, and
Mm,
I don't want to brag, but I know
eh,
he's
brag away.
slowly getting into Hammer, which is great. And I've been a Hammer obsessive for many years. And ever since the new Hammer label came out, I bought every single title, and and I'm obsessed with Hammer. I love them.
I am very fascinated by. I think I've said this. I think I said it when Paul was on. I'm fascinated by the distinction between Hammer horror and just Hammer in general,
Yeah,
and how different all of that is, and how Hammer horror has really become kind of what people know as Hammer. You know what I mean?
yeah, indeed. Like as you're saying with breaking the circle, that's what I've never even heard of,
Mm.
and because that's one thing I love about the new Hammer label, the John Gore company. They're releasing obscure, non-horror related film noir like titles, and it's fantastic. It is
Yeah,
so good.
they seem to be doing both. They seem to be doing kind of
Yeah,
the what we traditionally understand as Hammer horror. Like they just released like a Vincent Price movie.
Cry of the no, it's Crucible of Horror. Yeah.
Yeah, Cry of the Banshee. I
Cry of
think
the
was the
Banshee
title.
and Crucible. Oh no, yeah, Cry of the Banshee. Sorry, yeah, that's right.
Yeah, now they're releasing something like this, which doesn't look like anything like a Vincent Price film whatsoever.
No.
So this is Hammer Horror is preparing a 3-disc 4K 4K blue and 2 Blu-rays combo pack release of Val Guest's Breaking the Circle, starring Forrest Tucker, Eva Bartok, and Marius Goring. The release is scheduled to arrive on the market later this summer. Okay, mark your calendars, I guess. Description: a fascinating outlier in the Hammer library, this stylish crime thriller has been painstakingly restored in 4K from the original film negatives for the highest quality viewing experience possible. Though Hammer is best known for horror, like we just said, Breaking the Circle represents the studio's sole full-blooded Eurocrime espionage thriller. Released at the same time as the Quartermass experiment, it gives a glimpse into what the studio's output might have looked like had it not been for the box office success of its horror output. This makes Breaking the Circle an essential discovery for collectors, noir enthusiasts, and Hammer completists alike. A must-have for fans of classic crime cinema, espionage thrillers, and Hammer's lesser-known gems. So there's three versions of the film. Uh, as filmed version, which I guess is the theatrical version. There's the UK cinema widescreen version, black and white re-edited US cinema version. So three cuts of the movie.
Yeah.
Presented across one 4K Blu-ray and two Blu-rays with the content duplicated across both formats. Uh, there's subtitles for every major language possible. Eurocrime, a new feature exploring Hammer's unique contribution to Eurocrime thrillers with Serge Angelini, Laura Main, and Barry Forshaw. Hammer in Hamburg, then and now comparison of the film's German locations. Hammer in Cornwall, then and now comparison of the film's UK locations. Brand new commentary with film historian Richard Hollis and author/screenwriter Gavin Collinson. Brand new commentary with film critic Adrian Martin. Gallery of stills and publicity material accompanied by selections from Doreen Carwithen's score. And there's a collector's booklet featuring new writing and archival material, including all kinds of stuff here. So we've got a really, once again, super deluxe release from Hammer of a movie that probably has not gotten this type of dedication to it ever.
Yeah,
In
true.
Breaking Circle. So that's pretty damn awesome. Like I said, they're unleashing all kinds of deluxe stuff coming out this year. It is, once again, it's another kind of label whose releases you want to keep up with, but it's tough to keep
Yeah,
up with because of the
that's
frequency,
true.
the cost, all that kind of stuff. But it seems to be worth it. I'll have to be honest with you. I'm thinking of finally getting the Curse of Frankenstein. Yet to get another birthday gift for myself coming up.
You better,
Me too.
It's worth it. Because
I
I
have,
know
I,
I know Warner Archive released
yeah,
the US release, which is licensed for that one, but you better get the UK version. The UK
yeah.
version is
It's a thick one.
special. I thought I had it right there,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
I don't. But yeah,
I was waiting for you to do the reveal, but it is, yeah. I remember trying to compare that release to the Warner Archive one, and just being like, "There's too much information here for my brain to compute right now." I just
well,
too much.
what I can tell you, because I have seen, I don't have both versions. I've only got the UK one. The only difference is that there is an exclusive documentary which is only available in the Hammer set, not on the Warner Archive one,
Mm,
and it's 6 discs, and
yes,
the Warner Archive one I believe is only three.
yeah,
So yeah, it's so yeah,
which is a
double.
significant amount
Oh yeah,
of material.
yeah.
And Paul did confirm that you did get him into Hammer, so
Yeah, I did.
that's
I
on record.
did. It is on record. Like I know Paul was hesitant in the beginning of getting the Hammer Classics range, you know, where it had Cry of the Banshee and Crucible of Horror and all that. But then I just said, oh, if you want, that's fine by me. But then he just decided to get the rest. So good on him.
Yeah, good on him. So let's move from Hammer to, I'll go see if I can find. Yeah, so Second Sight is coming out with a release called the Cold Prey Trilogy. Now, I wanted to see if I could find some information on that because this came kind of relatively under the radar. Well, there it is.
Hmm.
And I don't know anything about these movies. So
Neither
it
do
looks
I
like,
actually.
yeah, Cold Prey 2, and then Cold Prey 3. Okay. Not the most original titles I've ever seen. And nothing really here about see if I can go to Second Sight's website. I forgot. It's like Second Sight.
I think it's secondsightfilms.co.uk,
There it is.
I
Yeah.
believe.
.co. Okay. Yeah, I think I got the right place. Oh, good. I'm in the right place. You never know when you're going to click on something. So I don't even. Oh, it is
Mm,
on here. Okay, good. So I know recently they just came out with their edition of Insomnia, which
yeah.
just came out, and then The Devil's Candy also came out as well, which we talked about here on Chasing Labels. But they just announced this like within the last week, coming out July 6th. Is this
Mm,
release here? of these movies I know nothing about.
Neither do
Um,
I.
yeah, I'm always fascinated by a says a mysterious brutal serial killer known as the Mountain Man stalks the snow-covered landscape in search of victims in this classic Norwegian slasher trilogy. Okay,
Interesting.
so that gives you a sense of what this is. Uh, and I'm always fascinated by the second sight releases because they're always tend to be rather deluxe releases. They're very nicely done. I mean, right next to me, I've got Possession, which was like one of my favorite releases of last year from them.
I missed
I
out
also have
on
their
that.
release of Reanimator as well,
I
which
got
is most.
Reanimator, but I missed out on Possession. Damn
Oh
it.
yeah, I think I got that right. That was like the one big one I wanted to get, but I'm still so behind on their stuff. There are a few I've always missed out on, which I regret to this day. Well, I talked about Drive earlier. I missed out on
Yeah.
their edition of
So
Drive.
did I.
Dawn of the Dead is another big one.
No, that one I got. I could
Yeah, I mean,
not
like you
get
can
that.
you can still I say that you can still get them, but you have to pay pretty big amount
Yeah.
on like eBay and such. But Cold Prey, I don't know much about these movies other than like I said, it looks like a slasher film from Norway. Slasher films from Norway.
No way. Yeah.
Each movie comes with its own list of special features. The third movie, it seems like the third movies always get the stiffening when it comes to these. They get the least amount of special features.
Yeah.
Yeah, typical in the second sight, you know, uh, release, 120-page book, which is always massive. 5 collectible art cards seems to be their jam of things. This is Region B lock. They are typically Region B when it comes to their Blu-rays.
Yeah.
Obviously, 4Ks are region free. But yeah, that's this Coldplay trilogy. Sorry, I don't have much more else to say about it. Let me check what else I've got here. In terms of I want to talk about Billy Liar. Now, this is a movie I saw years ago. I couldn't remember if I saw this on streaming somewhere or someplace else. Let me see if I can find it here on um, Blu-ray.com. See, this is see. So Billy Liar is getting a 4K release from Studio Canal.
Yeah.
And why did I? Yeah, because this is a John. That's why it's a John Schlesinger film.
That's your film.
That that's why it was of note to me. So yeah, see, here we go. So, Studio Canal are preparing a 4K and Blu-ray release of the John Schlesinger film Billy Liar, starring Tom Courtney, Julie Christie, Wilford Pickles, that's a name, Ethel Griffiths, and Finlay Curry. The two releases are scheduled to arrive on the market on August 3rd. Here's a here their description. Tom Courtney delivers a star-making turn as William Terrence Fisher, Billy Liar, in one of the most memorable and acclaimed films of the 1960s. Running from an unsympathetic working class family, a pair of demanding uh, fiancés, and an insecure job at an undertaker's, Billy escapes Walter Mitty like into a world of fantasy where he can realize his dream ambitions. As work and family pressures build to new intolerable levels, Liz, portrayed by Julie Christie, enters his drab life and offers Billy the one real chance he'll ever get to leave the past behind. Scripted by Keith Waterhouse from his own novel and sensitively directed by John Schlesinger, who did Midnight Cowboy as well as a bunch of other movies. Like I think he did. Didn't he do Sunday Bloody Sunday?
He did.
Yeah.
And he also
Um.
did one of my favorite movies of 1975, the Day of the Locust.
Oh
That
yes.
was the one.
Yeah. Speaking of which, Arrow put out a release of that.
They did,
Uh,
and Imprint did too. That was one of their earliest releases.
oh yeah, nice. Yeah. Billy Liar is one of the few comedies of the British New Wave marrying visual and verbal wit with a rather poignant rumination on the futility of dreams. New 4K restoration of the film, HDR presentation of the film. There's a new special feature here called Billy Liar, Alice Lowe, and Danny Lay in Conversation. The Women of Billy Liar by Samira Ahmed. Audio commentary with John Schlesinger, Tom Courtney, and Julie Christie. And an audio commentary by Kat Ellinger. Remembering Billy Liar with Tom Courtney and Helen Fraser. Interview with Richard Ayoade, the actor and filmmaker.
Yeah.
A look through the Keith Waterhouse archive with British Library curator Zoe Wilcox. Interview with St. Etienne's Bob Stanley, optional English subtitles, and then 64-page booklet, fold-out poster, and a calendar as well. So that's the movie Billy Liar. Like I said, I saw this years ago. I was either on Filmstruck or it was on the Criterion Channel. It was one of those two places, and I noticed it was John Schlesinger, and I just I know the name, I know the director. I was like, oh, I want to watch more of his movies. So let me watch Billy Liar. I'm glad that it's getting a nice 4K release.
Yeah,
Uh,
it does look good.
yeah, so and Studio Canal puts out some really nice 4K releases. I have their release of like The Servant. I have the release of The Conversation, as
Yeah.
well as The Third Man. I love those releases. But I think one thing I've got here left is Scars of the Sun slash Blow the Night. These are This is a double feature released by Third Window Films, which is a company we don't talk about here much. But I
Mm.
just thought these movies looked fascinating, and of course, when I went to go find them to watch, they were no place to be found, so I couldn't see them. But they
You
looked
should-
so fascinating. So let's see, Scars of the Sun, and yeah. So let me look them up. Scars of the Yeah, there they are. Scars of the Sun and Below the Night. It's a limited edition to 2,000 copies, Third Window Films. These movies are directed by a director I don't know any of his work, Chuse Sone. Let me see. Hopefully there's a hopefully there's something here for me to read.
Oh,
There
here we
is.
go.
Here we go. So, two cult films from Chuse Sone heading to Blu-ray. British distributors Third Window Films have informed us that they will release a Blu-ray two cult films from the Japanese director Chuse Sone, Scars of the Sun and Below the Night. The two films will be gathered in the double feature release, which is scheduled to arrive on the market on July 27th. Both films get their first ever physical releases outside of Japan, and both films are also receiving their world Blu-ray debuts. That's kind of blows my mind,
Oh yeah.
considering that the first movie came out in 1981. The second one came out in 1983. So, if I'm doing the math on here, that's 45 years ago in respective time. And
Yes.
these movies are finally seeing the light of day outside of Japan.
It's great. It's great that these films rarely seen will have a new audience and new appreciation. So it is great.
Yeah, and it's fascinating to me because it's not the first time I've heard of something like this from Japanese cinema,
Mm.
or at least from that area of the world, where that area of the world seems to be very it's tough to get the movies out of there into releases in other parts of the world because they
Yeah.
kind of hoard them in there essentially. I've heard that for years and years we heard that with a lot of the Hong Kong films of the 1980s, where those movies you can only get them like on like really bad bootlegs and whatnot. Now we're getting them out in really nice releases with proper
Mm.
subtitles and proper aspect ratios and proper quality, as opposed to before where you had to basically get what you get. But let me read some of this off, and then we'll move on to Arrow, and that will be where we will finish things up with. So, Scars of the Sun from 1981. Uh, Scars of the Sun departs from the director's previous works in the field of Roman porno with this Toei youth drama starring Kenichi Kaneda. Kenichi plays Shue, a member of a rough and tumble gang whose customs are broken apart when Kenichi is reunited with his estranged brother. His girlfriend's entry into the group starts to cause friction between its members and the traditions they follow. Um, sounds like a Beatles situation here.
It does. It does.
So we have a Jasper Sharp featured audio commentary. The sun sets on Tuesday Sone. Says Dakota Newt video essay and then an original trailer. Now these are region B locked. These are UK releases, but if you have a region free player, you're good to go. Blow the Night, the first film from Tuesday Sony's production company, Filmworkers, is a hard hitting docudrama based on the stories of Name Takada, a 15-year-old thinner sniffing girl gang member. Nami stars in this film as herself to tell a brutal tale of wild youth in early 80s Japanese society. So, yet again, you have two movies about youth culture in Japan of the 1980s, which is
Mm.
fascinating kind of insight into that time and place. For special features, it's a producer Kuniko Uke interview, Tom Mess feature audio commentary, Juvenile Delinquency in 80s Japan, James Belmont video essay, and then the original trailer, and then it's region B locked as well. There is, I think, a slipcover that comes with it, and then
Yeah.
12-page booklet, pretty much. But yeah, it's just, I know of this company, Third Window Films, but I've never really talked about any of their releases. But this one just caught my eye for its
Yeah, it does.
uniqueness.
Yeah, these two films actually do look interesting, and I know we know one person in particular who would be more knowledgeable in that than we are.
Mm,
John.
mm,
Yeah, of course
indeed.
he has New Wave Video now here in Australia, which is good on him. I'm proud of him, and I'm happy to help him with that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
speaking of which, there's been some updates from New Wave Video over the last, I don't
yeah.
know, day or two with some delays with some of the upcoming
It
releases.
is unfortunate that there are some delays, but never fear, they are coming soon, and it will be sooner. It will be sooner than you think. So
Yeah.
it should. Looking forward to the July announcements coming soon as well. So that's going to
Let me
be.
see if I just wanted to get some specific information on that. Um, because I don't think I don't think the update's on here. I think it'll be on the Facebook page. Um, just because it was a couple of actually, I'm going to get all of the releases. I just gotta make sure to point. I want to point out which ones were getting delayed. That's what I want to do.
Well, the newest ones are None in Rope Hell and
Yes,
Cult is My Passport.
you are correct. So unfortunately, none in Ropel and Colt is my passport. See, Colt is my passport is I've kind of hyped that movie up for people. So
Yeah.
I want people to make sure that they know when it's available because that movie's really good. So
Yeah, I
Colt is
haven't seen it. Like these two, I have not seen. That's one thing I love about John's company.
mhm.
They are they're blind buys. Like I've never seen Rubber's Lover until it's
Oh
released,
yeah,
but
same here.
I've seen Strange Circus before, and yeah, I've got them all as well. So
Yeah,
they're
I got the first two. I've got to get Noriko's dinner table, but I
yeah,
wanted to
you
get
must get Noriko. Noriko is fantastic,
yeah,
as
I've
well
seen the
as
movie because I wanted to watch it when he came on to talk about New Wave Video.
mm,
But I want to get the Suicide Club, and I know Umbrella's put out
yeah.
a version of Suicide Club because those movie while Noriko's Dinner Table is a sequel to the Suicide Club,
It's like a
watch them
prequel
separately and be fine.
or companion piece. Yeah,
Yeah,
definitely.
it take like Noriko's Dinner Table takes place in the same time frame
Yeah,
and same
yeah.
world as Suicide
Around
Club.
that, yeah.
But, like, if you don't watch The Suicide Club and just watch Noriko's Dinner Table,
You
you
won't
won't
get
be
it.
lost.
That's right.
Yeah, you won't be lost.
Yeah, like it is a long movie, 159 minutes, but it is worth
Much
it.
longer than The Suicide Club. Suicide Club's like
Yes.
90.
No.
Yeah, it's completely different vibe too than Suicide Club in terms of
Mm,
energy and pacing. I thought they
yes.
were two very fascinating, like almost two sides of the same coin type of movies. But I wanted to get the Suicide Club and basically get Noriko's Dinner Table back to back. That's how my OCD collector's mind goes. I got to get the first one and the second one together, or else I just feel so incomplete. But
Yeah.
the two movies was what Tony was saying is None in Rope Hell and Cold in My Passport are slightly delayed from New Wave Video, but they will be coming very, very soon. Like I said, Colt is My Passport is this really cool, like nihilistic Japanese noir film, which I think is
Can't wait
really
to see
awesome.
it.
It's really awesome. Um, but yeah. So moving on from there, I think we are at Arrow Video now. So let me go over to um here, which I had the Arrow Video. I must have exited out of it or I used it for something else. Let me go down to. I think they're down here. If not,
They're somewhere.
let me go. Keep scrolling.
Here we are, Arrow up
There
there.
it is, right under Rocco and his
I'm
brothers.
pointing at
Which
the screen and you can't see it. So
yeah, I know.
yeah.
There it is. Um, yeah, what's interesting, yeah, because I have the screen covered because the way in which this kind of rolls here, at least for the way I do it, now I know why. If you ever, a lot of you probably listening and watching know people who stream regularly video games and such and stream for hours and whatnot. I always wondered why people had multiple monitors. I always wondered that. I was like,
Yeah.
I always wondered why they have a monitor here, monitor there, and I'm like, now I get it. Now I
Yeah.
understand. It's so easier if you have multiple monitors if you're doing screen sharing. It
Yeah.
because because here I have to like overlay one on top of the other, so I'm like I can't see Tony if Tony does anything,
Yeah, I know. Like
and I can't see if I the frame.
When Ryan Verrill from the Disconnect was here in Sydney, I actually was helping him. Like when he did when he did his show here in Sydney with me and Paul as guests, I was actually moving touching the screen, the other screen, so to
No,
help him
nice.
out.
Yeah, I
So
mean, but now we've come to it. I think we've come to it at last. I want to make sure we didn't skip anything because I usually end up forgetting something.
Mm.
No, we're at Arrow now. Arrow has their releases. Um, an interesting month. It's a 9 release month from Arrow. Arrow doesn't typically do 9 releases.
No, that's true. They don't.
Um, and so we will get into all of them. I just wanted to see. Yeah, okay, we're at the 3 hour mark. Uh, let's move on to these. Okay, so these are their August releases. Yes, they are. So, Arrow Video has announced its August batch of releases. They are The People vs. Larry Flint from 1996, Shogun's Ninja from 1980, Once a Thief from 1991, Killer Party from 1986, Ju-on the Grudge from 2002, Troy from 2004, Bill and Ted's Bogus Journey, which is the sequel to Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure. And then
Hmm.
we have Identity, which is a James Mangold film from 2003. And then we have Stefan from 2023. Now, right off the bat, I guess we're going with the one that Tony wants to talk about the most. The People vs. Larry Flint getting a 4K release. Tony, please tell me your thoughts about The People vs. Larry Flint.
I'm a huge Milos Forman fan,
Mm.
and this was his first film in 7 years after Valmont from 1989. And I had to see this opening weekend in Sydney. I saw it at midnight, actually. Yeah, I think I saw it at midnight. And oh my God, I love this film. It's one of my like one thing I love about this film is that it's basically censorship and all the it's not just about the porn industry. It's basically
No.
about religion as well as censorship. And don't be be against censorship. I'm definitely one of those people. Like, I loathe censorship with a passion, but this film, brilliant. Well, like Milos Forman, brilliant director. One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest and Amadeus and many others. But yeah, this one's probably my second favorite Foreman film after Amadeus. But the performances of Woody Harrelson, Edward Norton, but most notably Courtney Love.
Mm.
I loved Courtney Love in this film. It is one of my favorites. So it's and also one thing I must let you know, as you said earlier, in the US, I believe it was released by Warner Brothers. In Australia, it was released by Columbia Pictures.
Oh, that is
That's
interesting.
that. Yeah, Columbia Pictures and Phoenix Pictures. I believe that's Oliver Stone's company, as he was one of the executive producers. But that's the thing about some companies, like as you probably noticed now, this release is US only. It's not a UK title. It's only US. But yeah, for some reason in the US, I believe it was Warner Brothers or Columbia Pictures. I don't know, but I know in Australia it was Columbia Pictures. So
Yeah, I'm
that's
actually looking it up right now because I have the old Blu-ray's been around since 2011, at least the US one. Oh my goodness. So the person oh boy. So I may have been completely delusional. The the original Blu-ray which came out in 2011 was put out by Image Entertainment. Image
oh,
Entertainment
okay.
doesn't exist anymore. That's how old
No.
this Blu-ray is. Um and Image Entertainment, they may have been bought by CBS, which is Paramount. And the
Mhm.
only reason I know that off the top of my head is because, I mean, you mentioned television series earlier a few times here. I've always wanted to collect the old Twilight Zone television series on Blu-ray, and they were put out by Image Entertainment, but they
That
now
I
have
can show off.
yeah, they see that release there is from I believe Paramount slash
Yes,
CBS.
this
Yeah,
one is from Paramount.
it is
Yes.
from Paramount. So Paramount kind of acquired, I think, Image Entertainment and have reissued a lot of the Image Entertainment releases,
Yeah.
including Twilight Zone on Blu-ray, which I've always wanted. Um, and I have this crazy OCD where, like, do I want to get the original Image Entertainment releases? Do I want to get the Paramount individual releases? Or do I want to just get that box that Tony just showed up? I mean, the gamut that goes in my head when it comes to OCD collecting
Yeah.
is crazy.
I
Is
know.
crazy. But so Image again, so that company doesn't exist anymore. That's how long ago that Larry Flint Blu-ray came out. And I thought it was a Warner Brothers release for some odd reason, and apparently it's not. And I don't even think it's been re-released or reissued in any way. at
Well,
least I think so.
Umbrella in Australia released it on Blu-ray here. I do have it, I believe. I can't see it here at the moment, but oh, actually,
Oh, you know what,
no, I
Tony,
can't see it here at the moment. But
yeah, Tony,
Umbrella did release it.
you are so on the right track. You're on the better track than I am. So Sony re-released it here. Sony, of course, owns Columbia Pictures,
Yeah.
therefore, that's why yours is that way. So it is a deal that Arrow must have with Sony to put out The People versus Larry Flint. But either way, it's a movie that has probably needed a restoration and a
Oh,
remaster for many, many
dire
years because that
need of
Blu-ray is so
one.
old. I don't think that Sony did a remaster when they put it out, or if it's just the same release as before. I'm looking at the Blu-ray.com re-release. Um, yeah, yeah, I think hmm, maybe it is different. Either way, it's put out by Sony, and I've always trusted Sony when it's come to Blu-rays and
Yeah,
4Ks because they've always done a really good job of keeping their catalog,
that's
um,
true.
up to par when it comes to restoration and preservation. Even when they've made deals with other companies, I've always kind of trusted the fact that the masters they're going to hand over to a boutique label like a Criterion or even an Arrow, the masters are going to be at least really really good.
Yeah.
And that seems to be the case. I assume that is the case here. I was just reading. I think the Blu-ray that was put out by Sony a couple of years ago was indeed a different picture quality than the one that was put out by Image back in 2011. Either way, this one's going to be better than both of those, so
Oh
it's
yeah,
irrelevant.
hands
It's
down.
irrelevant. But you are right. It is a US release only. There is no UK release of this.
No.
Now, that could change. We've seen that happen before. You
Hmm.
mentioned The Day of the Locust, which I think originally was only released in either the US or
It
the
was released, I
UK.
believe, in the UK at
Yeah, and then I
first.
think they was re-released here,
Yeah.
and they've done that with a few of their titles over the years. So perhaps that'll be the case going forward because I don't because Sony would have the rights here in the U.S. and they could just sell license it out directly to Arrow
Mm.
here. But either way, the People versus Larry Flint. For those of you who do not know this movie, uh, it's kind of it's a biopic essentially about Larry Flint, who
Yeah.
was how would you categorize Larry Flint? Because I know he's typically known for being the founder of the Hustler magazine,
Yeah.
but he's had a very interesting life in general.
I think he was probably one of the main advocates for censorship and, and all right, he may be, I think he was known as the Smut King. And,
Mm,
like, but that's the thing with Larry Flint. I've always admired, like, I knew little of Larry Flint until I watched this film. And then when I watched this movie, I became kind of interested in Larry Flint's career in life. Like, with Larry Flint, he went to prison. He even went to a bloody mental institution because they thought he was nuts. And then
mm,
because what the things he did, in the movie to show that he has the right for free speech and
right.
he's right to not disclose any sources that he gets his information from. That's why I personally think of him as a hero, an anti-hero in a way, which I think he is as he is depicted in the film with by Woody
Right.
Harrelson,
Yeah, I remember.
who was
He was in like court cases about all
yeah.
kinds of stuff, and um,
Like
well,
in the movie, there was a scene in the film that really cracks me up that he wears the American flag as a diaper. Come on,
mm,
that's just nuts. So, no, I
yeah,
love it.
yeah. I remember him. I remember when I believe he's passed since, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's passed. He's passed.
But I remember him doing like interviews back in the day and whatnot, like Larry King and things like that and whatnot.
Yeah,
Um, and but yeah, so it is more about like this kind of uh crusade against censorship and things
yeah,
like that because contextually specifically with Hustler magazine there were we all are aware of the you know adult entertainment magazines over the
yeah.
time, but Playboy with Hugh Hefner and all that kind of stuff. The difference is
Guccione with
that
Penthouse. Yeah,
yeah, the Penthouse and things like that is that Hustler magazine uh, pushed the boundaries further. Like it was
they
more
did.
risque, more sexual. You know what I mean? He was doing things that you know pushing things even further. And of course, that got him into a whole heaping pile of
Yeah.
trouble.
Oh
Um,
yeah.
um, it would be yeah, it just, especially at the time in which he lived, which there was just a lot of, the world is different today when it comes to all those things, but
Mm.
even the time in which he lived was way more of a conservative type of time. But
Yeah,
this
like
movie,
it, sorry to interrupt. I just want to say
yeah,
one
no,
thing.
right.
If you've seen the movie, the People versus Larry Flint himself is in the movie. Like
Mm,
he plays, I believe, the first judge in one of Larry Flint's first court cases about censorship, and of course, Larry Flint sentences Woody Harrelson's character, sentences himself to 25 years in prison because of this stupid, ridiculous censorship rule. And it was just funny that I found that Larry Flint basically played a judge. Well, of course, he would know how to do it perfectly, and he did. He did.
yeah, yeah, very interesting. But this release here looks pretty stacked.
It
It
does.
is a 2 disc release, a 4K and a Blu-ray. It's a Dolby Vision HDR presentation of the film, original lossless stereo audio, and a DTS 5.1 master audio as well. There's an archival audio commentary with cast members Woody Harrelson, Courtney Love, and Edward Norton. There's another audio commentary with screenwriters Scott Alexander and Larry Karaszewski. I think we had Larry Karaszewski on here a couple of years ago. Fascinating guy. He's been
Yeah.
responsible for restorations lately, or at least behind them.
He has
You
been.
mentioned Amadeus. He was behind that. Um, and a lot of other ones. But and then yeah, I mean, he was the screenwriter behind this, but he was also the screenwriter behind Man on the
Ed,
Moon.
and Ed Wood.
Yes, and Ed Wood as well. But I meant, working directly with Milos
Milos
Forman
Forman,
for
yes.
Man on the Moon. Um, yeah, fascinating. So disc two here has got, let's see, Hail Larry, a brand new interview with lead actor Woody Harrelson, satire in Satin, a brand new interview with Columbia Pictures ex production president Lisa Henson and producer Janet Yang. Only in America, a brand new interview with screenwriter Scott Alexander and Larry Karaszewski. A Lumière de l'Evidence, an archival interview with cinematographer Philippe Rousselot. Milos Forman on the Charlie Rose show. I just mentioned him doing interviews this was back in
Yeah.
'97. This is Milos Forman, but the Milos Forman doing an interview back in 1997 with Charlie Rose. Free Speech or Porn, an archival featurette about the making of the film. Larry Flint exposed, an archival featurette narrated by Dennis Hopper. Wow, that's kind of amazing. Deleted scenes with optional audio commentary by Woody Harrelson and Larry Karaszewski. Theatrical trailer, TV spots, image galleries, reversible sleeve featuring original artwork, collector's booklet as well. Um, yeah, this is a pretty deluxe release.
Yeah,
Um,
it
it
is.
doesn't make mention of a new restoration or anything like that, but I'm assuming it's from a relatively new one that I'm pretty sure
I think
Sony Pictures
so
must have
because
done.
I believe it just came up on the Criterion channel. The People versus Larry
Yes.
Flint.
And the most recent Blu-ray release was from 2019, so at least by that point, um, there may have already been a restoration done by Sony
Yeah,
Pictures around that time. So that's relatively new. Like, you wouldn't need to do a newer one if you just did a new one.
yeah.
That would make no sense. But next we've got Shogun's Ninja. Now we have, before starting in John Wick Chapter 4 and Shogun, Hiroki Sanada got to showcase his physical prowess in his first lead role with 1980's Shogun Ninja, a madcap martial arts caper, energetically directed by Norifume Suzuki, who did Wandering Ginza Butterfly and co-starring Sanada's mentor, the legendary Sonny Chiba. During the Warring States period, a lone man on a small boat approaches the shores of Japan. His name is Takamaru Mamochi, heir to the Inga clan, returning for after 10 years of hiding in China and fully intent on finding the ruthless ninja Shiranu, Shiranu, who's portrayed by Sonny Chiba, the man who betrayed and murdered his father. But with Shiranu and his thugs now in control of this country, Takamaru must gather the scattered remnants of his clan and train in the shadowy art of ninjutsu, so they can mount a guerrilla resistance, defeat the corrupt ninja, and restore the Inga's honor. Classic Japanese ninja revenge story. At the beginning of this movie, the bad guy kills the father of this little kid. This little kid goes off into exile, returns 10
Mm.
years later and wants vengeance. We've seen this story before. We've seen it
Oh yeah,
happen.
we have.
Sonny Chiba's in the movie, Hiroki Sanada's in the movie, cool action in the movie, you know, you know what I mean? Awesomeness all abound. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So high definition transfer, original lossless mono, Japanese and English dub movie audio, English subtitles, brand new audio commentary by Asian cinema expert Chris Pogiali. Yeah. The rebirth of Japanese action cinema, a brand new interview with Japanese cinema expert Clement Rauger, collector's booklet featuring new writing on the film by Earl Jackson, and reversible sleeve featuring original and newly commissioned artwork. Oh, Once a Thief. So this is part of the Golden Princess Library. This is
mhm,
another John Woo directed movie. Recently, speaking of which, I guess I haven't been doing the movie collection updates, but I've got two. I guess I can sneak in here. Um, let me sneak these two. I've got probably the two most well known John Woo films in Hard Boiled and The
yeah,
Killer. These are the two
lovely.
I wanted the most from Arrow, to be quite honest. like,
Yeah,
like
I got the imprint. I got the imprint releases of those ones.
Nice. Yeah, I
So
know Imprint's been doing their release. It's Imprint, Shot Factory, and Arrow. And I basically the way I've been covering them is like pick which one you want and get it. you know?
yeah,
they
that's it.
they
That's
they
right.
all have I think all have the same features.
I
Um
think Arrow and imprint may have close to
yeah,
identical
close.
features.
Close enough to the point where pick which one you want, and you'll probably be pretty damn happy because
Yeah,
the movies, they're all they're at least all have they at least all look really good. You know what I
yeah.
mean? Like the 4Ks look really really great. I just love this artwork. I think this is the artwork by Tony Stella, the late great
Late
Tony
great
Stella.
Tony Stella. Yeah,
So that's why I kind of wanted to wait to pick these bad boys up. So I got those recently. Speaking of, I've been picking up a lot of Arrow just this year in general because they've been putting out so much good stuff.
that's true. They have been.
With their Hong Kong stuff, and then I picked up, of course, I picked this up recently, which is Robin Hood Prince of Thieves. They reissued.
Yeah,
Coincidentally, we just talked about a UK release that they then now
yeah.
reissued in a US
That's the
version.
version. I got the UK release of that
There
one.
you go.
So
Yeah. And then of course, honestly, my favorite release of the year so far is Excalibur. So
brilliant
yeah,
release.
this.
I'll tell you, my favorite release so far this year from Arrow was Salem's Lot.
Oh yeah, interesting. Talk about Stephen King adaptation. That was one of the earliest adaptations. I think was that like the second Stephen King adaptation
It
after
was
Carrie?
second book,
Yeah,
second adaptation. Yeah.
yeah.
So
Oh,
and
how did
directed by Toby Hooper. So that's probably
no? Wow, that was directed by Toby. It's those are so fascinating. It's so fascinating going back to watch like TV movies that came out in the 70s or TV miniseries just to see the massive difference compared to today in
yeah.
terms of the way in which TV was made back then, like TV productions and stuff, whereas today it's like night and day. Like even just casting back then was so different. Like
Oh
movie
yeah.
movie people wouldn't be in TV shows unless they had no choice. Like their careers had reduced down to the point where they're now doing TV miniseries or TV movies or TV series. Nowadays, it's massively different. Like
Oh
people
yeah.
want to do TV, Uh,
No, true.
and the productions now for TV is so vastly different. Like they just did a readaptation of Salem's Lot, actually, coincidentally. I can't,
They made it years ago, but it was delayed for some reason. But
yeah,
then it got picked up by HBO Max,
yeah, and they
and
just dumped it on HBO Max.
yeah,
They've been doing a lot of readaptations of Stephen King's work over the last several years. Like they redid what we just said, Salem's Lot, but they also redid The Stand as well. Um,
hmm
and they're redoing Carrie, like we just mentioned. Uh, I'm curious what they redid it in the two-part movies. Plus, there's like a prequel series now as
yeah.
well.
The Welcome to Derry.
Welcome
Yep,
to Derry, which I actually rather liked. I
I
think it was
loved
really
it.
good.
I
I thought it
loved
was
it.
very very good. Uh, that actually just came out on 4K and Blu-ray for
Mm.
anybody who's interested in that. It's yeah, very interesting. There's been this big of a big Stephen King renaissance lately. I'm I'm curious. I've said this before, and I'll say this again. They have to redo the Dark Tower series, and they got to do it right. Um, and they've got
Oh
to.
yeah, the less we talk about that atrocious movie, the better.
I tell people like I sometimes forget that it exists because I don't understand why it exists. like
Yeah,
I,
like look, okay. McConaughey, sorry, was perfectly cast. That's the only positive I'll give of it.
I don't. Yeah, I
But
don't mind the. It's just like it's not even the story. Like that's not the story. Like it's not
No,
even. It's not.
it's a big, epic 8-book series,
Yeah.
and they trimmed all that down to a 90-minute piece of turd. I did not,
But thing is, like that's
uh,
not even the story of the Doctor,
no,
like
it's
at
not.
all. It's like they took like elements from like one book, like two, three books,
Yeah,
and put
yeah,
them together,
it
and
did
they made
not
a plot
work.
line on it. Ugh, that's gonna just drive me nuts. And I'm
Oh,
not
I
like saying,
know.
oh, it's got to be a pure one-to-one thing and all that kind of. But I'm saying like it's not even I don't even consider it it's not even an adaptation. It's kind of like nothing.
No,
It's not.
no,
It's
I
nothing.
don't.
I know they were in development with that for years. Ron Howard
Yeah,
had the rights to that forever. He wanted to do it as like an HBO miniseries, I think, at one point. He just never
that
got
would
off the
work.
ground.
If each season was a book, it would
Yeah,
work.
yeah,
But
and it would work. I don't know how much, like nowadays. I don't know how much budgeted wise, how who's going to put in the money for something of that
oh,
large.
it would be expensive,
It would be
definitely.
very
But
expensive because it
I
is a
think HBO would
fantasy
probably be
epic.
the best thing for it. Best place for the Dark Tower. Or I don't know, Amazon Prime. I don't know because that's where Carrie's coming on.
Not
That's
only
going to
that, but
be
I'm thinking the only reason Mike Flanagan has a deal now working over at Amazon. So if somebody's gonna do it, you would kind of want him to do it.
absolutely.
But then I don't know how much he just wants to be known as the guy who, adapts Stephen King for the rest of his career. Because that,
Well, don't forget there was another director who did a lot of Stephen King films, Frank Darabont, who directed
yeah, the
The
Green
Shawshank
Mile,
Redemption, The Green Mile, and The Mist.
yeah.
And I haven't seen a theatrical release from Frank Darabont since The Mist. I have no idea what's going on.
I don't
I
think
know,
he's done anything since then.
no, I
He's
know,
done he's done some television stuff. Like
The
he
Walking Dead.
famously started The Walking Dead, and
Yeah,
then
that I
he
know.
had a fallout with them, and then he did another. He tried to do another show, which was like a gangster show, and it
Mm,
got canceled after like one season, and that was kind of it. I see him on a lot on documentaries now from like years
yeah,
ago, like
that's
Stephen King
true.
documentaries, ironically. Um, but yeah, I would love to get Frank Darabont out of I don't know, self-exile retirement, I guess. Or,
Yeah, I
I don't know, you know
agree.
what I mean?
I
Um,
agree.
anywho, back to Once a Thief, which is John Woo, another great director who is still making movies to this day. Speaking of someone
Yeah.
who's not in retirement, John Woo is still making movies. Um, John Woo, what a legendary career. Ironically,
Oh
and
yeah.
I might as well bring it out. I've just finished watching Spider Noir with Nicolas Cage as 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 Spider-Man, basically, as a
Yeah.
detective Spider-Man, and it made me think of Face Off, and which makes me think of John Woo, and it's kind of one of his most famous movies for whatever reason. They've been trying to do stuff with that for years now. They were trying to do a sequel TV series, which they couldn't really do. They're still trying to make a sequel to that movie
Yeah.
wise in general. Um, but without Nicolas Cage and John Travolta, I don't know what the draw would be for a face off without them. Like that's the reason that movie is still kind of watched to this day because of the insanity of both of
Mm.
those actors. I don't know if you saw John Travolta at Cannes recently, where he's looking like a caricature of a French
Oh,
director with a beret and a
yes.
lovely mustache. All he needed was
Yes.
like the striped shirt and like a cigarette and a baguette, and
Hmm.
you would have thought he lived in Paris year round. Like it
Oh, I
was kind
know.
of
He certainly looked different, I'll give you that. But
yeah.
oh yeah,
He was
I think his new movie just came on Apple TV. So
it
that'll
did
be
yeah, it's an hour-long feature film that
mm.
he directed that he showed at Cannes, and I think it's based off of his, like, childhood. It's an
He
hour-long
wrote a
feature
book about it.
yeah, it's like based on the relationship between he and his mother, when he was a
Mm.
child, and, and also kind of connects with his love of flying because he's an
Yeah,
airplane pilot as well. So he was there to promote. They gave him an honorary Palme d'Or actually
they
for his
did.
career. That's pretty prestigious. I mean, people can say whatever they want about John Travolta and whatnot,
Absolutely.
but that's a damn prestigious award. But back to Once a Thief. Description is legendary director John Woo unites with three of Hong Kong's most charismatic actors and Chow Yun Fat, Cherry Chung, and Leslie Chung for Once a Thief, a rollicking Blend of buddy comedy and heist movie with lashings of humor and, of course, Wu's signature pulse pounding action. Our three stars play a debonair trio of international art thieves who grew up uh, as orphaned artful dodgers on the streets of Hong Kong. Fresh from a successful heist in the sunny French Riviera, they set their sights on the one last job. It's always one last job.
Yeah,
Break into a heavily guarded fortress and steal a painting so valuable that it is said to be cursed. Great. Uh, but when they're double crossed by their former criminal mentor, villainous triad leader Mr. Chow, the gang must use their wits and skills and unbreakable friendship to take him down. So it's a classic like trio of childhood friends grow up and they're going to pull off this one last heist, but it's going to be the heist that's going to set them up forever, right?
yeah,
Complications ensue. Their mentor stabs him in the back. It's like it reminds me of like Frank Oz's The Score and like another movie with like a trio in it, like I don't know,
yeah.
Jules and Jim or Band of Outsiders or something like that. I was thinking a movie with like trio of friends. I was also thinking of um City of God. It's not that
Yeah,
dark.
that's no, not that dark. No.
It's really not that dark. But I'm just thinking of movies with like childhood friends who grow up and whatnot. Um, Interesting. But this movie is kind of along that line. But it's a lighter, fun adventure type of movie. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. It's not a typical John Woo film in our probably our mindsets of like
Yeah,
a
that's
Killer
true.
or Hard Boiled or A Better Tomorrow or even A Better Tomorrow 2. It's much lighter,
Mm.
much lighter. Have you seen the movie, Tony?
Years ago, like I've seen a lot of the Asian movies, but as I mentioned on the show of Imprint Cast, I've only seen them on VHS English dub versions. I have not
Gotcha.
seen
The
them
worst way
like,
possible. Yeah.
oh, I know, because because in Australia back in video store days, they've only like people don't like reading subtitles, so they just release them as English dubs, and
Nice. Yeah.
I
That
hate it. Like
I to this day I can't. It takes me right out of the movie right away
it
because
does,
right
it
away. And
does.
sometimes it's the only version you can find. Like Tony just said, it's the only version you can find. Is it even preparing here for chasing labels? There's so many movies I want to get through to to prepare here that like
Mm,
to dig further, and to dig deeper, and to try to find the a version of the movie that's in the original language with the subtitles, and then the
yeah,
subtitles have to actually line up with the people that are talking, because sometimes you get subtitles that are delayed, or they're not lined up with when people are talking, and that can be a whole mess because you're trying to follow along with the movie and you don't know who's saying what when. And then the
yeah.
English dub is awful because like it's not their voices and
No,
it's so obvious. uh, and sometimes it changes the whole tone and plot of the
it
movie. A big old
does. It
mess.
really does.
That's why you got to buy the physical media release. That's why you have to
Hmm.
do it. But this release here comes with a 4K restoration of the film, Dolby Vision HDR presentation. Now, this has already been released, I think, from Shout Factory. I don't know if Imprints released this yet. I think they have.
I don't think it's been announced yet, but
Not yet. Okay.
I have a feeling it will be very
That
soon.
this will be probably one of their next Imprint Asia
Yeah,
releases.
because Imprint's releasing the Golden Princess titles, so they'll be definitely
Yeah,
this will definitely be on the line. On the
they're
map.
all releasing like different ones at different times,
Mm,
which is so odd to me because now at least it tells me that hey, this company's gonna be putting out this one eventually,
yeah.
but I just gotta wait. But there's a original lossless Cantonese English and English mono audio, subtitles as well. The brand new audio commentary with Asian cinema expert James Mudge. Handling a Heist, a brand new interview with the director John Woo. There's a new interview with the producer Terrence Chang. Thoughts About Thievery, a brand new interview with, co-writer Clifton Coe.
Okay.
Stealing some shots, and brand new interview with director of photography Poon Hang Sang. Art of the Steal, a brand new interview with editor David Wu. Hong Kong Confidential, a brand new audio commentary by author and film historian Grady Hendrix. Once a Star, Always an Icon, brand new appreciation of star Leslie Chung. Up Close and Personal, an archival interview with John Woo. Brothers in Arms, interview with Terrence Chang. Archival interview with Kenneth Fang. Collector's booklet, reversible art, all the good stuff we all know. It's coming out on Blu-ray too. Then we have
Yeah.
yeah.
So before that,
Go ahead.
I misspoke. I gave wrong information there, and that's bad. It's actually coming out on imprint films next week.
Oh, okay.
So yeah,
I
it
thought
has been announced
thought I had seen it recently.
Imprint has announced so many titles, as we said earlier. It's
Yeah.
hard to lose track. And yeah, I just had a look on the website. It is coming out on June the 10th, and it has basically
Everything.
the same extras as you just mentioned. Yeah,
Hmm. Yeah. Yeah, because I remember talking about it, mentioning it because I know the Shout Factory is announcing all of them before everybody else, like months ahead,
yeah,
and then it's either Imprint or Arrow is the next ones to announce. It's
yeah.
kind of, I guess, whoever gets there first, whoever does
I
it
know.
first.
With Imprint, you lose track because they've just announced so many titles, and
Yeah, especially
yeah, that's
their
coming out next week.
because if I recall correctly, their Imprint Asia line is way up there now in
It's
terms of how many
getting
release.
huge. It
I think.
excuse me, it started slow in the beginning,
Mm,
but ever since Golden Princess, it's expanding like no tomorrow. It's just fantastic. I
yeah,
love it.
it's expanding very fast. Killer Party is a movie that was released years ago. If because I remember talking about this years ago. Let me see who released it. It may have. It feels like a Seven release, but I don't think it was. Let me see. Killer Party came out, yeah, 2021. So it was one of, oh, gee, well, that was the first year of, it was Shout Factory. Yeah, Shout
Oh,
Factory.
okay.
That's what it was. And I remember talking about this movie at that time. Um, and it's kind of like an 80s slasher. So William Pruitt, the director of Exploitation classics The House by the Lake, Spasms, and Funeral Home, cordially invites you to a party to die for. Oh, the Sisters of Sigma Alpha Phi are throwing an April Fool's party, and they found the perfect place to hold it. The abandoned fraternity house where a pledge once lost his head in a hazing ritual gone horribly wrong. That sounds like a good place to throw a party. Partying turns to panic.
Indeed.
Yeah, partying turns to panic when it transpires that the dead pledge had a penchant for occult practice. Of course he did. And his evil spirit returns to wreak its revenge or wreak its revenge. Either way, we know what a slasher is.
Oh
What a
yeah,
slasher is. We know what's about to go down. People are about to no longer exist.
yeah.
Um, yeah, Killer Party is an underrated slasher classic that deserves a place on the shelves of any 80s horror fans. So we've got high definition transfer, original lossless mono, English subtitles, new audio commentary by critic Stacy Ponder, Campus Gentleman, an archival interview with actor Ralph Seymour, Head of the Class, an archival interview with actress Sherry Willis Birch, Fool's Night, an archival interview with writer Barney Cohen, Racing to the Party, an archival interview with composer John Beal, Unholy Diver, an archival interview with special makeup effects artist Gordon J. Smith, Dressed to Possess, I like that, an archival interview with production designer Ruben Freed, Killer Initiations, a brand new visual essay by film critic Alexandra West of the Faculty of Horror podcast, Slasher Party, a brand new visual essay by film critic Mike Munzer of the Evolution of Horror podcast, Burbank Burbank it came. White Sister and Killer Party, an archival featurette, image gallery, collector's booklet, reversible sleeve with original and newly commissioned artwork by Colin Murdoch. Ju-on the Grudge, which I've run out of how many times this movie has gotten released over the last few years.
Oh, I know.
I don't know. I can like we've gotten a Grudge box set. I think from both Arrow and Shout Factory, we've gotten a Grudge box set, and now we're getting this
I know
individual
Arrow
release as
released a
well.
box set, but I think it was Shout.
Yeah, it was
Was it
Shout.
Umbrella? I don't remember.
You know what I'm
But
thinking? You know what I'm thinking of when it comes to Arrow? I'm thinking of the Ring box set, Ring
the Ring
Blue.
box set, yeah, they did
That's what I'm
that.
thinking of. Because when I think of the Ring and the Grudge, they're not that they're interchangeable to me, but they came out around the same time.
Yeah,
Especially the American remakes came out around the same time, the 2000s. So they kind of go a little bit of hand in hand with me, but they're completely different movies. And the original Japanese these J horror films are pretty great. Like J horror is a great like horror subgenre that I highly recommend people check out. I know a lot of people don't like to read subtitles, but damn, these movies are atmospheric as all heck. Um,
absolutely.
including The Grudge, which has several movies within its franchise.
Mm.
So let me see. Let me Just so description: Ju-on, the name given to the deadly curse, spawned when someone dies in the grip of a violent rage. Who doesn't? All
Yeah.
who come into contact with it are doomed. Deep in the shadows of the attic of an ordinary family home in the Tokyo suburbs, something malevolent is stirring. When social worker Rika is sent to check on the traumatized old lady whose family had moved in at the site of the notorious Seiki family murder case, she unwittingly unleashes a cycle of terror that is transmitted via its victims further and further from its original source. It's one of those kind of like cursed area type of things. What is
Yeah.
interesting is I think there's a movie even before Ju-on, which actually shows like that murder case or the elements of
Oh
that murder
yeah.
case. I
I
can't
think you're
remember. Just
right, but I forgot what it was called.
so do I. Like I remember, I when they put out the box set a few years ago, I went into and did all of the kind of like Wikipedia research of all the different movies and where they are and what they depict, and it's completely lost in my mind now. But
Yeah.
either way, this is a multi-movie, you know, series here. But I think this one is typically the one people know of the most. I
Yeah.
remember having it on DVD, like a used DVD of it, like Tony mentioned, there is a Shout Factory box set of all of them, and I think only this one ever was like ever had a 4K while the other ones were on Blu-ray. It was one of those types of odd releases where only like one movie would get the 4K and the rest would just get the regular Blu-ray release.
Yeah.
Probably for budgetary reasons. Because a 4K box set is much cheaper to buy and make than a Blu-ray box set. I think we're all aware of
Yes.
that. But 4K restoration from the original camera negative by Arrow Films, Dolby Vision, HDR presentation, our original DTS HD 5.1 audio, introduction by Takeshi Shimizu, audio commentary by historian David Khaled, audio commentary by Sam Raimi and Scott Spiegel. There's an alternate audio track on here too, Haunting in Monochrome, an interview with Takashi Shimizu. And then there's, let's see, Whispers in the Dark, an archival interview with actor Megumi Okina on her role as Rika. Fade to Black, an archival interview with actor Kayaku Shibata, who plays Mariko. On-set interviews with several people, deleted scenes and a commentary by Takashi Shimizu, almost an hour of behind-the-scenes footage, so that's kind of nice.
Yeah.
Ju-on, the True Story, two ghostly true life tales that inspired the films, narrated by Hiroshi Kihara. Original trailers, image gallery, collector's book, reversible sleeve, the usual. And then we get to the big one. Um, Appropriately timed, I would say. Just in time
Yeah.
for the
The
Christopher Nolan
Odyssey.
film Odyssey. Now Troy is not an adaptation of the Odyssey; it's an adaptation of the Iliad, which is the book before the Odyssey that you're supposed
Mm.
to read. Which I don't know if many people did, or still do. But this is Troy, the Wolfgang Peterson film, which came out back in 2004. I saw this in theaters, Tony. Did you see this in
So did
theaters?
I. So did I. Um, I'm of Greek background, and I saw it as a double feature with Alexander and
Oh,
Troy.
nice. Uh, Go
I
on.
prefer Alexander over Troy.
Okay.
I know,
Ironically,
like,
Alexander was, yeah, it's boy, two different movies. But Troy is, like I said, it's Wolfgang Peterson who now Tony, you'll probably be able to bring this up. Wolfgang Peterson, he directed Das Boot, right?
he did
Is that
direct Das Boot, yeah.
yeah, as well as a few other. No, Wolfgang Peterson.
Never
No,
Ending Story, In
thank
the
you.
Line of Fire, The Perfect Storm,
Yes,
Poseidon,
yeah, yeah.
quite a few.
I usually the reason why I'm glad you're here and you're glad you're mentioning them is because I, for some reason, don't ask me why, I always get Peter Ware and Wolfgang Peterson confused
Ah, I get you, yeah, yeah.
because of the names, I guess. One first name Peter, the other one last name Peterson. Completely different directors from completely
Mhm.
different parts of the world making completely different movies. Um, but yeah, so when Troy came out, I was a sophomore in high school. I was almost 17 years old because it came out in, at least here in the States, it came out in May of 2004.
Oh, yeah.
Uh, and which was a long time ago for a lot of us. It's 22 years ago. And this movie's getting a bit of a reevaluation recently. I don't know if people have been on the internet. People have gotten a little fuzzy in the head because this movie wasn't like a monstrous beloved movie when it came out.
No, it wasn't. It
Um,
wasn't. I
it was
remember.
criticized pretty heavily by everyone who went to see it.
Oh
Um,
well, let's just say this, but I'll just quickly say this
yeah,
because I saw it as a double feature with Alexander and Troy, but yeah, I know a lot of the Greek people in the world who always criticize because it's not historically accurate. I'm
right.
one of those Greek people who doesn't care. The main thing is the main thing is you're entertained by the freaking movie. That's all that matters. But look, okay. Historical accuracy, okay. That's okay. That okay, I get it. But like even now, people I know people, including Greek people, are criticizing Lupita Nyong'o's casting as Helen of Troy in the Odyssey because she's a I don't want to sound really bad here, like she's a black woman and
Hmm.
Helen of Troy is a white woman. Who cares? That's how I see it.
Yeah,
Who
no,
cares?
yeah. Her casting is not even confirmed that she is indeed Helen of Troy
That's
quite yet.
true. That is
And
true. But
also, I mean, if you're going to open up that can, then you have to criticize all of the casting for the Odyssey
exactly.
because
Who
none of it's
cares?
accurate at all. Not only is it not accurate, but I don't think people realize that the Iliad and the Odyssey are mythic tales.
Yes.
Not historical tales.
No, no, they're
Um,
mythic, absolutely.
they're based on myths in the stories themselves. Like there's these are fantasy stories.
Yeah,
They're
they're fantasy. Yeah.
fantasy. There's gods. There's creatures. There's quests. There's all kinds of these mythic figures and
Hmm.
whatnot. It, it's it's odd to me when it comes to historical accuracy, especially in movie adaptations. Like a lot of people on the internet, I don't want to go on a huge rant. They're acting like this is like a first time thing. Like this is the first movie ever that's going to be historically inaccurate, and I'm like,
Oh,
that's not the case.
please.
There's
No,
no
like come on.
like there's
Come on. John Wayne as Genghis Khan? That's
I know. I
historically
mean, like
accurate?
for
Good
decades
Lord.
upon decades, whether it be
Yeah.
Hollywood,
There's the historical
d-
inaccuracies in movies
ever
through
like there's
decades.
been
You're right.
no accuracy throughout the
But
decades of
people,
movies.
yeah, like
Um,
when Alexander came out, which is literally nearly the same time as Troy, that got heavily criticized by the Greek community. It was nearly banned in Greece
wow, do they?
because of the homosexual
Uh,
themes in the film. And I thought, who cares? It's life, you know. Come
Ironically,
on.
that's the most historically accurate part of that.
That's true because
Alexander the Great.
The Olympic Games
Yeah.
that were first started in 776 BC, only men were allowed to participate. There were no
Mm.
women allowed to participate in the Olympic Games back in the 776 BC, well, I'm pretty sure it's one of those days. I could be wrong, but come on,
What's
it's basically
interesting, I can
yeah,
understand maybe the criticisms of Alexander because it is based on a true person who was
yeah,
part of history, did live during historical events and historical times. I kind of understand it. The whole that part of it that you just mentioned, that's historically if anything, that part's historically accurate when it comes to
that's
Alexander
true.
the Great.
Yeah,
Alexander the Great historically had relationships with both men and women.
and
I mean,
women,
happy Pride
yes,
Month to everybody listening. I mean,
absolutely.
it's
Happy
been
Pride
around
Month.
since the dawn of time. I mean, this isn't new stuff here. I mean, come on.
It is honestly just it's ridiculous to me what people think that's historically inaccurate and casting and all that. Okay. All right, Colin Farrell, an Irishman playing a Greek who has an Irish accent. Big deal. Get
Mm.
over it. And
There's more. There are more aspects to a movie than I think those things. If
yeah,
those are
of
the things that
course.
like destroy your ability to watch the movie or critique the movie or analyze
Mm,
the movie, enjoy the movie, I think you have other priorities like that are prohibiting you from
exactly.
the
Like
movie.
with Troy.
Yeah,
Okay, with Troy, this look, I'm not a huge fan of Troy. I am being honest,
yeah, of course.
but I do prefer the director's cut over the theatrical because the
Which is yes. Now, let me get back to actually what's in this release. That's a good
yeah, go
segue
ahead.
to see if they actually have the both cuts in here. So, for those of you who don't know, when it's the Iliad. So, Helen of Troy I think, yeah, I'm just gonna read it because
Yeah,
it's
read
easier
it,
that
go
way.
ahead.
Yeah, when Helen of Sparta, though married, elopes with the Trojan prince Paris, portrayed by first of all Diane Kruger, Orlando Bloom. These are names People will know, will recognize, and flees to Troy. They're followed by the war of unimaginable proportions. Helen's husband, Menelaus, portrayed by Brendan Gleeson, summons a united army of Greece led by the arrogant Agamemnon, portrayed by Brian Cox. These names here are unbelievable.
Great
And driven
cast.
forward by the bold and courageous Achilles, portrayed by none other than Brad Pitt, who was in his peak physical form in this movie. You can definitely say that. As the armies of Greece and Troy clash, so do their greatest champions, Achilles and Hector portrayed by Eric Bana, in a conflict that brings devastation in both kingdoms. And the colossal epic witness huge battlescapes, one-on-one duels worthy of a Colosseum, and the fall of one of the great of a once great nation. The names they don't mention in this are um, Peter O'Toole is in the
Yep.
movie as
Yep.
Hector and Paris's father, the king of Troy,
Yep.
which is kind of amazing. Sean Bean is in the movie as Odysseus. I don't,
Mm-hmm.
my uncle, rest in peace, he passed away 2013, but he loved these type of sword and sandal epic movies,
Yeah.
these action movies, historical epics. He was convinced at the time that they were going to do an Odysseus movie with Sean Bean. Like that was like the rumor at the time. And I always wish they kind of did that. Like had this movie had been a bigger hit, Sean Bean probably would have been a great Odysseus. I mean, at the
Yeah,
time.
true.
I mean, because at the time, just coming off of, Lord of the Rings had just wrapped up pretty much. And Sword and Sand, this was right after Gladiator, right after Lord of the Rings. So these big fantasy sword and sandal
Yeah.
medieval epics were all the rage at the time. You would also get Ridley Scott's Kingdom of Heaven would come out, I think a year after this. That director's
Yeah,
cut,
2005.
yeah,
That
that
this,
director's cut's amazing. Yeah,
don't bother with
flawless.
theatrical. Don't bother with the theatrical
The,
version of that
I,
one.
the director's cut may be over 4 hours long. It doesn't matter. Watch it.
No,
It's awesome. It's fantastic.
exactly.
Coincidentally, also has Orlando Bloom in the movie and a bunch of other people you'll recognize, and that's
Yeah.
based on historical events, the Crusades and
Yeah.
whatnot, or a
True.
crusade, and actual real people. But yeah, the rise of Orlando Bloom in the 2000s is certainly something a documentary should be made about. Um,
Yes.
but this release here has a new 4K restoration from the original camera negative, Dolby Vision HDR. The movie's going to look good, if anything. New 4K, let's see, the disc. Disc one is the theatrical cut. Disc two is the director's cut. Okay. It also got an intro by Wolfgang Peterson on the director's cut. And then the Blu-ray, which is disc 3, will have the extra features, which is an in-movie experience, an archival picture-in-picture commentary of the film. That's an old-style Blu-ray release, special
Yeah.
feature.
I
I
remember
I
those
think Tony and I have
days.
been doing this long enough to where we realized when Blu-rays first came out, they had to
Yep.
market themselves. So they were like, they had this special feature. It was like picture-in-picture
Oh, I
commentary by
remember.
the director would pop up and be like, "Hey,
Yeah.
see what's going on here? This is how it was done."
Oh, I
Um,
remember.
I remember those, and they had it was the BD Live experience. I think that was part of that
Yep.
BD Live. They got rid of that stuff years ago.
Oh,
Uh,
yeah, yeah, yeah.
but so
I
this is a
remember.
throwback to a time long forgotten. I miss those days. But Troy in Focus, a series of archival behind the scenes featurettes, In the Thick of Battle, an archival behind the scenes featurette as well. From the Ruins to Reality, an archival behind the scenes featurette. Troy and Effects Odyssey, an archival behind the scenes featurette. Attacking Troy, an archival behind the scenes featurette as well. A lot of archival stuff here. I guess they're just porting over
Yeah.
stuff. Now, this was a Warner Brothers release, if I do recall.
Yes, it
So
was.
I did get one right. So Calendar of the Gods, an archival introduction to the Greek gods. Ironically, there's no Greek gods in the movie. that, that was the one
Indeed.
about the adaptation. In the book, the Greek gods are just screwing around with people the whole time. People
Yeah.
probably don't know this because I don't know if a lot of people have read the Iliad. The Trojan War takes place over 10 years. The movie it seems like a month, maybe. But in the Iliad, it takes place over 10 years, and the gods are just messing around with people the whole time.
Yeah.
They're the ones who actually like start the war and everything because they just want to play with like humanity. Probably an allegory for like gods,
Yeah.
gods being just pricks, basically.
True.
Image gallery, collector's booklet, and then there's going to be a Blu-ray release as well. Um, I did want to mention that our friend here on Chasing Labels, Scott Saslow, he did work on the let me actually go to his website. He worked on the layout for this, so
Oh,
I would
nice.
give him the credit for the Troy, and he worked on a couple of the other ones too. Yeah, he worked on the Troy, which he did the layout and booklet
And
design. Uh,
nice.
and he did the booklet design and the treatment for um, Once a Thief, as well as Larry Flint. He did the layout and booklet design for the People vs. Larry Flint as well.
Great.
So there is
Good. Great
one
work.
more. Yeah, yeah. That's I want to make sure to give him the proper credit for that.
Of
Uh,
course.
and then we've got one more release here, and this is one that's interesting to me. It's Bill and Ted's Bogus Journey, the 4K release of this. Now, this has been released on DVD, Blu-ray, VHS, Laserdisc back in the day. This has been released on 4K already from Shout Factory.
That's what I could have sworn it was released on another company. Yeah, I think it was. It
And
was.
it was. They had a whole box set of all three of the movies.
Yeah.
Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure, Bill and Ted's Bogus Journey, and then the third film, which is Face the Music. I think it's Bill and Ted's Face the
That's the
Music.
music. Yeah.
So this is just the second movie in and of itself. Now, this years ago we interviewed Michael McKenzie, who's a producer over at Arrow, and this is one of the titles he worked on. And I think he said that this is licensed through MGM, and they weren't allowed to like add any new special features or anything like that. So
Got
it's
yeah.
kind of everything ported over from the previous release. So I don't think you're going to be necessarily missing anything if you buy this release versus the other releases. But for those of you who don't know Bill and Ted, it's Keanu Reeves, it's Alex Winter, it's fun stuff. I
Yeah.
personally prefer the first movie over the second movie. I think it's just a better movie in general.
I think everybody does actually.
Yeah. I think the first movie has such an 80s vibe to it, and the second movie has such a
Mm,
90s vibe to it. And the second movie has such
yeah.
an odd plot. And the third movie I actually really, really liked as kind of like this nice reunion movie
So did
as
I. I
well.
really enjoyed the third one.
And it took decades upon decades for that to happen. They talked about making a third movie in the Bill and Ted series forever, and it just finally came to fruition a few years ago. But uh, description: in 1991, Peter Hewlett kicked things into a whole new dimension with Bill and Ted's Bogus Journey, a sequel that trades time travel hijinks for a wildly inventive trip through the afterlife. Reuniting Keanu Reeves and Alex Winter as the dim but destined heroes, the bodacious blockbuster pushes the series into darker, weirder, and even more excellent territory. When evil robot doubles of Bill and Ted are sent back to ruin their future, a little Terminator plot there, the real dudes find themselves facing untimely demise. Cast into the beyond, they must outwit death himself, navigate heaven, hell, and everything in between, and find a way back to save their babes and get back in time for the Battle of the Bands. Yeah, what a crazy plot.
Yeah.
But the special features, Dolby Vision HDR presentation of the film, original stereo audio. You also have the optional 5.1 DTS master audio, DTS HD master audio track, audio commentary with Alex Winter and producer Scoot Noof, audio commentary with co-writers and co-producer Chris Matheson and Ed Solomon. Bill and Ted Go to Hell, a 2016 retrospective documentary. The Most Triumphant Making of, a 2005 retrospective making of featurette. Um, and then it says score, a 2005 interview with guitarist Steve Vai, air guitar tutorial, vintage behind the scenes EPK from 1991, the linguistic style of Bill and Ted, a 2005 decoding our heroes' distinctive verbal quirks, theatrical trailer, image gallery, reversible sleeve, uh, and collector's booklet featuring original production notes. And yeah, I'm surprised they didn't go with the first movie first to put it out. Perhaps this one was just an easier release for them to do. Hopefully they
I
do release
guess.
1 and 3 complete
Yeah.
just to complete them all, just because I would hate to have like 1 hour release of just one movie in a franchise and not the
Mm.
others. It would drive my OCD absolutely
Well,
crazy.
it could be a rights issue from the labels as well. So that
That's
might
also
be
true too.
could be
That's also
that.
true. But lastly, and sorry, actually, this is not even lastly. I keep saying it. So we have two
It's
more.
okay.
Actually, sorry, there were 9 of these. Identity, which is the John. Who directed Identity?
James Mangold.
James Mangold. Thank you. That's why Tony's here. You have a quick mind. Uh, so this movie is interesting. So John Cusack, before reinventing both the racing film with Ford v Ferrari and the superhero blockbuster with Logan, filmmaker James Mangold directed Identity, a high concept thriller that fuses Agatha Christie style mystery with nerve-shredding psychological horror. When a torrential downpour strands 10 strangers at a remote Nevada motel, tensions soon frayed to breaking point. Among the reluctant guests are limo driver John Cusack, a washed-up actress, and Rebecca De Mornay, a troubled cop in Ray Liotta, who's transporting a violent criminal, and grieving couple, which is John C. Riley and Amanda Pete. No, John C. McKinley, sorry, and Amanda Pete. But as the guests are picked off one by one, it becomes clear there's no random gathering. This is no random gathering. So
Mm.
it's kind of a mystery wrapped in a bit of a twistiness in there. I won't give it away.
Yeah,
I don't know. Have you seen the movie Identity?
I have. I have
Okay, so,
seen it.
so you know the twist I'm talking about. So I don't want to give
I
anything
do. I'm
away.
not saying a word either, but I
No,
do
no,
know
no,
it.
no. Yeah, I don't want to say anything about it. But it's a movie that's really not a lot of people talk about. And it's a James Mangold film. This was before really James Mangold became like what we know of him today. I mean,
Yeah,
he's done an Indiana Jones film already. Um,
yeah.
uh, but I think before this he had done Copland and
He
Kate
did
and Leopold.
Copland, Girl Interrupted. Um,
Did he do
was
Kate and
310 to.
Leopold? Um,
Yes, he did do Kate and Leopold. Yes, I think he did that after this one.
okay, that makes
I think
sense.
Kate and Leopold came out in 2005, if memory
Oh
serves
yeah, I
me
think you're right.
correct.
Yeah, so it's after this. Copland is pretty underrated. Girl
Very,
Interrupted.
very underrated.
Girl Interrupted is great. That's another adaptation of a book. Girl Interrupted, I think, finally got a Blu-ray release directly from Sony. It's
About
still
time.
yeah, it's still quite expensive. That took forever to come out.
Yeah, it
Um,
did.
I was thinking a Blu-ray, a boutique label was going to put that out. So yeah, in 2021, um, no, in 2021, Sony Pictures put it out and directly from them. That's very odd. I feel like that would have been ripe for a boutique label.
Oh
Anybody,
yeah,
anybody
definitely.
should
It
have put
is.
that out.
It's long overdue. It's long
Hmm.
overdue.
Yeah,
It's a
long,
great
long
film.
overdue. That was a movie that definitely put some of those actresses on the map. Maybe not on the map, but certainly what they're known. Some of them are
Yeah,
known for. Even though Winona Ryder was already well known by that point.
yeah. Angelina Jolie won
I
the
think
Oscar for that role.
I'm thinking of
So
Angelina Jolie. That's the one people really remember her for. Uh, but let's see. This has Dolby Vision HDR presentation of the movie. It's got the audio. It's got the subtitles. It's got two archival commentaries. One by the director James Mangold and one by the writer Michael Cooney. I met a man that wasn't there. A brand new interview with actor Pruitt Taylor Vince. Wow, who just played Pa Kent in the Superman movie. Uh,
mm,
Producing Identity, a brand new interview with producer Kathy Conrad on the set, and archival behind the scenes featurette, deleted scenes, storyboards, comparisons, theatrical trailer, image gallery, booklet, etc., reversible sleeve, all the good stuff. Now we've come to the last of it. Alrighty then,
okay.
we've come to it at last for the first time for the last time. Uh, it's the movie Stefan. Now, if you're familiar with the movie Creep, by Mark Duplass,
Yeah.
this movie will seem very similar to that. Says it literally right here. Skillfully blending elements of Mark Duplass's Creep with 1992's Man Bites Dog. Alongside mismatched buddy movies such as The Cable Guy, Stefan is a darkly comic thriller set in the world of amateur filmmaking that is bleakly funny as it is disturbingly twisted. So, Tim is this a committed and aspiring filmmaker, encounters the eccentric Stefan. It seems like a match made in heaven. Well, kind of. So this guy Tim, he's just making this movie with like his friends, like in a park, right? Like he's just making like a short film, and this
Yeah.
eccentric guy just comes up and says, "Hey, do you want some explosions in your movies? I can do that for you." And he just starts like lighting like explosions out of barrels.
Mm,
He's like, and the Tim is like, "Yeah, this is great." And I don't know if guys, if people come up to you while you're making a movie and say they can start blowing stuff up, that may be a red flag right away. I don't know.
yeah.
I don't know. That's maybe. On one hand, it's kind of cool. On the other hand, it's a little crazy. So they start becoming buddies. Like they start like hanging out and like going to like stores and stuff. But the whole movie is shot through Tim's video camera. So it's one of those
Mm,
kind of like found footage types of deals, like we mentioned earlier with Redacted, and what you've seen throughout the the found footage subgenre. Um, there's a great documentary by Sarah Appleton, all about the found footage phenomenon. I think that's the title of it. Coincidentally, put out through one of the partner labels that we just talked about.
Mm,
But it's all about that phenomena of the 2000s and 2010s, Paranormal Activity, and all those movies and whatnot. That was a huge thing back in the day. But anywho,
yeah.
I don't know if you've seen the movie Creep or Creep 2, or there's even a Creep series now. And Mark Duplass is excellent in that. So this character that this guy kind of meets in here is kind of like the Mark Duplass character in those movies. Uh, kind of oddballish, kind of weird, kind of creepy. But they end up becoming friends, and this guy decides that he's gonna make this weird like Nazi movie with him. And but he's also gonna be making another side project where it's just gonna be a documentary about this really weird loserist type of guy that he's met. And things progressively get weirder and more odd and more like tenseful over time.
Yeah.
And you can kind of see where things are going. I don't need to really explain anything
Yeah,
further.
I
Uh,
get it.
you kind of get it. You kind of get it. But literally, you can kind of tell right away that this is where this movie is going. But we have an high definition transfer. I think this is only a Blu-ray. Original DTS HD Master 5.1 audio, brand new audio commentary with the co-writer, that's directors Timothy Houchette and Lucas Pastor, recorded exclusively for Arrow Video in 2025. 8 never before seen behind deleted scenes with optional commentary by the co-directors, an original trailer, and then an Arrow Video trailer. And I think this movie came out in like 2023, so it's
Yeah.
relatively new-ish. Yes, it's
Yeah,
relatively newish.
2023.
Yeah. So that is it for Arrow, as all of these movies will be coming out in August. So that is it. Yeah. So definitely an interesting eclectic group of films from Arrow for August of
Absolutely
2026.
eclectic.
Uh,
Definitely.
it runs the gamut of like horror, biopic, 4K, Blu-ray, Hong Kong films, Japanese films. It's
Yeah.
very widely done. Very interesting. Arrow is once again having a great year of releases in general, at least up
Uh,
until now, unless things go sideways. I don't think anything's gonna. I don't think anything's gonna really change that.
no, I
But
can't deny it. They are doing great work this year. They released some great titles and coming soon, as you probably know.
mm,
Soylent Green, Falling Down, all these great
oh yeah,
classics.
I can't wait till Falling Down comes out.
Neither can I. I've never owned that film in my collection.
I've got
Never
it. Like
owned it.
I mentioned it when I talked about it a couple of episodes ago. I have the old, ironically, Warner Brothers Blu-ray from like 15 years ago, and that movie's
Mm.
desperately needed a remaster or
Oh
re-release.
yeah,
It's a Joel
definitely.
Schumacher film starring Michael Douglas. People always kind of really talk about it. It's a movie that's definitely contemporary for our times.
Yeah,
Soylent Green is like a genre. It's a genre fiction within that kind of dystopian, conspiracy theory type of genre.
yeah.
Uh, yeah, they've been doing some great stuff, but that is pretty much it here for Chasing Labels, spine number 192. We've hit the 4 hour mark, so I didn't quite break um
Well,
what I did,
you
but I
did.
got close. I've
I
had
didn't break
there's been
Paul's
longer
record,
ones.
unfortunately, but all
Yeah,
good.
we're all good. So before we check out here, I want to check some comments.
Yeah.
Um Paul apparently is a big fan of the Troy movie, as I'm pretty sure many
Sorry,
have. Like
Paul.
it's
Sorry,
getting
Paul.
it's getting a reevaluation now, and I've
It
talked about this
is.
several times.
It
Movies get
is.
reevaluated in like real time now. Like we live through the
Yeah.
reevaluations. JB44 says, "Great show, guys. Thank you very much,
I hope
JB."
I didn't offend anybody with my comments on uh,
Yeah, it says,
Troy by the right time.
"Neither
What
Troy, but
should
it hit me at just the right time." Yeah,
yeah.
like I said, when Troy came out, I was 16 going on 17, so that seems to be the ripe age for that type of movie to hit
Yeah,
at that time. Um,
definitely.
it really does. But let me see some earlier comments here. Acres of Movies checked in a little earlier here and said best commentary of the year so far. That's really tough. I always
Ooh,
lead to anything that Arrow does commentary wise is usually very good.
that is a
Um,
tough one. That is
yeah,
a tough one.
I would have to go and look at a lot of the stuff that's come out, and even stuff that hasn't come
So do
out
I.
yet. You're not quite sure yet, but anything that Arrow's done so far, I actually it reminds me I do want to get Inner Space, which is the Joe Dante film. I have to get that
Yeah.
Arrow release too. I've been wanting to get it for months. That just looked like a really great re-release of a movie.
Mm.
Joe Dante does some
I've
really
got
good stuff.
I've got it, but I didn't get a chance to look at it yet. So I got to catch up on that.
see what else I have. So best acting of the year so far. That's also really tough. There hasn't been anything that's truly blown me away yet. In terms of new movies, I don't know if you've been keeping up with new movies, Tony, but I've been trying in between the Chasing Labels
It's
episodes. Nothing's
hard
truly
because
blown me
as I
away.
mentioned earlier in the
Yeah,
episode, how we were
the release
discussing,
schedule is different there. Yeah,
yeah, release schedules are different, and also watching new movies with an audience now, it's really annoying. It
yeah,
really irritates me. But I'm pretty sure I could have sworn I could have seen something. I could say a great acting performance of this year, but I hate to say it, but I can't think of any. There's just so many. I
yeah.
know.
That's very true, and also, I mean, a lot of the movies that are going to be kind of heralded as like the critic darlings of the year haven't even come out yet, and they won't come out till later next year. You know, all the
Mhm.
movies that just premiered at Cannes Film Festival last month, those movies are going to get released, over the next several months, and that's when the
Yeah.
real like the heavy hitters hit with the acting performances and stuff. So that's when things will kind of shake out. But
Yes,
uh,
indeed.
one more comment here is Paul still holds the record. I feel honored to be one of the record
You
holders
do.
for the stream leg. You are indeed. So with that being said, let me just we'll check out here. Thank you, of course, Tony, for coming on here. We
Thank you
will.
for the invite, Andrew.
Oh,
Really
no
means the
problem.
world.
It's always good to have you. Always good to talk with you about movies and releases and all this good stuff. Check in on you and see what you've been up to down there. And for anyone interested in any of the other things that have been going on Chasing Labels, like I mentioned earlier, I will be having another episode of the Unwatched Pile this weekend. There was another one recently as well. There was another episode of Movies Down Memory Lane. This
Mhm.
month we will be doing another Criterion collection review. This past month we did the reviews of Sentimental Value as well as Stray Dog, the Kira Kurosawa film, which just got a recent release. What June will hold, we shall see. Hopefully it will be John Waters.
Oh, I can't
I
wait.
hope so. Um, but if it's not, we'll of course still review it anyway. But thank you all for checking out all the stuff we do here. You can hear this, the audio of this on Apple Podcasts as well as Google, Spotify. There's an audio version of it here on YouTube as well. The replay is here on YouTube as well as everything else we do as up for Chasing Labels. So thank you all for watching. Thank you all for listening. And hey,
Thank you.
keep on watching those movies. I know I will.
Same here.